All right, guys. Now, you know we had to do a part 2. His first appearance had everybody talking. He's controversial, a lyrical beast, makes some of the illest beats. I'm talking about the one and only Necro.
Yo, what's good?
Necro, what's good, bro?
And the chop. What's popping? How you feeling?
Man, I'm glad to have you back.
Nah, no doubt. That's what's up.
Man, so you've been on your health kick, right? You've been dieting, you've been working out and everything. Like, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good at the moment. I'm doing a lot of fasting, and I've been fasting more than I've ever fasted in my previous years. I basically, like, half a month I'm fasting because I do alternate day fasting. So, like today I'm fasting right now. I ate yesterday and I'll eat tomorrow. And unless I have like an appointment somewhere, I try to make where I have like an appointment and shit like that. I'll eat on that day because I'm going out and I'm going places and it'll make me hungry. When I'm home, it's a lot easier to fast because I just focus on work. And I just, I get on the computer, I make beats, I do that type of shit. And so hours go by real quick. So it's very easy to wake up like at noon and then it's already 12 a.m. 12 hours go by after I'm working. Pretty much most of the day is, over. So it's very easy to fast. And I'll just do like a coffee. I'll do some chicken broth and I might have a Jello because that's like 10 calories. I might do a pickle here and there. And that's my day of fasting. And then when I eat, I'm doing everything clean, like keto. What I mean by keto is, for people so they understand, I'm doing low carb and sugar-free things. You understand? So a lot of keto products are very low carb, so they don't raise blood sugar.
Right.
Because I'm diabetic. So, it was a tough time for me to figure out how to control it, where your blood sugar is stable constantly. Because I would eat a lot of, things that raise blood sugar. Like regular pizza has white bread, sugar in the sauce, those kind of things. They'll make your blood sugar go up to 300. So like yesterday, I made pizza for myself and it was a keto pizza. So I had it on keto pita bread. And what I do is I put the pita bread in the oven for 4 minutes and it turns it into like a crust. It crispies it. And then I add Rayo sauce, Kraft mozzarella on top, and Boar's Head pepperoni on top. And it doesn't raise any blood sugar because the bread is keto. It's, there's no carbs and it's very, very low. So the difference between eating clean and healthy is not that much of a change, but you have to be willing to stick to it and be willing to sacrifice. But what happens is when you do it for a little bit, it becomes the norm. So like for me, I've been doing it, perfectly for like over 2 months now. Now I've been eating correctly on and off for years. I've been going to the gym for 20 years. So it was never an issue of working out. You know what I mean? It was diet. And if you look at people that are really in shape, like abs cut and all that, diet is the thing that gets them there. Like you can get abs from your diet. You know what I mean?
Right.
By your fat percentage coming down low. Now, of course, you got to build muscle, you know what I mean? But, like if you study, working out and shit like that, like people who are into that, you'll know that one of the key factors is diet. If your diet is shit, doesn't matter how much you work out. So it's very nuanced, you know what I mean? And for me, it's been a very, very big goal. I've accomplished a lot of things in my life. as far as hip hop, I would say I'm doing very good as far as the way my catalog is listened to, on streaming platforms. Like, I have a lot of people checking for me. And so I view that as a success. I always want to do more in music, but I've definitely reached a point where, there's dudes that had record deals that can't fuck with my numbers. And I've been independent. So, as much as I keep the brand going, I've accomplished a lot in that realm. One thing I never accomplished was being in pinnacle shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, in life, everything's what you focus on. So when you see a hot chick, a lot of times they don't have brains. They're really, they're not smart because they never spent their time learning how to be smart and all the things it would take to become intelligent because they were worried about their body and makeup and all that. And listen, that's all cool. I love hot bitches. You know what I mean? I don't get with dogs. I'd rather be alone than be with a fat pig. Like, there's some dudes you see online, their wives are fat pigs or like just very undesirable looking. And it's like, ugh, man, I ain't with that. I'd rather not be with it. You know what I mean? So I read in a book once, you have to become what you want to attract. So if you want to attract dime pieces, you got to be a dime piece. And I've always been a handsome dude. Thanks, Mom. Thanks.
Or insanely rich. Or insanely rich.
Yeah, but you know what sucks about being insanely rich and being a fat slob? Like Khaled, like DJ Khaled is a fat slob, right? Did you see that picture he put up?
Yeah.
Where everyone was
people were on him, dude. Pause, but they was getting on him.
I mean, listen, come on, bro. Do you have any pride for yourself? Like, that's horrible. Like, with all the money you got, listen, I get it. You want to eat good. You can eat great, but you can also hire a trainer for yourself. I mean, a guy like him, he obviously needs somebody. Hire a really dope trainer that's going to get you off your ass eating correctly and allow you to enjoy your life eating correctly. He's obviously not eating correctly at all and overeating. You understand?
I don't know if you saw when he gave a tour of his fridge and how much ice cream was in there. Like, literally the whole fridge was different types of ice cream.
Okay, but check this out. I eat ice cream every day, but I have carb smart Briars, which doesn't raise my blood sugar, and I only have 2/3 cup, which is a lot. So I have 2/3 of a cup anytime, and I can do. They have Rocky Road, vanilla, bunch of different flavors. And if you love ice cream like I do, find the alternatives. Khaled is probably having regular Briars.
Yeah, he's
which
having
is full of sugar, and he's eating the whole fucking container. He's grabbing the whole container. He's not doing a portion. Do a portion and do the carb smart, and you can have it every day. And I can tell you that as a fact because I'm losing weight right now, and I eat that often, every day. Part of my diet, and it's only like 120 calories.
But outside of DJ Khaled, don't you think like a lot of rappers are like that? Like, look at Rick Ross, right?
Yeah,
he made a career off of being.
Rick Ross is another fat pig who could never fight 50 Cent head up one-on-one, but yet talks a lot of shit.
Speaking of which, they going back and forth right now.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I respect 50 Cent. I think 50 Cent is dope. I've always liked 50 Cent. I never really liked Rick Ross with the whole, him being a CO and kind of like lying. I don't really know the details, but he kind of kept it under wraps. And
he flat out lied.
I mean, here's the thing. You can be a CO. I mean, it's a job, whatever. But to say that you're like a CO and a drug dealer, and you know what that's kind of like? It's like, you ever seen the movies where the CO is like some guy's a CO, and in the robbery movie, and he's also doing robberies. Like he wants to be one of those guys, like a guy who has a good job, but he's also a villain. But, you know,
When that whole shit came out, though, he did deny it at first, but then he got so cornered because, 50 had thisis50.com. He got his baby mama on there admitting that he was a CEO. He had the picture and everything. And then
I'm
finally,
amazed by Rick Ross.
yeah,
I'm
finally Rick Ross
amazed.
caved.
I'm amazed by Rick Ross because from what I get, he's had like a lot of platinum albums, all based on like a lot of Florida support. Like, and to me, I do commend that. I got to give the guy props off the fact that, I mean, he's an okay rapper, like a Young Jeezy type of flow. You know what I mean? It's not like he's not like a G Rap or a Prodigy. It's more like
No,
some,
not a lyricist, but he has an ear for beats, though.
yeah, so he's not someone I really would listen to. I think he's okay. Honestly, the only thing I've ever thought he was okay on, personally, is the song. I think Swiss produced it. It's the theme song to Godfather of Harlem, because I love that show and because it always comes on the intro. So I hear it's a great song. So Rick Ross sounds okay on the song. You know what I mean? He did his thing or whatever. But my point is, I don't consider him real. I would never put him in a top 20. I would never put Rick Ross in the top 50. Like if you ask me, list your top 50. Let's put it this way: Rick Ross is not even in my top 100 of rappers. So the fact that this dude, do you know how many platinum albums he had? I read at one point this guy went platinum like 5-6 times.
Yeah, no, he's got some pretty good selling albums.
And that's kind of crazy, right? Because I hear a lot of the support, the base was Florida based, at first, and so yeah, listen, I give credit to the hustle.
Right.
He obviously knows how to hustle, being a guy who was a CO, and to be able to do that, he's got something that even I lack, as far as hustle goes. But if we're talking about fatness and weight, I don't think Rick Ross is as fat as Khaled, and I don't think, and I'm
he
pretty
did
sure
slim down. You got to give him
right,
credit for that.
right,
He has slimmed down over the years.
right. Rick Ross tried. Khaled, I don't think he's ever tried. But anyway, my whole point is I'm not really like, right now trying to just diss those guys.
Right.
Because I'm going to be honest with you, I feel bad being someone who's been overweight and knows the struggle. I'm not really one of those people that listen, I don't like fat chicks. Fat chicks make me sick. Like they disgust me. Actually, like I'm turned off. But I sympathize with them. You know what I mean? Anybody who's overweight. Because the reality is, if you're overweight, we don't realize that the government and a lot of these companies, big corporations, are responsible for people becoming overweight. Because as a little kid, my parents really didn't know any better. And I was having sugar cereals. All the cereals that little kids love, at least in America, are sugar cereals. And they're pumped with corn syrup.
Right.
And that's how kids, at the beginning of a kid becoming fat. And if your parents don't teach you, don't eat that. See, if my parents would have had me eating just Cheerios and just one cup, which is what I have now, I measure a cup of Cheerios and I eat it with almond milk, unsweetened almond milk. So it doesn't affect me negatively and it's good.
Well, if you even think about what they feed you in school lunches, though, it's the worst stuff, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember I used to like the pizza in school
Everyone
lunches,
liked the pizza,
right? But it's white bread,
right?
And it's usually Sicilians that they were given. Before I remember, it was never like triangle slices. It was always like thick, very thick bread, Sicilian slices, and it's not good for you. Bottom line, the shit that they push, that a lot of those organizations, whatever they're called, food administrations and whatever the fuck, they're off point. They don't really understand the concept of eating healthy. So I don't know who runs those companies, but
Or they do and they don't care.
yeah, I don't know. But I know that the people who make a lot of money off corn syrup, they don't give a shit about humans, like regular people. And you know what the fucked up thing is? A lot of those people probably eat the same shit anyway. They're not healthy. They're just rich off poisoning everybody. And they're probably eating a lot of that crap, and they end up having issues. It's not like they're rich dudes poisoning everybody and their health is awesome. They're fucking idiots too. You know what I mean? It's like, that's why I was happy that RFK, was getting involved with shit and all that. I really haven't heard about if he made any changes yet, or if anything,
Yeah,
if he affected anything really.
but he
honestly,
was talking some pretty good stuff though.
Yeah, I really had hoped that, and I hope he can do something, that can make some kind of change, man. But yeah, man, me personally, I'm doing the best I've ever done as far as weight loss in 6 years of documenting, because I've documented it, like taking pictures, the scale, all that shit. And I'm at the lowest weight right now. So
good for you, bro. Good for you, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah, my furnace is burning, and I think I'm going to get down to 15% body fat.
Do you notice your energy being way better?
Well, it depends. You know what I mean? Because I work out a lot. So like I was shredded the last 2 days. I had to sleep. I was like physically destroyed. And that's because I worked out 2 days back to back. And I probably just did, a lot, maybe even 3 days back to back. And listen, man, you got to just listen to your body. If your body feels, I did a lot of shit this week, certain things. I went out, I had, some meetings. When you do a lot of active shit, your body, you need proper rest. I probably only had maybe 6-7 hours sleep certain nights. So I do feel good, but remember, I have a regimen now. My regimen is very, aggressive fasting and working out. And I'm taking glutamine now. If people don't know what that is, that helps you recover, your muscles recover. Now, I'm not doing creatine because the problem with creatine for me at the moment is when you weigh yourself, it makes the scale bloated. You understand? And I need the scale to show that I lost because I'm putting all this work in. So I don't want to get on the scale and then see that I'm 2 pounds extra because of creatine water bloating. So I'm going to do creatine later on when I'm lower in weight. But at the moment now, I'm one good thing is I'm losing fat, but I'm gaining muscle. Now, when you see a lot of people that end up getting the sleeve and doing all that like bariatric shit, they end up looking like bobbleheads, like Al Roker and fucking Al Sharpton. You know why that is? That's because they lost too much muscle. While they were losing fat weight, they might get down to a low measurement on the scale, but they still kept a lot of fat and lost a lot of muscle. So now me, I'm not doing any of that surgery shit. Everything I'm doing is willpower, fasting, eating correct. So I'm going to look normal. Also, I've been working out for 20 years, so I'm not going to have all that flab. You know what I mean?
You got that muscle memory.
Yeah, because I was going to Gold's Gym 20 years ago. Like, so my problem was, this is why I was able to do a lot of things, punch people in the face, jump off stage, crack someone, do shows all over the world, because I wasn't totally fucked up. I might have been fat, but I was still boxing, you know what I mean? So I feel like I'm going to get myself in the best shape now.
Yeah, that's good, man.
It is. It's great, actually. Because here's the thing. You could have $1 billion, but if your health is fucked up, that's
a fact.
Oh, that's terrible. Like, I would rather be poor with pinnacle health. Now, the key is to be pinnacle health and rich.
Right.
But a lot of dudes, to become rich, they sacrifice their health, which I did many times. So, listen, at
A lot
least
of
I'm
sleepless
alive.
nights, bro. A lot of eating whatever's convenient. You know what I mean? Like those type of like unhealthy habits. Like it's tough.
And a lot of dudes died. You got Hulk Hogan, you got Ozzy Osbourne, you got Prodigy, you got Pun, you got Sean Price, all these people, Gandolfini, all these people that were, forget about the fact if you like someone good or not or whatever. I'm just talking about these famous celebrities that, contributed to art. And certain things made them die. Ozzy had emphysema and Hogan his back and Prodigy with sickle cell and Pun with his weight. And if your health gets fucked up, it ruins your legacy because, and listen, some people can't help it. There's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? Like if you can't fix sickle cell, let's say. Well, he tried, with diet, he was doing things. And, I think, if Pun had the knowledge that we have now, he might have been able to do stuff. But back then, we didn't have a lot of the stuff that we have now. So even for me, I have more knowledge now than I had when I was younger. You know what I mean? So, like, you know how many years it took me to even realize, like, how to control diabetes properly? You don't just go to a doctor and he tells you what to do. Listen, these guys, they'll just like tell you, you got to get it under control. Oh,
Right.
gee, thank you. Like I have a blood disease. Thank you. I have a blood disease. Oh, just, stop eating fucking what you love. It's not that easy, man. You really need proper science information and coaching. And I'm just telling you, man, like this is why everyone's obese. A lot
Yeah.
of people are obese because, they're being poisoned by corporations and they don't have the knowledge of what to do. So for me, I've spent years learning. Now I finally am at the, listen, it takes a lot of motivation. Like, you have to
Self-control.
understand, for me to be at the level I am in hip hop, and some people will watch now, a lot of your people that, what level are you? You're Necro. You're not at any level. Yeah, I'm at a great level, actually, because my Spotify numbers shit on almost 80% of fucking rappers you listen to now. So I'm at a certain level. I got to that level because I was highly motivated. Motivation. Why was I motivated? I came up in Stretch Armstrong and Bobito days on the radio where everyone in New York was in competition. So if you want to become a rapper, and why do we become rappers? Because we love it, but we also want props. We want people to give us that because
Right.
maybe we're not getting it from our parents. We want people around the hood to be like, oh shit, he nice. Because back then when you were nice, forget about now in this whole world of, a lot of corny rappers. Back then, if you were nice in 1990, women were on your dick. It wasn't like now where every chick, compares you to Drake or Eminem or, back then, if you were dope in your area, the women were on your nuts. So all the dudes were like, yo, you the man. You know what I mean? So you have a lot of motivation. This is why a lot of older rappers that are legendary, they're not as dope anymore because they don't have the motivation. So when everybody salutes you get lazy. You understand? So a lot of reasons why people are dope is they're motivated. And this goes into why would somebody suffer and fast? Why would somebody eat correctly when they could have a shitty pizza? Motivation. You have to be motivated. Why would I be motivated now? Because I don't want to fucking die. I want to be healthy. Look at all the people I mentioned that died. And you know what's kind of sad? This is true, though. When you die, people don't give a fuck anymore. They care about a week, two. You might get saluted here and there, but like, there's nothing like you being here like me doing this interview now and it being new and people hearing me and feeling my live energy. Knock on wood, when I pass, yes, people will listen to the catalog for 10,000 years. They'll look at old interviews, but live people will be the focus. Sure, people might be bothered Hulk Hogan died, but after a week from now, they're not going to give a fuck. It's going to go back to focusing on The Rock and whoever else is alive. And then, God forbid something happens to The Rock, he'll get mourned for 2 weeks, and then they won't give a fuck about him anymore. That's why you have to do really legendary shit while you're alive. Because look at Mozart. He died, but people still salute him. That's why for me, when I do my rhymes and music, I never really cared about it being trendy to get on type of music, because I knew that I'm not doing anything original or legendary or rebellious. And I don't want to have that kind of legacy in life. I would rather be hated by a ton of people, but loved for being Necro by a certain other kind of people that love me, and let it last 10,000 years when people say, who was the most extreme? Who was fucked up in the 2000 fucking millennium, whatever the fucking word you would call it. Who was foul? Wow, that dude Necro, man. Nobody, he was not accepted by the industry. He built his own shit, and the shit was fucking brutal. And you listen to it now in what would be the future? 2,500, right? 2,500, or the year 3,000, and people are listening to Necro Dead Body Disposal. Yo, this motherfucker wrote that shit in fucking 2001? Yo, that's kind of ill. We're still fucking using it now in 3,000.
Right.
Well, in 3,000, they'll probably have new ways to dispose of people, right? They'll be some chemical you just drop on the body and it fucking totally disintegrates you. So my song will be outdated, but it'll be nostalgia. Yo, that's how they did shit back then. So, and nobody since 2001 has dropped a song about disposing bodies better than Necro. I've never heard somebody do Dead Body Disposal better than me. And even if somebody tried now in 2025, it could never fuck with what I did. It would always be oh, okay, but Necro did that shit in 2001. And I like that. Especially even I Need Drugs. Nobody's ever done anything that fucks with that song. Because I'm aware of all the people that tried to do little, remakes or whatever, and shit was garbage. So I feel good knowing I did some shit that nobody's ever done, and it might last 10,000 years from now, And listen, that's cool. But in the end of the day, when you're dead, people can listen to your past, but they don't feel you the same way. You know what I mean? When Prodigy was alive, there was an essence when he would talk and when you would see him. It's yo, that's P. He's ill. Because he was very rebellious, and very quick to shit on people if he didn't like you. Now that he's gone, we don't get any of that anymore. It just comes down to if you want to listen to old shit. And even Havoc doesn't feel as outspoken, right? Or even with the music he makes. It's Prodigy. I feel like Prodigy was fuel for Havoc. You know what I mean? Havoc had that energy, and Havoc was at his best with Prodigy alive. You understand what I'm saying? Because Havoc is incredible, but I feel him losing Prodigy, it might have affected his creativeness. Because P probably would have told him if something wasn't hitting. You know what I mean? Other people are probably going to take anything Havoc shows up with. Oh, that's Havoc. Yeah, I'm going to rock it. P might have been nah. You know what I mean? Nah, let's try that. Let's do that. And listen, that's why Mobb Deep is a great group. You know what I mean? And this is why they have at least 4, 5 classic albums. You know what I mean? Which is not, a lot of people don't have 4 or 5s. That's Metallica level. You know what I mean? To have 4, I feel I got 4 or 5s, but tooting my own horn. But if you ask a Necro fan, not a hater, a guy who loves Necro, he will agree I got 4 or 5 at least. I think I got I think I got 8 actually classic bangers. This is what I consider a classic banger. I don't know if I mentioned it on your the last interview. If you have at least 8 songs on an
Out of 10.
album, what?
Out of 10, right? 8 out of 10?
No. If you have at least 8, no matter what, even if the whole album is just 8, it could be 8 or it could be 20 or it could be 16. If you deliver what somebody would consider, that's a banger, meaning the song's got to be rated at least an 8, 9, or 10. Like, yo, that song is an 8, 9, or 10, meaning the beat is great and the lyrics are great. If you got 8 of those on one album, the album's a classic. Notice a lot of dudes will release albums and you might listen and be like, yo, there's only 4 on here that I like.
Right.
And you take those 4 and put it on a playlist. That, in my opinion, means they did not release a classic album. You understand? Now, you know, people will argue now, guaranteed. And they're going to be, oh, but what if the guy has 30 songs on his album and only has 8? Well, okay, whatever. That would be corny to have 30 songs on an album and only have 8. But if you had 8 that was certified bangers, you can say it's a classic. But who the fuck is going to release an album with 30 fucking songs? It's the standard is 16 to 20. So that means 8 approximately is going to be half. If half of your album is straight up bangers, it's a classic. I don't think it's cool that you had 8 that kind of sucked. But if you listen, if you're delivering what you would consider as a banger, you think that's easy? That means the lyrics and beat were on point. You know what I mean? See, you got to compare it to all the other people that you only heard 3 songs on their album. You understand what I'm saying? Like, how many people? I've heard tons of albums that might have 3 songs that are bangers on it. So if you could get up to 8, me and Hyde agreed that warrants you to get, you know, classic album. It's my listen. It's my opinion. Everyone's got opinions. It's like the Mount Rushmore. You know what I'm saying? Like it's my Mount Rushmore is Rakim, Kane, G-Rap, and KRS. For me. Another guy's gonna, you know, he's gonna say Eminem and, you know, this guy and that, and Jay-Z. And listen, every person has a right to their own opinion. There's no one guy who's going to say this is the Mount Rushmore for everyone. You understand? So I'm just telling you what me and Hyde agreed. You know, PLR crew. We agreed 8 songs that are bangers. You have a classic album. You know, that's why a lot of the you know, the Wu-Tang albums at the time that they were dropping, you know, when everyone was dropping, like, you know, that time frame, that year, the couple of years when Cuban Links came out and all that. And this is why people might say Liquid Swords and Cuban Links, all those are classic, because you could find 8 bangers probably on each of those albums. Same thing with Illmatic. You understand? Even though Illmatic might be only like 10 songs, 8 of them are...
It's really like 9 songs though, right? Because like...
But can we agree there's at least 8 that you'll say, yeah, that's a banger?
Yeah.
But do you think Nas had 8 on his second album? Ask yourself
I think
that.
So. I
don't know if he did. I remember not thinking Nas's second... Is his second album Stillmatic? Or it's a different name?
Stillmatic was in 2001. The second album was It Was Written.
Okay, I remember not thinking he had 8. It might have been okay, and maybe 4.
Some people like It Was Written more than Illmatic.
I'd have to re-listen. But
the reason why I said it was really 9 is because Illmatic, the first song is like 1 minute and 45 seconds. So it's kind of like more like
so
an
give you
intro.
an example. Give you an example. Immobilarity from Raekwon. Do you consider that 8 bangers?
Let me think about it. Let's see.
At the time, everyone shitted on Immobilarity as his sophomore, And I did not think it had 8 bangers at the time. I haven't
Right.
listened to the shit, you know what I mean? Because it was never classic in my mind, so I wouldn't go back to it. But everyone agrees Cuban Links is classic.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for me, example, I'm not tooting my own horn, because when I do these interviews, you know, I never really talk about my music, like, personally thinking I'm the best or whatever. But my fans would say, I Need Drugs got 8, Gory Days got 8, Prefix for Death got 8. Some people might not agree, you know, if they don't like Sex Assist, but they'll agree Death Rap had 8. You understand? So I got like a good 4, 5, 6 albums that a lot of fans will say, oh, you had 8 at least that are bangers. And, you know, listen, this is why certain people get considered great MCs, you know, because if you got the 8 on the album, you're going to get streamed a lot because people can find a lot of tracks they like on your shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You know what's crazy? I love Billy Joel, right? He's one of my favorite, like, as far as what he does, you know, that style. And I've been analyzing him lately because I watched his documentary, and the guy has tons of hit records, you know, obviously enough to do Madison Square Garden constantly. But I don't know if the dude has 8 bangers on each album. That's the only crazy thing. And yeah, I think Michael Jackson also had that problem where Thriller, maybe Thriller was, but if you listen to, maybe I'm wrong, because I know Off the Wall was crazy too.
Right.
But Mike might have only had maybe 5 or 6 bangers on every album, not even 8. So that I'm not saying for sure. We could debate that, but yeah, man. But you know, I'm kind of only pertaining it to hip hop. Because Metallica, I think all first 4, the whole entire album's of bangers, beginning to end. There's not one track I don't like on the first 4 albums. So,
well, it's a little unfair what you're saying about Mike, because Thriller had only 9 songs though. So remember, if we're talking half the songs at least, then that would be.
But I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear. Respectfully, I say, I don't want to hear that. Oh, it's only 9. Because that's the 9 you chose to put out. At least 8 of those 9 should be
I'm
bangers.
saying, based off of what you said earlier, you were saying that at least half of the songs have to be bangers in order for it to be considered.
No, I did not say that. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. I still stand on 8 bangers for the album. What I'm saying is, if you have an album that has 16 or 20, I'm saying at least by having 8, that's qualifying as half of the album. But I just said, Illmatic, it has 8 on it. You understand?
Right.
I'm not saying if you decide to release only 9, you can get away with only 4 being bangers. I'm not standing on that. I'm saying if you release only 9, then you fucking have to stick to having 8 of them being bangers, or you don't got a classic. You're not going to have a classic album if only 4 are good out of 9, in my opinion.
Right.
You have to understand, it's just a protocol that me and Hyde talked about as we're homies listening to albums. Listen, not everybody's going to agree with it. I'm saying that's what me and Hyde decided. If it has 8, it can be like that. Like G-Rap has a lot that are 8. You know what I mean? Like Roots of Evil got 8, at least.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like Wanted Dead or Alive got 8. G-Rap, you know, has 8. Godfathers that I did with G-Rap, tell me you don't got 8. You're fucking lying to yourself. Out of 16 songs we did on Godfathers, you don't think 8 are bangers? You're a fucking bitch. You're a lying bitch hating because you hate on Necro. Because, listen, because I'm gangster. You know what I mean? People don't like me because, you know, my swagger. I'm not one of those, you can't play me, basically. You're not making a jerk out of me in person, you know, without getting punched in your fucking face. So people, they don't want to give me that. Like, oh, I hate that motherfucker, you know, for whatever reason. There's a lot of reasons people hate me. The content, you know what I mean? The content I put out is extreme. Sexist, you know, offended a lot of people. A lot of the murder rap, you know. You ain't that. You ain't that. Yeah, you ain't that either, bitch. A lot of people, they think they're hard because they did one thing that was tough. Like, bro, you're not tough 24/7. You know what I mean? Everyone goes to bed and goes to sleep and chills in their underwear. You know how people act like they're like forever tough, 24/7? Like, nah, you're not, bro. And here's the funny thing. Some of the illest dudes all got murdered. Any dude who was a menace in the hood, somebody weaker killed him. Because the weaker dude was so scared of the tougher dude that he killed him.
Well, you can be touched. Anybody can be touched.
It's happened in history. It's happened in history. Listen, the more overly tough you are, somebody kills you. That's why, there's levels to this. You got to know how to move. That's true thug shit. Knowing how to move because think about it. If everybody in jail was tough, like every single person, everyone would just get killed in one day. Everyone would get shanked. You understand? So there's certain people have to respect certain people to leave that one alone. You know what I mean? And that guy decides that guy can't get left alone. And, it's hierarchy of different levels, You got to know in the street how to move. If you don't know how to move and you just think you're gully 24/7, you get bodied. You get killed quick. You get deaded. And listen, and then people talk about, he was a menace. He's such a legend. I would rather not be that and be alive. You understand? I'd rather be alive and just for you to know you can't play me. I'm good at that level. Just know you can't sum me. And we're good.
All right, Necro, let's get into these questions, bro. I want to start out.
We weren't?
No, that was you in your monologue, man.
Really? Was that one monologue?
Yeah, that was a monologue where we were talking about your health, and then we went into
you got to understand the thing about me. I'm a great interview, so I'll keep talking for 3 hours on one thing.
You are never like uninteresting. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
But I know you're gonna do dead body disposal in this interview. You're gonna chop this motherfucker up into like 50 pieces. So
I feel like people don't have a hard time at all.
You're gonna do a Dexter on this interview, so I'm good with that. You know what I mean? I know that it's gonna. Listen, this is great press for me. It'll keep people talking shit about me for a fucking month. Let's make it 2 months now. 60 fucking clips.
Well, let me start there then, right? Let me ask you.
All right.
What did you think of the reaction from the last interview, though? It was 6 hours long, right? But we still got stories for days. But what did you think about how the people reacted in the comments?
I loved it. You had a lot of bitches. You got a lot of these bitches from the past in my world that know me from 30 years ago. These guys are serious losers that, like, their life is total fucking shit. So they see me shining, talking about everything I've done and and it gets them burnt. So they're in the comments making up lies and talking shit. Then you got the people that love me. They're loving it. They're enjoying it. Then you got that other fan base of yours that kind of hates on me. A lot of them are losers too, because if you think about it, you'll look at their YouTube pages and they've been on YouTube for like 15 years and have like 7 subscribers. So, I mean, if you're going to comment and let people look at you and comment negatively for me to check what you've done in life, and I can see you're a fucking loser, I mean, you're a loser. I'm not. So, I mean, talk all you want. In the end of the day, you got to think about it, right? It's like the 80-20 rule. 80% of what you do only, equals 20% progress, a lot of times or whatever. And it's like the 80-20 rule. 80% of people on the planet are probably bums and losers that don't do shit. 20% are the ones like me and you that actually have a good channel, that do something. Same thing in every industry. You got like 80% of fucking bums and 20% that make shit happen. So I think a lot of the haters, they're that 80% of fucking losers in the world that they haven't done anything. Because here's the thing. Like, what would make you stop your day to diss people nonstop online?
That's seriously a question that I have written down. I was going to ask you, if you don't like somebody, why do you keep going back to watch a clip every day just so that you can type in there, I fucking hate this guy, or he's a piece of shit, yada, yada.
Well, the people I don't like, I click not interested on my YouTube.
Exactly.
Like, that not interested. Like,
do not recommend channel. You know what I mean? Like, just like those type of things.
Well, that's what I do, actually. Like, here's the thing. I might watch certain people. I give them a chance to see if I'm going to like their vibe. And if, I'm just like, nah, I'm not feeling this dude, I click not interested.
Right.
And a lot of times, hopefully, it makes it that they don't show them anymore. And then there's certain other people I like, and I'm glad YouTube shows me their videos nonstop. So, but here's the thing. I've commented maybe in a 365 day, maybe 5 times out of 365 days, I've made a comment on a video, maybe a Pierce Morgan interview where he was talking shit about my people. And I drop some facts, and I know nobody's even going to care. So that's why I don't do it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I might've did it like impulsively, but certain people, you can see that this, because I can also see when they comment online, a lot of I think YouTube shows you all the shit they've commented on.
You
so
can
like,
see
you have
how
to be
many different times they've commented. It's like, and it's pretty much like one on every single video. So it's like you commented 100 times on this channel already. It's
but
crazy,
you want to know
bro.
something? You want to know something? We need these losers, because here's the thing. If nobody comments, you're not going to be able to validate the performance of your videos. So it's like, we need these bums, but they're bums. So it's like, listen, bum, leave your fucking corny comment and thank you for it, because you're helping my engagement. You're making my engagement better, but you're a bitch as a person. Like, Necro, right now, I'm letting you know that I know that you're a bitch. But thank you. I'm thanking you for your shitty comment. And I want to make one thing clear. To all the cool people, I love you and mad respect to you. And if you're a real G, you keep it gully in your world for what you do in life, and you show respect to other hustlers, I salute you.
Yeah, but to me, it's like kind of like, all right, like, I get it. You dropped a comment. You were watching.
I felt like LL Cool J right there. That's something LL would have said.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Right? That's some shit LL Cool J would have said. And listen, LL Cool J is he's the GOAT.
Yeah. But what I was saying though is like, I would rather a hater go make a video, because then it's like you could potentially make money. I understand that if you're gonna do that, but like wasting your time for no reason and you're not getting anything out of it but just hating, that's crazy to me. Like, I don't know how people do that.
Listen, I got one thing to say. They're bums like Lord Jamar.
Oh, come on, man. You know you got me in trouble in the last interview, right? Lord Jamar got mad at me because he saw the part that you were talking shit. He got mad at me, and he was like, yo, why he I forgot who he told. I think he told Cuban. He was like, yo, why Panda interviewed this guy and he talking shit about me and stuff like that.
This
and
guy?
If you notice,
whoa, this guy? You mean you mean the guy who fucking crushes him on Spotify? Who crushes him with a fan base around the whole entire world?
Come on, man.
The guy that crushes him lyrically on beats? Is that the guy we're talking about? Which guy are we talking about?
You're gonna get me in trouble again.
Why would it get you in trouble? This guy's all over the internet talking Holocaust denial, talking flat earth bullshit, trying to diss Professor Dave when he made a dick out of him. Well, he put himself in the public eye to be talked about. Make a video about me. I don't give a fuck. Listen, make a video about me. More people will go to Spotify. Because here's the way it works, man. The more people talk shit about you, they're going to go check and see if you're good or not. Let me go see if Necro's good or not, because I hear all this shit about this dude. Then they go and listen to Dead Body Disposal, I Need Drugs, Who's Your Daddy, Head Split, and they're like, wow. Now this fucking dude dropped fucking supreme bangers. Damn, I kind of slept on this dude. So really, you're just helping me.
Like I said in the last interview, I would like to see you guys debate. I would like to see that, because I got love for Lord Jamar.
Fuck that debate. Nah, you know why fuck that debate? Because he's going to try that Professor Dave bullshit. I'm going to tell him to go eat a dick, and that's it. Like, I'm not going to sit there and be,
it's not going to be respectful.
I mean, if it's respectful, cool, but he's not going he can't be respectful. You know what I mean? Listen, I think the guy's hilarious. I wanted to say it for the record right now. Lord Jamar cracks me up. he's a douchebag, but he cracks me the fuck up. He's hilarious. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it would be comedy. Like, if you're expecting a real debate about flat Earth, like, come on, bro. You serious? Like, here's the thing. I don't even know if that's true or not. Let me ask you, is the Earth flat?
I don't think so.
It sounds like bullshit to me. But what do you think?
I haven't done my research to say, you know
Fuck
what I mean?
the
But
research. I'm asking you right now. Do you believe the Earth is flat or not?
I don't personally believe that, though. But what I'm saying is, though, is I haven't really looked into it, you know,
Forget
other than
about
what we were taught in elementary school.
No. Forget about look into. I'm asking you right now, this second. Do you believe, with what you think in your mind, the Earth is flat?
I don't.
And I don't either. So I automatically think it's bullshit. And why do I think it's bullshit? I guess everything I've learned in life and seen, you know what I mean? And, you know, obviously he's on some shit where he believes it is and da-da-da. And a lot of people think he's a moron. So, you know, but yeah, I can't debate flat Earth. Like, I think you're a moron. What else can I say?
Why do you think that people were like calling you a crybaby and like saying that you complain too much and whatnot?
Because they're faggots that never did anything. If you're a guy that never did anything in life, okay, has anybody who ever did anything that we know of in hip hop called me a crybaby?
Not that I know of.
Point made.
All right. Well, people said that you don't make commercial sounding music, and that's why you don't get acknowledged by the masses. You make hardcore music.
Oh, does Wu-Tang make commercial music?
Well, I guess not. No.
And why is Wu-Tang considered the standard of real hip hop that never sold out? But it's okay for them because they're a black group, which, by the way, was put on by a Jew, Steve Rifkin, who basically made Pun Platinum and allowed RZA to get the best fucking deal ever. A Jew allowed RZA to get the best fucking deal ever, where he could put everybody on Def Jam and all these other labels, where people talk shit about the Jewish man, right? That he's a scumbag to black people in the industry. But Steve Rifkin gave Black RZA the best fucking deal ever. Listen, I love Wu-Tang, and I think Wu-Tang deserve everything they got. And they have. But Wu-Tang are underground still. They should be bigger, but they're on a level that I'm probably not on. You know what I mean? I never had a Steve Rifkin. I was never lucky enough to have a Jew help me on that level. You know what I mean? It would be nice. Would have been awesome. You know what I mean? But I'm obviously different than Wu-Tang. You know what I mean? Wu-Tang's different. You know, Wu-Tang is underground and has a lot of, you know, obscure stuff. They also have a lot of 5% Nation stuff, you know, like that ties into, you know, their upbringing. And I don't have that, you know, so I have an appeal to who I have an appeal to. But, you know, like you'll see rappers that are 10 times, 20 times bigger than me, maybe even bigger than Wu-Tang, white guys that are totally not releasing music like Wu-Tang. Their music is just commercial, like a G-Eazy. Right? I mean, he puts out what I would consider crap. I don't know the guy, not trying to diss him. I'm not using this interview to diss people. You know what I mean? We're talking. I consider what he makes shit.
I've never listened to him, so I don't.
But he's huge,
even know.
Right? I mean, he's considered a big commercial guy. You know, that's what I talk about. When I talk about racism, why is it the only guy who's allowed to be ill that's a white guy and be big is Eminem? But every other white kid has to be shunned low. The whole underground of white kids that are nice, the way Wu-Tang's nice, we're all fucking very much smaller. So you can't bring the content then. Oh, it's your content. No, it's not my content. It's the fact that the industry, when coming up, was very quick to shit on white kids. It's truth. It's true. A lot of these people that comment now, they were not even there. They weren't even there. They weren't listening to hip-hop back then. Remember, I come from the early 90s. I won a demo battle contest on Stretch and Bobbito in 90. That's before Wu-Tang dropped, before Mob dropped, before Nas dropped. I come from that era. So I see the way these magazines were. treating people. And yeah, I mean, media help brainwash people, you know? So it's not me crying. Listen, I don't give a fuck, really. I'm doing an interview now. Like, do you think I give a shit? Listen, point out where I'm making a big stink about this anywhere on the internet, except a video for 5 minutes talking about something. Like, what is the basis of Necro? My catalog of music that 500,000 people on Spotify listen to. It's not like the Necro thing is based around crying that the industry is shady.
Right.
Right? I mean, what is my interview with you? That's one fucking interview out of 1,000 online. And it's an interview. It's not the music. It's not the beats I created. It's a man talking about his experience. So I think the people that actually have done things in the industry, they might not agree with me, but they're not going to diss me for it because they understand maybe prejudices that they've dealt with. Maybe it's a black guy who feels he's been hated on because he wasn't accepted. You know what I mean? Maybe he has a legit prejudice. I don't know. I'm talking about my issues. If you don't want to hear about my issues, don't interview me and don't fucking watch the fucking video.
Right.
Right? If you don't want to hear it, go eat a dick. Go back to what you were doing with your boyfriend. Stop focusing on Necro. Where if you want to hear what I've been through and my view, then you check it out. I mean, listen, I'm a special dude. I'm different than a lot of people. So maybe my experience in the industry is nuanced to me being highly offensive, super brutal, not an ass kisser, independent. You know, it is what it is. You know, if you listen, I can't argue that. If you say, well, part of why you're not treated a certain way is because you weren't able to be pimped as easily as these other guys were. Sure, if you can pimp someone, people help you more. When they see they can't pimp you as much, they don't want to help you. I noticed that. I learned that over the years that a lot of people might not want to help me because they have this thing. Well, Necro's already self-sufficient. So how am I going to make money with this guy who I can't rob? You're not going to get 80% of what Necro does fucking with me. And that's what they get with a lot of these people. 80%. And they give 20%. Obviously, it's a nuanced number, but you understand. Anyway, listen, it is what it is. I'm going to be honest with you. The more interviews I do and as time goes by, I get more mature. And my views on things get nuanced. You know, maybe my views saying hip hop is racist and all that shit, maybe it's a lot of people can't understand it. They can't relate because what they've been through. I don't expect you to listen. If you didn't grow up in Brooklyn, you're white, you're Jewish, you're a hardcore hip hop, you're a violent type dude, as opposed to a peaceful type dude, meaning you bang out. If you don't have all those characteristics, you might not relate to me and think, oh, he's bugging.
You also have fans talking in these comments, right? You can't expect the fans to be able to relate to you as an artist because they're not an artist doing what you're doing, though, too. So it's like they're speaking from a.
But what fans talk negative?
No, I'm talking about the ones that are complaining in the comments. Well, I use fan loosely, okay? So like the haters in the comments, right? They're.
How do you know they're fans? You don't even know these people. These are just random idiots online. You have no clue who this person is at all. Totally, you have no fucking idea what this guy is or who he is or what he says. Here's the reality. Unless you know the person personally, you have no fucking clue who anybody is commenting.
That's true. Well, my point is just...
And notice the couple of famous people that did comment, that gave love, that we know who they are. Not going to mention it now, but certain people, those people showed love. Anybody who could actually be reached in person showed love.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, though, is that the people in the comments that are criticizing you, right, they aren't artists themselves going through what you're going through. So they're speaking from a place more of ignorance, though.
Exactly. And listen, people criticize everybody online. Have you ever seen someone not get criticized online? I mean, everybody. I see 50 Cent getting destroyed by people
Right.
because of how he handled his beef with Big Meech.
Right.
When I agree with 50 Cent, but yet people are dissing him. Well, why? Why do they think he's wrong? If this guy,
let's get into that, right? Because like you're a
okay,
big fan of BMF, the show, right? I know
yeah,
you're
it's
a
a
fan of
great fucking
Power.
show.
Yeah.
I like the
Okay.
show. Yeah.
Did you ever have any interactions with BMF coming up?
Nah, nah, never met any of them, and why would I? They're not affiliated with Brooklyn. They weren't they Atlanta and all that, and like with I've never even performed in Atlanta in my life. I've never been to Atlanta.
What about the situation between 50 and Big Meech? Do you agree with 50 about?
Well, I mean, I would expect a dude like Big Meech, who's been through what he's been through and has a reputation he has, and 50 Cent helped you with millions of dollars, why would you take a picture with his enemy?
Right.
I feel there's no excuse for that. And here's the thing. Let's say he did it by accident. I mean,
It wasn't though, because Rick
okay, but
Ross was
let's
giving
say,
him
oh,
money.
but
Yeah.
okay, if you didn't do it by accident, then it's totally wrong. If you did it by accident, you could have called 50 up and said, yo, I fucked up. My bad. If you feel you're above humbling yourself because you're Big Meech to call 50 up and be like, yo, my bad, that's crazy because this is a guy who helped your son. He probably did more for your son than anybody in the world. So, I mean, I don't know. It looks to me, from the outside, 50 Cent got backstabbed.
Yeah, because what happened was, I guess Rick Ross paid Big Meech some money to show up for a show or something like that. And there's text messages between Lil Meech and 50.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that Big Meech did not know of the beef between 50 and Rick Ross?
Absolutely not. I'm positive that he knew.
Okay, so no excuse. That's it. It's simple. No excuse.
Right. But what I'm explaining to you is that there's text messages between Lil Meech and 50 where Lil Meech is like, come on, like nobody gives a fuck about Ross or whatever. My dad just wanted some money because he's like, coming out.
That's even worse because
Right.
50 looks at it like Little Meech is not loyal, even to his own father.
Do you think, all right, did
Right?
you see the situation?
Or did I get it wrong?
No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. What did you think of the situation with Lil Meech recently with the video footage of him and the police officer? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it. Tell me about it.
All right. So what happened was that he got pulled over in a vehicle with his friend, right? And
Okay.
his friend is asleep. He tosses his guns and like allegedly, I think drugs onto his friend. And they're in Florida, so the guns aren't illegal to have. So he's in the cop car, and the cops all like, "Yeah, we got the guns," and he's like, "It's not illegal though. We're in Florida." Lil Meech is like, "Did you find the other stuff?"
Hold on. Quick question. Does Little Meech have a license for these guns in Florida?
I don't know. They didn't say
No,
that
because he
part.
just said it's not illegal. It's not illegal if you have a license. You can't walk around in Florida without a license.
Right, but the point is the officer is on the footage saying it's not illegal, so there's nothing for him to worry about at that point, right?
Okay.
The way that he's describing the situation. Lil Meech is on the footage saying, "What about the other stuff?" So he's volunteering information, saying like, "What about the other stuff? Did you get it from the other guy?" So he's
here's the thing. A Little Meech, I don't know the guy personally. You know what I'm saying? I just know he's on the show. He does a great job on the show.
right.
And he's the son of Big Meech. Now, obviously, he grew up in a different time. He didn't grow up in the time I did. He didn't grow up in the time 50 Cent did, and didn't grow up in the time Big Meech did. So I don't know what he knows as a human being, as a kid growing up in the street. I don't know if he grew up as even a thug, and now he's just playing a thug. I don't know if he was, you know what I mean, if he was what his father was. That I don't know. So it's hard for me to talk about what you're mentioning now without knowing more about the person. You know what I mean? So maybe, maybe he's just ignorant. And you have to understand, if you know and then you do certain things, that's fucked up because you knew better and you were trying to be fucked up. But if you have no clue, you just made a mistake, then I don't know. So yeah, I would say it's nuanced. How about I
But
would
it gets
rather not
worse, though.
I would rather not comment on it
All right,
because
okay.
I don't know enough about it.
All right, but I was gonna say that it does get worse though, because like his friend gets
Okay.
40 months for it.
His boy got 40 months.
Yeah, 40 months for it.
So what
And
should he have done? So I understand. What should have happened? Tell me so I understand what
I
you're
mean,
thinking.
at that point, I don't think you should volunteer information if they didn't find anything yet, because they had to go back to the car to look for it.
So why did he volunteer information for?
Exactly, because that's why people are criticizing him, saying, "Oh,
Oh.
like you were trying to get ahead of this thing, like just you know what I mean, to like be the first one to cooperate, basically."
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so that's
Well, I
why
mean,
they were criticizing him.
I don't understand that logic. If the cops didn't know, you should be happy you just got away with something.
Exactly.
Yes, I listen. I don't know the dude personally. I really don't have any opinion of the guy. He's great on the show. The show was a good show, but I don't think there'll be another season, right? Because
No.
he pissed 50 off. So
Yeah. And so his boy gets 40 months, and there's footage, or I mean audio recording of him talking to his boy on the phone, and he's apologizing to him, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna make it up to you, man. I'm sorry," and stuff like that. A whole year passes, he doesn't send him any money or anything like that. So then his boy 3 Luck recently just came out and put an Instagram post going off on him, calling him a druggie and all this shit like that. And he calls up to No Jumper, going off on him. And so it's just a bad
No
look.
Jumper.
Yeah. But wait, before we get into No Jumper, right? Before we get into that, but do you think that it's still important in 2025?
Hold on, that guy's still around? He is, after all the fucking his wife did to other dudes?
Yeah. Come on. Wait.
All right.
But do you think it's still important in 2025 to not be snitching?
Well, I mean, if you're raised around not snitching, then it's going to be the way that you perceive how things should be. The problem is a dude like 6ix9ine made a lot of these people feel it's okay. You understand? It was never okay in my world. It was never okay in my neighborhood where I grew up. So, but here's where the nuance comes for Necro. Because I'm aware that my personality will not want to snitch, I'm going to keep myself away from things that will put myself in the position to make me have to choose. I'll give you an example. If I started pushing pounds right now and doing it with a friend, I have to realize that if I get caught, cops are going to want to press me. Assuming if it's a fucking 1 pound, what are they going to press me for him for? But let's say I'm down with some dude who's a huge dealer that can do 10 years off my information. Well, then I need to realize I'm in the game. If you're in that game, to do that. Now, what is the Necro game? What has it been? The Necro game is mostly violence. There's not really been drug dealing or anything like that. And my violence has usually been just beef on tour, and I use my fists. Most of the time, I've used my fists. So for me, an issue would be me banging somebody out physically with my knuckles and getting into a problem so when the situation happened and me and Hyde got locked up for fucking up those cornballs in Switzerland, Zurich, it never came to a point where they were asking me to snitch on anybody. I just admitted what I did. So I had to deal with my consequences. So, I think a lot of these other people, they're getting into situations that will make them have to snitch on another man, a homie, a friend. And I don't put myself in that situation. So I will never have to ever do that. You understand? And maybe these people that are doing things like that don't realize it's going to come to a day where they're going to be sitting in an interrogation room and police are going to say, oh, you're going to avoid 20 years if you don't give up your friend. No, you'll avoid 20 years if you give up your friend. They might not have thought that. They might not have had that thought in their mind to think it through that that's going to be the consequence of their life. You see it in movies all the time, in television shows and all that shit, where people get put to the test. So I knew early on, even in my 20s, this is why I started a record label, was doing hip hop. I was selling weed and dealt with my boy Rob Weeder, who was selling coke, and I was like his bodyguard at the time and riding around. And I never put myself in the position to have to do that to people. Now look at 6ix9ine. He needed these dudes to help him blow up. And then they started putting pressure on him. And he put himself in the position to have to snitch on people. Same thing if you join the mafia. There's going to be a point where you're going to put yourself in a position where you're going to have to rat on somebody or not. So you see, that's what happens. If you put yourself in the position, then you have to make a choice. Am I going to do 20 years or am I going to rat and not do 20 years? So how do I make it where I don't have to make that choice and where I don't have to go do 20 fucking years? Don't put myself in that position.
That's smart, though.
Legal hustle. Be smart.
Yeah.
It could be gangsta with your business and with handling shit and with your knuckles. Because with your knuckles, maybe I'm going to, do a little time. I'm not going to have to rat on somebody. You know, unless I kill somebody with my knuckles, but then I'm the one who did it. So you can't rat that out to anybody because I did it with my own fists. So, why is Lil Meech a dude? Serious question. Why is Lil Meech a guy who's on a hit TV show who has over $1 million supposedly riding around with drugs and guns now?
That's what I was just about to ask you, though, right? So if he's just a regular civilian, he's not from the street life or anything, right?
Didn't his father teach him anything?
Well, I mean,
yo, son, nah. Isn't that the point of father? Listen, isn't that the point of fatherhood?
Right.
Teach your son not to do that? Because you went through
with
it?
50 recently talking about Tammy Cowens, right? And calling Big Meech a snitch. Someone could argue that he taught him something there, though,
Who?
The rumors were 50 saying that he's producing a show now of Tammy Cowens, who was closely associated with Big Meech, right?
Oh, right. You're talking about that she's gonna reveal that Big Meech was a snitch?
Right, exactly.
Okay. So you're dealing with a son who's seen his father do it.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Right.
Right. I mean, listen, a lot of that shit, I don't agree with a lot of it, man. Listen, the Necro mentality is like this. Hold your shit down. In general, your cipher. Roll with only dudes that are down to bang out, that are down to get busy for you. Handle your shit with fists, if you can. Shoot the fair one. And stay away from fucking things that are going to put you away for 20 years. Just don't do it. If it's going to put you away, listen, banging someone out with the fist, yes, you could get, an attempted murder charge. You know what I mean? But I'll go that route. You understand? Listen, I own guns, but do I need them every fucking minute? You understand what I'm saying? Why do a lot of people in the hood use guns? Because they're pussy. Because they're feeble. They can't fight any other way. You understand? So I'm more of a boxer mentality. If we have to go there to the guns, fine. But, if we can handle it like men with the fists first, we'll go that route. Because New York City is very unforgiving to illegal guns. Even if you get caught without a clip. Like, you know what I mean? So if you have brains, if you're a smart dude, you're going to think, well, how do I get around this? Okay. And listen, you know, some people don't want to have to box or build their body up. They want to just rely on the gun. A lot of dudes in the hood, they rely on the gun. That's it. Okay. I think rely on the gun, you might do 25 years. So, you know, you have to think about consequences. That's one thing you have to do. You have to weigh consequences. And I've always been the type of guy that I think even before I punch you in the face, I'm thinking, I'm looking around. Are there any police around? Is this going to be a problem for me? Can I get away with this? Because, things can go left very quickly, when you're in a beef. You know what I mean? So, I'm not saying every time, I'm pausing time to look around, but my spider sense, does this make sense? Consequences. You have to think about what's going to happen down the road. And obviously, Lil Meech does not think about consequences. He was not taught and didn't learn that in the hood himself. So,
well, you saw the video of him when he was at the airport and got caught with guns, right? Do you remember that one?
Listen, this is my opinion. Anybody who gets caught at the airport with a gun is a fucking dumb fuck. Your brain is not working. You should have an excuse from a doctor that says his brain was not working at the time. I can't even think of a reason that you would be that dumb.
Yeah, he was trying to say it was his bodyguards.
All right, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Nah, bro, that's just ignorant. That's just very stupid ignorance. That's when I think he might be on drugs. Same way Jules Santana did it. And, other people, they might have been on the lean. Maybe They were on lean and just didn't realize it. If you're on lean, I've never taken it before, but maybe it messes with your head so much that you don't even realize I'm bringing a gun with me now to what I'm doing because you're not thinking. So listen, if lean is making you do that, you have a lean problem.
Right.
You need to go to a rehab. You need to quit. I don't understand some of these hood people. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm from the hood. Don't mean I relate with dummies. You know what I mean? I relate with 50 Cent. We're talking about a dude that's hood, mad respected for being hood. I think I'm similar to 50 Cent in a lot of my moves. Not as successful, but in mentality. Like the way he punched Ja Rule in the face when Ja Rule stepped to him early on, talking shit somewhere, and he stuffed him. That's a Necro move. You know what I mean? So here's another difference between certain people and why I'm more like 50. 50 started out broke, and now he's a mogul and he's rich at 50. At 50 years old. Dame Dash made a lot of money in the 20s and now is broke at 50. At 50 years old or older. I'm more like 50. I grow and get smarter as I go, where Dame Dash got dumber as he got older. You understand?
Man, how'd you know that was my next question? That was literally my next question.
I didn't know because I'm not trying to diss Dame Dash after the first time I did.
I definitely wanted to ask you.
But I'm making a parallel between 50 Cent's treatment of money and Dame Dash's treatment of money. Dame Dash should be richer than ever. Could you imagine me if I made the money Dame Dash made as Necro? You'd think I would have let me being a Jew? Not that Jew means anything, but the way Jews are considered great at money. You think I would fuck up my money? I wouldn't have turned my shit into 100 million by now? How the fuck do you have all that money and you're broke now? Like, how do you fuck yourself up that much? You're that dumb? You obviously were smart enough to figure out how to make a lot of money. I can't relate to that, man. I don't understand. I just don't understand.
It was really sad, though, was really sad to see that he had to sell his 1/3 share of Reasonable Doubt, and they sold it like for like nothing, pretty much. It seemed like it's crazy.
I don't understand how you have all that money and you don't even attempt to pay taxes. I mean, I can get it if you're not making a lot of money, you know, that's one thing. But if you're hitting the million bracket, how do you not, first of all, have an accountant that you trust working for you? Not somebody that you're going to let work for you blindly and control your money, but somebody who gets hired to be on your team. Now, I made $1 million. Let me hire this fucking guy who I interview, and make sure he's good and just talk to him. Tell me how I don't get fucked on this money now. Could you imagine if some of these dudes that made millions just hit the government, not even with the full amount, just gave them like $1 million out of their 10 that they made? The government would not be as brutal on them. They're not giving anything to the government. That's when the government comes and smacks the hammer down on them, because they're totally not doing anything. I'm not saying I agree with it. Fuck the government for that, fuck IRS, but you're putting yourself in positions. Here's what I'm saying. When you're young and dumb, you get into beefs and things that will get you in, to go to central booking, maybe do a bid. After 20 years old, don't you start wising up? Doesn't your brain mature a little bit to start learning things a little more? And making your first $1 million or 10 million, no matter what age you are, that should hit a radar. I'm in a money bracket. And I heard Damon Dash owes like $8 million in taxes or what, $5 million. Why the fuck do you owe that much money, man? Like, why didn't you spend 1 week with an accountant? Just 1 fucking week to get that on point.
He's got a lot of issues though, because like he's gotten sued for defamation, all types of things.
Yeah, with his teeth.
You
said he had a lot of issues. I'm saying, yeah, with his teeth.
Come on, man.
No, I'm not even trying to diss you. I'm saying him. I'm saying apparently this fucking guy has an issue with his teeth. If you had so much money that this guy ever had, would your teeth still be fucked up?
No.
Wouldn't you just put 5 Gs into your teeth?
That's like one of the first things people fix.
Yeah, I'm confused, bro. I'm confused. And listen, I'm a dude that tried to link with the guy. I was thinking like, maybe I could learn something. Honestly, I learned for free what not to do. What not to do when you get money. Follow Damon Dash. Damon Dash is the blueprint of what not to do when you become rich.
Well, did you see that he has to sell his whole network?
That's sad, man, because I know how much work he put into that. And, I seen the amount of shows and shit. And like, even though I didn't think the quality was that good, but if I had the privilege to do a Necro channel on that level, because it's not that easy, so he probably did pump some millions into it, I think my content would have been 100 times better. But I feel bad that he had to lose all that work. That's a waste.
Yeah, man.
That's a fucking waste. I mean, is he going to have any control over it, or he just hands it to somebody else? First of all, who the fuck would want to buy it anyway? I honestly don't think it makes money.
Well,
I could be wrong.
The government's making him sell it. The government's making him sell it. So I don't know if anyone's going to want to buy it.
It doesn't even matter if it makes money or not. It might be a total dud.
Yeah, he has to sell off all his assets.
So who's buying it? So who the fuck is buying it?
Well, we don't know yet, but he has to though. He doesn't have a choice. He has to sell it off, and like movies that he owns and all that type of stuff, like any assets that he has.
I don't think anybody could even make money with the new American channel, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't think it's appealing to enough people. I think he kept it very niche, and I don't know, man. I don't want to talk shit, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really don't. But like, you're interviewing me, and I like to have an honest convo. Like, we're just kicking it. I just want to have a real convo with you, and we're discussing Damon Dash's business. Listen, he makes it public. If he didn't want anybody to know all this shit, he would keep it fucking to himself, right?
Well, he said though that if you worry about another man's finances or business, then you're gay.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he makes everything in his life public. So I don't think anybody is worried about his finances. And here's the funny thing. Like I said, he is the poster child of what not to do when you make money. So thank you. I thank you, Damon Dash. You're when I get to a certain level, I'm going to think about you. Like, yo, think about how he fucked everything up and how I'm not gonna.
Did you see even Cameron commented on it though?
Cameron seems to be doing well.
Yeah.
Cameron seems to be a guy understands how to handle money and shit, not to overly force himself and to be smart and not shit on people as he came up in the game. And I get good vibes from Cameron, to be honest with you. Like I'm not a huge Cam fan lyrically. I think he does his thing, but like, yeah, I don't have anything negative really to say about Cameron that I saw. You know, he seems to be just doing his thing, you know? See, the problem with Dane that makes it such a sad story is because he made it so public how he's such a flosser. And now he made it so public that he's not anymore. You understand? Like Cameron never did anything like that. 50 doesn't even do that. 50 barely flosses anything. And you know he's chilling. I don't think it's that you can't floss. I think there's ways to do it, man. You know what I mean?
It was really his approach though, because he was so about a man doesn't do this, a man does this. Why are you doing this? You a man, blah blah blah. And like he just was so overly with people. You know what I'm saying? Like he was like looking down on
I think
people.
he should listen. I think Jim Jones made a point. If you shit on all the people on your way up, you got to see all those people on the way down. And I think Dame probably really shit on a lot of people on his way up with Jay-Z. They were untouchable, and Dame probably had a really nasty attitude. It's probably the reason that Jay got so big. He was the bad guy,
Yeah,
and
that's what
Jay
they
was
say.
able to be the good guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jay realized, I'm not going to be a billionaire with this dude anymore. I need to align more with Leo Cohen types. I don't think it's about black and white. I think it's about attitude and how you handle shit. I think Dame likes to make everything black and white, but I think the problem is, look at him, bro. Now, a dude who had that $100 million, and you don't have it anymore, bro. If I had $100 million, I would easily be a billionaire, easily.
Yeah, so
Easily.
Cameron was saying basically that he didn't manage his money well enough. He should have managed his
And
money.
his relationships with people. He aligned with a lot of whack people. If you look at the people that he co-signs now, they're garbage. And when I tried to link with him, I didn't even ask him for anything. I didn't want $1 from him. He wouldn't even link with a Brooklyn dude like me. Like you know, but you know something? To be fair, maybe Dame had a lot of problems at the time that I was trying to link with him. And maybe like he couldn't even deal with me. So I'll cut him slack on that. Maybe he was going through all this shit. You know?
You guys gotta clap it up for Necro, man, because in this interview, he has shown a lot more maturity in the way that he's discussing certain things. You keeping it real still. You keeping it 100 still. You know what I mean?
Listen, maybe Dane Dash should have just told me, like, yo, Neck, you're ill. I looked at what you're about. But I'm going through a lot of bullshit now. And why don't we just maintain a relationship? We could just be cool. Maybe once a month we speak or do a Zoom or something, or every couple of months. He could have just let me know that we could keep it like that. I would have fell back, never said anything negative, and he would have just had a friend in me. Somebody who at least, ain't whack.
Right.
But I think he likes to align with people who are yes people, who probably don't talk the way I do and tell them, and just people that ain't dope. Nobody he rocks with. I mean, obviously, Freeway's dope, and people like Freeway are legends. So no disrespect to Freeway. I'm saying some of the other people that he's working with, like that really have no names, they're not going to become big. You know what I mean? Like they're not going anywhere. So why would you align with that? You should have
Did you
just
listen to his rock album?
Nah, I'm not gonna listen to it because he's not gonna make anything I like. That rock is not gonna be shit I would listen to. I listen to Metallica tape shit, Slayer.
He just
Death
did an
metal.
interview where he stopped the interview right in the middle and was saying, "Download the album and listen to it. I'm gonna go smoke a joint, and
Yeah,
I'll
he
be
was.
back."
But wasn't he dressed like a cowboy with his face covered?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I don't get that either. Like, what's going on, bro? Yo, that dude is spiraling into full. Like, bro, who the fuck is gonna give a shit that he made a rock album now? Him, of all people, Dame Dash. Bro, he's lost it. So here's the thing. I don't feel bad for a dude that had 100 million and blew it. I'm not gonna feel bad for him. You know why? Because I never had 100 million. And I don't think anybody would give two shits if I fucked it up. They wouldn't feel bad for me. They'd laugh. So, but I'm not laughing. I'm just saying, like, it's unfortunate for anybody on the planet to have $100 million or more and somehow fuck it up. Even with the woman, like, how do you not know to do a prenup? How do you not know not to marry some chick who can take half? Look at 50. 50, like, basically shit on that girl Cuban because she asked for 10 G's. I respect that, actually, because he was willing to buy her things on his own. But once she started asking for money, he saw something like, nah, I gotta lay the law.
yeah. They were together for like 2 years or something like that.
Yeah,
too.
but 50 is a dude that can have anybody he wants.
Yeah.
So when you can have anything you want, you don't have to tolerate not a damn fucking thing. And he's at a level where, nah. And listen, I don't know the nuances of the relationship. That's just what I heard. But I'm just saying, compare that to Dame Dash claiming he lost hundreds of millions to the fashion lady that he helped make a brand. How do you fuck that up, man? How do you make a fashion brand with a chick and fuck it up and to lose hundreds of millions? Listen, it doesn't happen only to Dame. It happens to a lot of people get fucked up. I think when you come up the way I do, which is slow step by step by step by step, by the time I get to the levels they've been at, I'm not fucking it up.
Right.
You understand? Because like I'm way too careful now. Way too smart. Doing way too much research to allow myself to fuck up everything that took me 20 years to get to. 25 years. You know, I think those guys became rich really early. Right? After like 5 years. After 5 years. They didn't have the internet and AI and all these tools and to ask it like, yo, what do I do? So yeah, you know, it is what it is. I just want to make it clear. Like, I'm not trying to shit on, let's say, a Damon Dash, you know? We're just discussing hustling, how to deal with money, how to deal with people. And I think people can learn from it. You know, people that are trying to elevate themselves by hustling, the dialogue is something they could use in their own life.
Absolutely, man. All right, the Diddy trial. Diddy was found not guilty on the RICO and trafficking side. What was your thoughts on the whole situation?
Is Diddy doing any time?
Well,
what's happening?
He's facing the Mann Act, right? 2 charges of the Mann Act, which is prostitution, and it carries a maximum of 10 years per charge. He's been in there for almost a year. They're predicting he's probably just going to do like a couple of years, but Trump is considering pardoning him. So we don't know yet.
Well, the only thing I know from my information that is factual is him beating up Cassie. Beating up a woman is bitch shit, in my opinion. If you beat a woman, you're a bitch. It's just the way I think. Necro mentality. That doesn't mean you can't have rough sex when a chick agrees to it. Right. But if you're beating a woman because she's not obedient, or she didn't want to get with you, or you love her and it's not working out, I think you're a pussy-hole. So I think Diddy is a bitch for that. So whatever he should do for that, yeah, he should probably do for that.
Well, that was outside of the statute of limitations, though, so he's
Okay,
not getting charged for
but
anything
listen,
there.
that's what I'm saying regarding that. Now, as far as the freak-offs, I don't think there's anything wrong with freak-offs. I mean, go back to the Roman times. They were freaking off. People have been having freak-offs forever. So unless you're doing something that would be considered wrong, like including minors, if they were all consenting adults, what is the problem with the freak-offs? I don't see a problem with that. The corniness of 1,000 bottles of baby oil, I mean, if he was using it for some, homosexual shit, I don't approve of that. If he was using it to just oil up paid hookers, I mean, he's just a freak. The guy's into freaky shit, and I'm the sexist. I mean, I like freaky shit, but not anything illegal that would be considered improper. The beating of a woman like he did, that's wrong. Freak-offs, not a problem unless you're doing something that is fucked up. So I'm asking you now, because I didn't follow the thing. Did he do something illegal?
The prostitution.
What did the prostitution consist of? When you call it prostitution, what was he ordering hookers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paying for sex workers.
Is that
paying
illegal?
For sex workers.
Is that illegal?
It is illegal. It's illegal. And also having them travel state lines too.
I don't think that's wrong, paying for prostitutes or ordering hookers, because those hookers want it. It's their job. So I don't agree with making prostitutes be criminals. I'm against that. I don't see the point of that. If you're not harming anybody, why can't, if you want to sell your asshole, let them do it. It doesn't bother anybody. Like, how is that a bother to anybody? It's only a bother to Christians and people who are religious, who think it's against God and da-da-da. But me as Necro, I don't think it's a problem for you to do that. You understand? Because in my opinion, a lot of women, especially all the ones in the club, they're basically prostitutes anyway. A lot of the women in the club fuck more unsafe than prostitutes do, who are actually way more safer. Sex workers are more safe than your average 19-year-old that goes to a nightclub on a Friday night. Those girls don't fuck without rubbers, where prostitutes use rubbers. So, and a lot of women make you pay in some way to even get with them, especially the more beautiful ones. So
you're going to pay in some kind of way, right? Whether
yes, I don't know how I feel about
drinks.
That. Like, you telling me that he paid for prostitutes, he should do 20 years for that? Then everybody should do 20 years for that, because I'm sure tons of politicians in America and all over the world pay for prostitutes on the low.
Well, the whole thing was really serious because they were trying to say that Cassie wasn't down with doing the freak offs, and he was forcing her against her will.
That's
right?
Different. If you're doing,
but she was the one that was finding the prostitutes and paying them directly.
Listen, if you're doing white slavery, fucking human trafficking, and it's legitimate that you're doing it, it's a problem. That's obviously a crime. It's the biggest crime in Europe, more than even the mafia, like more than drug selling. In Europe, human trafficking. So I'm the only rapper in history, shameless plug now, that made a song about human trafficking with a video. It's called The Human Trafficking. People should go check it out. Super brutal. Got me fucking banned for a year from Best Buy, because that was my single at the time for the Die album in 2010. So, and it wasn't me even promoting it, because I don't promote it. It was me explaining it. Like how hip hop explains the hood, I was explaining human trafficking. And yeah, it's fucking brutal. Now, was Diddy doing it? The same way they're accusing the Tate brothers. Were they doing what you would consider legitimate white slavery, human trafficking? That's a crime. If that's, I don't know. I'm not the judge and jury. I'm not the judge and jury on whether Puff Daddy did that shit. Like with Cosby, 40 women came forward and said he, did things to them badly. So I thought it made sense for him to get locked up. Where Ron Jeremy was a porn star, and the women that were coming up against him were porn stars, a lot of them. So how can you be a bitch that gets fucked in your ass all day, claiming that Ron Jeremy is doing wrong by you? That didn't make sense to me. Cosby, on the other hand, was the Cosby Show.
Right.
And he was all about putting Spanish fly in people's drinks. He said it public. So, I mean, if 40 women came forward and they were able to prove it, maybe he deserved it, So with Diddy, is there proof of human trafficking? Where's the proof? Did they prove that Cassie was being held under duress? So
that's the thing though. Like this case was just like so hyped up that I feel like in the end it didn't live up to that, because we thought that there was going to be so much more salacious stories, so much crazy proof that he's just an animal and stuff. And
listen, Puffy is probably a scumbag, but for many different reasons. He probably treated artists like shit.
Right.
He's been rich. He has a power trip. Probably did a lot of corny things. A lot of those guys do. I guess you're gonna have to ask the Locks. How did Puffy treat you ultimately? Did they do you bad? Is that why you had a whole campaign to get on Rough Riders? Because Puffy did you wrong? Or did he do you right, but you just didn't think you fit with Bad Boy? I don't know if it's enough, but here's the thing. That he beat Cassie physically in that video. So there's a good chance he did do some shit to her. And maybe that should be the shit he gets locked up for. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have 100% full opinion on the Diddy shit because I don't know. Do you know?
That's what I was going to tell you, is that I feel like the prosecutors didn't do a good job of really proving. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove, right? It felt like they just really dropped the ball on this whole thing. I feel like what they proved.
On his face?
What they proved was that.
Did they drop it on his face?
Freak.
Yeah.
Well, you heard about that, right?
Said they
about
dropped the balls.
No, but did you hear the freaky details about like how?
I'm not interested in the Puffy's freaky details. Are you interested?
No, I'm just telling you what was exposed.
I'm just asking you. Are you interested in hearing the freaky details with that?
I'm not interested.
With that male stripper? Is that shit you want to hear?
So you know about it then?
I know that there was something going on with some dude, but I didn't want to know any further. I left it at that and focused on my life. But I'm having a feeling you delved deep into it when you heard about it.
I feel like everybody saw the headlines.
I'm asking you, did you delve deep in knowing?
No, I didn't dive deep. I'm saying everyone saw the headlines and the statements that were made on the stand.
You didn't dive deep? Pause.
Shut up, man.
Pause. Because Puffy dives deep, I think. That's one thing about Puffy that I don't know if it's a crime. I think Puffy's LGBTQ on the low when no one's looking around. He was on
some cuck shit though, because he was just in the corner with a scarf over his face watching the sex worker.
Yeah, right. He was controlling the baby oil fucking gun, right? The water gun filled with baby oil. He was just making sure they were greased up.
No, he was using the Astroglide, they say, to just jerk off in the corner while watching Cassie get fucked. That's what.
Yeah, I think he put an ashtray up his ass with all the cigars in it. I think Puffy's into some creepy shit.
Well, they said that he was having the sex workers pee in her mouth.
And she liked it. I guarantee she liked it. How do I know she liked it? Because she did it. It wasn't forced. She allowed that.
She had them busting
Keep
her.
It real. Would you like to piss in Cassie's mouth? I would love to.
No.
Imagine having Cassie in front of you willingly, with her mouth wide open, saying, "Do your thing, son." Would you?
I'm not really into the pissing,
It's not
busting, or
about
nothing
it's
there.
not about being into it. It's about the privilege of doing it
The privilege
and knowing she wants it done.
This guy, man. All right, but what I was saying to you was that they were having the sex workers busting her, and she would run, bust on her, and she
Yeah.
would run over there, and he would rub on his nipples. Diddy
I
would
notice
rub
you're really into this convo. This part of the interview.
I'm just letting
You're
you know
heavily
that
into this.
I'm saying that this is the kind of sick shit that this guy was into.
Nah, I hear you. Listen,
Yeah.
did you read the manuscripts and details of what was done?
What do you mean?
Like the manuscripts that described all these things you mentioned. Did you read them ever?
I read the throughout the trial, the statements made on the stand.
So let me ask you a question. Did you apply any of that in your own life?
Hell no.
Okay.
He's sick fuck.
So listen. Listen, unless he did something illegal, I don't give a shit how many dildos he shoves up his asshole. You know, I don't care because it doesn't affect me and I'm focused on my life.
Right.
Did the guy do anything illegal? That's what it comes down to. Did he do something illegal and did they prove it? Right? That's what it comes down to.
They definitely didn't prove it enough.
If you didn't prove it, leave the guy that was fag shit alone. Let him fucking do what he's got to do, and that's it, man. I guess, right? Would you want to be a billionaire and get fucking attacked and harassed because you're a billionaire?
Well, you know what they're saying though is that, because I saw this interview with Scott Storch, and Scott Storch said that he thinks whenever you go after anything big like oil or alcohol, then you have problems. And you remember Diddy was suing the owners of Sabac, right? And then after that, all these
you
problems
mentioned
came.
oil, baby oil. Is him owning so much baby oil? Did he go? Did he
I
go
think he was
after?
Sponsored by baby oil.
Oh, he's sponsored by them. Okay, so then there shouldn't be a problem,
right?
Which oil are you talking about? Like Arab oil?
That's what Scott Storch was saying. Like, if you go after these big entities that control like these big, major money stuff, then you'll have issues. And basically,
no, that's true.
Diddy didn't have any problems until he sued the owners of Sabac.
Interesting.
Because after that, everything went downhill.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about Puff Daddy. Fuck him. He's not helping me with anything. He has billions. He put himself in the position he's in by all the shit he did. No? I mean, do you think he was just attacked innocently? He never did nothing to anger anybody?
No, I think he's a shitty person. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a shitty person.
So fuck him then. Really, I never really liked him. Something about him. I was like, this guy's a douchebag.
I feel like, do you believe in karma?
I do. That's why.
So I believe that karma comes back to you.
Who's the perfect example of karma? Damon Dash. Dame Dash is karma. Listen, 50 Cent was fucked up growing up. Way more iller than Damon Dash was in the street. He paid his price. Karma got shot. And now has great karma. Dame Dash became super rich early, treated everyone like shit on his way up, while I bet 50 treated everybody awesome, and now Dame's karma. So I believe in karma 100%. And I think a lot of my karma being fucked up and not blowing up as big as I wanted to, because I should be huge, as big as Eminem, I think. People listening will be like, yeah, all right, whatever. But I think I should be. Meaning, I'm not saying I'm as good as him at what he does, but as a white dude who rhymes the style I do, with the way all these rap rock groups blew up and all that, I should have been signed and gotten and all that. But I think my childhood was a little more grimy and thugged out than maybe an Eminem might have been. I think Eminem was more of a good kid. I did more fucked up shit, crime, and just foul shit. Younger. And I actually believed that some of the shit that I went through was because of karma. I actually did believe that, that karma screwed me over. And I believe karma probably fucks over a lot of people. A lot of people you see that went to prison and now they're out doing okay. They probably had bad karma. I had to go do that 20 years, 15 years They're out now. Maybe they'll have a good life now. They have good karma now. Karma might affect you in different ways. I might have my best life now, because I went through everything I went through. So, listen, karma is something that each person is going to give his opinion on, right? Because it's not something we know for a fact is what it is. Each person has his own interpretation. But I do believe, because what is karma? It's cause and effect. I do believe in energy. What you do affects what happens. That's what karma is. It's cause and effect. So what you do is your outcome. Listen, the cause of certain bad things I did might have hurt me in the industry. Maybe using the N-word hurt me, even though I was using it the way any black rapper uses it. It might have affected me where certain key people who might have aligned with my talent just thought I was bugging. You understand? But the cause of me being a super beat digger and working on my machine made me great beats. The effect of my cause of studying how to make beats, I have classic shit. So every cause, good and bad, is going to lead you to an effect. You understand?
It's a fact, man.
Yeah.
So on that note, I want to ask you, were you a fan of wrestling growing up?
No, because my grandmother, Bobby, rest in peace, she loved Ivan Putski. She used to that was like the Polish wrestler at the time. I think Hulk Hogan was around then. And she loved him. But I was never into wrestling, I guess because I thought it was fake.
Mm.
I knew it was considered like a fake thing. So I was never the kid that got into wrestling. I was into a lot of other things like G.I. Joe and baseball cards and, wrestling. No.
What did you think of the controversy, though, recently with Hulk Hogan passing away and some people, predominantly those in the black community, arguing while he was an icon in childhoods, he was a racist person behind the scenes?
I think they're right for that. Bottom line, if the guy said what he said, that's fucked up.
Because you heard the tape before too, right? Back in 2012?
I don't know if I heard it exactly. I saw a post or whatever, but I heard he said what he said in a racist way, and I don't approve of that. There's really no excuse for it. You know what I mean? Listen, I don't think there was any excuse for Eminem being racist, because I wasn't like that at 17. And I grew up in the projects with black kids trying to kill me every day. But I still judged people. You have to understand, how could I hate black people when I might be fighting decepts all day in the projects who hate me because I'm white, but my idol is Big Daddy Kane. My idol is Rakim, G-Rap, KRS. And I'm hoping that they don't hate me. I'm not watching them thinking, they hate my guts. I'm thinking, these guys are different. The guys in the hood, they don't have hip hop. They're ignorant. They're dealing with only what they know. Or maybe they dealt with racism before me, with older white kids that diss them. So I'm getting I'm getting the brunt, whatever the fucking word is. I'm dealing with the repercussions of what they dealt with. Because I heard that in the projects of Glenwood, my projects in the 50s, it was a lot of white, Jewish, Italian, and they would beat up the blacks that moved in. So when I moved in the 80s, I had to deal with the fact that now I'm the little white kid, and a lot of these black kids are 18 now, and they're angry. So, I'm not saying it was right. I'm saying both sides were wrong. So, I had a nuance. I don't like people if the person is an asshole. Did Hulk Hogan have a specific gripe with the dude who was going out with his daughter? Or did he just have a problem with the color in general? And from what I understand, he was just attacking all black people in general. It wasn't like, I don't like that dude. It wasn't like, I don't like that dude because he's an asshole who hit my daughter. From what I understand, he wasn't a bad guy. She's still with him. So, listen,
I would never understand is.
Listen, you know what it's like? It's like, this is how I compare it to in my head right now. It's like Africa Bambaataa. People love him, but he's a child, right?
Right.
He Hassan Campbell, allegedly. So, you know, the same way KRS-One was like, you know, he was like not totally dissing Africa Bambaataa because Africa Bambaataa is this legend. I feel that some people feel Hulk Hogan is a wrestling legend, but he did that. Africa Bambaataa is a hip hop legend, but kids. So I think if you diss Hulk Hogan, you have to diss Africa Bambaataa. Yeah, and you have to diss anyone else like that does shit like that. So I don't stand with Hulk Hogan with doing that. That's corny. And I don't give Eminem a pass for dissing black women on record. I would have never did that. My inclination as a child of 17 would never think, let me make a song while I'm listening to Video Music Box and hip hop. Let me make a song dissing black women because I went out with one. That's like very immature, stupid mentality. Like you already don't know wrong from right at 16, 17. I could understand if he was 5 years old and didn't know better. 16, 17, you already knew what you wanted to do with your life. So, you know, I don't give a pass to people that are racist on that level like that. But like I said in another interview, I believe everyone is a little racist when nobody's looking. The same dude who says, oh, I would never be racist, ever. When nobody's looking, he might say something here and there, you know, but nobody's looking. So nobody knows, doesn't hurt anybody. Hulk Hogan, you know, like, if that's how he felt, because I seen Hulk Hogan with certain black people and he was buddies with them. So did he really not like black people? You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that you hated every black person. But what he said...
There's different levels.
Exactly. I believe his level was like, I don't want you with my daughter. But if you're a celebrity, you're doing your thing, it's all love. Listen, I believe there's a lot of black people...
Which is still wrong. That's still wrong.
Listen, I believe there's a lot of black people that think the way Hulk Hogan thought. They'll rock with you on some shit, but when nobody's around, they'll like, I don't want you in my family. Is it wrong? Sure, it's not cool. It's not the right thing. It's not how you should think as a human being. You know, but that's how some people think. And I'm not defending it. Like I saw Michael Rappaport defending it, or like, bro, for you to make a video defending that, you're like a total schmuck. Like,
well, what happened with that though, right? It was that he said he wasn't aware of him making racist comments. He was defending just in general.
Right. I think I saw that. Okay, listen.
Yeah, then he walked it back though. And
Okay, so fine.
But which is hard to believe though, right? Because he's like, Michael Rappaport's really tapped in to like...
Well, he's a douchebag anyway, Michael Rappaport, because the reason I think he's a douchebag is for two reasons. He flip-flopped on Trump, and he was like super against Trump publicly. And then he started sucking Trump's dick after. So I don't like flip-flops like that. And then he also said he never heard a dope white rapper except, and like didn't even mention anybody from my era. Not me or anybody. Like, fuck that dude. You know what I mean? Like, totally try to shit on what I do so he can eat a dick. But he was always the corniest actor in every movie. I never liked him. He was always like, look at this dick. He never played a dope role where you were like, yo, he's actually a good character. So, I mean, whatever.
That's true.
Fuck him.
Remember his role in Higher Learning?
Yeah, that was stupid. I didn't like that movie. I thought Busta Rhymes was mad racist in that movie.
What happened exactly with Adam22?
We were cool, and then I made that 6ix9ine video. I was trying to get on his network to do a Necro thing because people loved our interview, and we got almost 500,000 views, and it was more than a lot of other people that are supposed to be popping in that world. And so it did very good. And I mean, he was considering it, but I don't live in Cali. I live in New York. So it created kind of an issue where, you know, the logistics. I was like, what if I just do it from New York? I'm your guy in New York representing, you know, No Jumper. Because I didn't want to have to build it for myself because my channel gets demonetized a lot. And I was like, all this work and I'm not even going to make money. I would rather it be seen a lot and not even do it for the money, just do it for the controversy of good combo, you know? And he was considering, you know, rocking with me, you know, just, it didn't get solidified perfectly. And we didn't really have a beef. I actually thought we were cool because when we would speak, there was no problems at all. It was always cool. It was mainly around me pitching myself for No Jumper and him considering different options. And then that whole cuck thing started happening, you know, with the dude who's a black star and fucked his wife and he was getting destroyed on the internet and being called a cuck. And I you know, I wasn't dissing him at the time. And the thing that created an issue was, have you seen my video? I think I asked you if you saw it, and because you didn't last time. Did you see my video I made destroying 6ix9ine, the animation video of his?
Yeah.
Where he got fucked in his ass at the in the bathroom,
Right.
at the LA Fitness.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yep. Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I thought that video was genius. I was like, yo, everybody's got to see it. Especially anybody who hates snitches and doesn't like, you know, that whole pro snitch bullshit, they'll love this video. Just even for comedy, just like to like it, you know, it's dope. So I remember pitching it to Adam. All I wanted was a repost. I didn't ask him for anything crazy. I was like, yo, I just dropped this video. Can you repost it? Because I was in that mode where I was posting it up. And he was like, 6ix9ine, nobody cares about him now. He's dead news now. Like as if like me making my video was old news. Like, you know, like, but nobody on the earth has made a video that brutal with 6ix9ine getting fucked in his ass by the dudes who beat him up. It was comedy. It was hilarious, bro. You got to watch the video. It's total not like he gets his head cut off. Like we fucking destroy that dude. And at the end of the video, he shoots himself in the head crying. Yeah, man. So anyway, I don't even think Adam gave it a chance to watch the video. He was just being an asshole. And I'm like, what do you mean 6ix9ine's not relevant anymore? I checked and I was like, you did a whole expose on him 6 months ago on No Jumper. 6 months ago, you did a whole expose on the guy. I don't remember what it was, but he did some kind of video focusing on 6ix9ine and you know, everything controversial with him. So why are you trying to diss me now? When I just made an incredible video, we're supposed to be cool. And I didn't even ask for anything. I didn't ask him to put it on the No Jumper channel, like post it or anything. I just said, can you give me a repost? And here's the thing. I wasn't even sweating the repost that much because it might have not did that much. It bothered me more that he was dismissing my work. And his excuse for dismissing it was that I was focusing on something that was played out already. And it was far from played out because nobody ever did anything addressing the 6ix9ine beatdown at LA Fitness. So I'm here delivering great content and you're like trying to diss my effort. And that's what created a rift between me and Adam. So I don't remember exactly, but it was just a Twitter back and forth. And I called him a cuck. I was like, you know, like that was my way to like, you're a douchebag. Fuck you. You're a fucking cuck. You know, you let a dude fuck your wife? Who does that? I basically, you know, I jumped on the bandwagon of everybody shitting on him at that point because I felt he was dissing me. And then he was like, oh, you're a bozo. No. Try to like diss my numbers. And I was like, I think I proved to him that my numbers dissed his numbers because even though his numbers, he might have had more subs than me, my biggest videos on Necro Video took a shit on his biggest videos on the No Jumper channel. He didn't have 10 videos with millions of views on each. So I was like, bro, you, for your shit to be relevant, you have to film 100 rappers and use them. I'm already popping with millions of views only off Necro. So I was like, how the fuck are you going to try to diss me? So yeah, I mean, it really wasn't like a serious beef. You know, it was like something that just happened over that video where he was being an asshole, in my opinion. And listen, I forgot about it after you know I made my Instagram post about it, and I kept it moving. I didn't dwell on Adam22. You know what I mean? Like, you never heard me mention that guy again. So you know, you're asking about it now. I'm telling the story, but I don't really give a shit about that guy. Like, he's meaningless to me. I mean, he could have been an ally, and the interview we did was great. I think it was great. He was very cool. Listen, it was the best interview on a big platform that I did leading up to my interview with you. Your interview was better because we're cooler and you chopped it up better the way you do your thing. He kind of, you know, chopped up the interview a little bit, but he's much bigger than you, so he has to deal with so many other people. So he's not going to put as much into each thing. Which is better probably getting on your channel because you'll turn this into 40 clips or whatever. You know what I mean? Which gives it more power, you know, for people to get into it. But you know, I appreciated what I did with Adam. That was great. And you know what's funny? Not even gonna mention that shit. I was gonna mention that I met Matt Hoffa in the studio when I was going in to do my interview with Adam22. And I was like, I gave Matt Hoffa dap for his channel at the time. This is a long time, way before the Fat Joe shit. Like, right when I did and I was like, yo, we should do something. And his only response to me at the time was like, oh, you're that dude that helped Nems, right? So that's as much as he knew about me. So I was like, yeah, I'm one of the first dudes to ever help Nems. And then he was leaving, and I was just like, yo, I told him I'll holler at you on Instagram, you know, and I did holler, and he ignored me. So
but did he see the message though?
I don't know, but I know that I hollered and never got a response. I don't know if I hollered again, so I can't tell you. But only reason I mention it is because when I was going in to do the Adam interview, I had a chance to meet him in person. You know what I mean? And we shook hands. And I thought, based off the Adam shit, he would have featured me on his shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a good interview. But nah, I got ignored. So
yeah, especially two Brooklyn dudes.
Yeah, I didn't understand how he had all these other people up there, but not Necro. So yeah, I didn't get.
He must not know that you got a cult following, bro.
Probably has no idea. So, but I'm not gonna talk shit about the dude because I don't have any relationship with him. But I will say as much as I did reach out for it to happen, and I feel like he fronted on me.
Did you watch the video of Adam's wife though?
Nah, who the fuck wants to watch that? Yeah.
Of her getting fucked by the
I gotta tell you something now that I did do. So while I was trying to link with Adam, you know, to be part of No Jumper, I saw he was pushing his OnlyFans at one point. And I said, let me see what this guy's doing porn-wise on here. You know, as a guy who directed a, I'm curious. And my man, it was the worst shit I've ever seen. First of all, this guy, Adam, he's the worst star you could ever see. Wow, this is crazy that I'm even saying it now, but people will laugh. Yo, he just sits there. Like, he just sits there. He doesn't even move. He just sat there. She's doing all the work. He does nothing, not one thing. And I'm a dude who I'm the sexist. I rap about, and you know, I was rapping about back to Stretch of Barbito days. So, like, I was watching it and I was like, if I had access, let's say, to those bitches, I would have been slapping the shit out of them. You know what I mean? Like doing ill shit that you see Rocco Siffredi do. And I was like, wow, this dude. And this is, you're performing for your OnlyFans now. Like, you have no flavor. Like, you know, as a star. Like, if you look at the male stars, they'll slap the shit out of these bitches. They'll fucking talk shit to them. You know what I mean? They're ill. And yes, I immediately canceled. And I remember telling him like this, so he knew, like, so camaraderie. I was like, yeah, bro, I became a member of your OnlyFans. I checked it out. Yeah, you're doing your thing. But honestly, it was terrible. Like, the OnlyFans, caca.
I think most people on OnlyFans probably.
So I know
like
some
that.
people will be watching this and be like, oh, you bought his OnlyFans. Yeah. To see what the fuck he was doing. I wanted to see his wife get fucked and see if this guy knows how to fuck her correctly. And it was horrible. It was terrible.
Well, he has
that makes sense to me now. Because now it makes sense that this guy lets other dudes fuck her. She probably doesn't get fucked correct by him. She needs other dudes to fuck her.
That's what they were saying about Diddy, the reason why he was hiring those people.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The way I used to fuck bitches, I made a bitch shit out her ass in Amsterdam. I fucked her in the ass so hard, she took a shit on the bed. I'm gonna be honest, I ran out the fucking room. She had a hotel room in the hotel, and I had a room on a floor above her, and it was in her room. And I made her shit, and the whole bed was full of shit. I ran out. I went to my room. She's like calling me. What happened? What happened? I'm like, oh, I wasn't feeling good. I came back the next day to get brains from her. Like, yeah, you know, even though this bitch shit from her ass, I'm gonna let her blow me now. You know, like, because why not? You know, like, before I left, I want to get off another blowjob from her fucking mouth. And yeah, man, it was a traumatic experience. Very traumatic experience. I learned a couple of things from it. You know, make sure a bitch does not drink any milkshakes before. Make sure she doesn't eat any Burger King. Like, a chick cannot eat when you're going to fuck her asshole. Do not let that bitch eat before. You know? Like, yo, it's colonoscopy level shit. You know? Like, if you're fucking bitch in the ass,
that's what you were talking about on the song, right? You said that fucking bitches till they colon fall out?
I mean, I threw in little lines. That was comedical. That's because I'm rhyming and I want to say some crazy shit. But, you know, like, that's some colonoscopy shit. Like, listen, you need to go take some Colace like 2 days before I meet you. Clear your shit out. Yo, what do you think the stars do? You think they eat before they get fucked in their asshole? They get told,
absolutely not.
Like, yo, you need to clean your shit out. Go to the doctor, get an enema.
Right.
Because don't you think anytime these girls would get fucked in the ass, they wouldn't be shit plopping out? It would be crazy. People don't understand the behind the scenes of, because if they never made there's behind the scenes of it. Like, it's crazy. Like Lainey Barbie, when I filmed her, she did that scene a week after she just gave birth to a kid. That's how dirty and grimy Lainey Barbie was.
Wow.
Right after giving a new kid, went right back to this bitch. Like, don't you have any fucking morals? Like, to wait a week or two? Wait a month? To give your system a fucking break? She was ready to go right after birth. Like, wow. Grimy.
What is your craziest groupie story?
My craziest groupie story? Man, I've had so many, man. Well, that was one of them. Fucking the Italian girl who met me in Amsterdam in the ass, and she shit all over the place. Then I brought her to New York. Check this out. And I used my cologne bottle as a dildo in her ass just because it felt like fun to do. Just I'm putting the cologne, Harry Ellis cologne, in there out of her ass.
Oh my God.
Yo, and she's loving it like nothing's happening. Like, she's just enjoying it. Like, she wasn't looking back to see what I was doing. Like, yo, these chicks, So when they listen, I've had a chick. I'll give you an example. There's this girl. She's a rapper now. Not going to mention her name, but she came to New York, and I'm chilling with Swell from The Arsonist. And he was just the one night I've ever chilled with Swell with groupies. It was weird. And me and him were chilling this one night. And we go with the groupies, and they get drunk, these bitches. They're from Canada. And she's trying to slip on my dick without putting a rubber on. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. What are you doing? She's, I'm trying to do what I do. I'm like, wow, this bitch is like grimy. Yo, it must have been 1 hour. We were hanging out. She's already trying to slip on my dick. I'm like, yo, where's the rubber, yo? She's like, oh, I don't use rubbers. I'm like, yo, these bitches are grimy. I'm like,
That's crazy.
so I didn't fuck her. Because I'm like, there's got to be something wrong with this chick. If you're willing to just, within an hour, get drunk and hop on my dick, and you just came from Canada all the way to Brooklyn, and like, you don't even have a condom on you, that worries me. And that's why I've been who I am this long without kids everywhere and without diseases. Friends of mine on tour that came that banged groupies, caught the clap and other shit and all that. Me, nothing ever. And I fucked 17 girls in 1 month on one tour. I was like, yo, I wanna see how much I can bang. Like, it was like a contest. Me with the other guys on tour. And I banged 17. And when I say 17, dime pieces. Like, I don't take dogs. If you're a dog, I'm not having sex with you. I'm not even gonna bother. Like, you'll get kicked out of the hotel. I'm the type, if I see you in the lobby and you look whack, I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna work out. I'm sorry. You know, I got to get up tomorrow for the show. We're leaving. You know, it's been real cool. Wow, it's so good to meet you. You know? Oh, you're a fan? Yeah, let's take a picture. Now, if the girl is fire, cuddles till she leaves. You know what I'm saying? Catch brains, fuck everything. So I banged 17. That outdid a lot of people. I think I probably outdid Motley Crue in their heyday. You know what I'm saying? So, but always very careful, you know, never reckless.
So you're not even just taking brains from one that is not a dime piece.
You got to be a certain level. I mean, at least an 8, because if you start falling lower, you don't even look good. You don't look good to me. I mean, if a girl is below a 7, let's say, when she's starting to either become ugly or fat. Where if you're an 8, 8.5, the body's better. If you're a 9, and if you're a 10, you're just a cutie pie. You just, you know, you got it going on. A 10 for me could be, you know, just a very pretty girl. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be like the best body, but it has to be what you would consider. She could be my girlfriend for a week or so. I'll let her be my girl for like a month. After a month, she might make me sick. And listen, this is not being misogynistic or sexist or anything. I'm just talking about preferences of partners, you know, making my decision to choose what I want to get with. There's girls that I wanted that were my girlfriends that dumped me, that I would have kept them for a year or two or maybe had kids with. But, you know, the Necro thing sometimes turns them off. They see me on tour. You know what I mean? I had one girlfriend that dumped me because she saw me taking videos with Miss Badunkadunk in Chicago when I opened up for Immortal Technique. This chick, a Mexican girl from LA, she actually came to meet me in Chicago, and her name was Miss Badunkadunk because her ass was fucking humongous. It was like a fake ass, but it was awesome. I was making her twerk everywhere. She's doing coke. We're just having fun. Funny thing is, I didn't even fuck her. I was just having fun with her as part of the team. You know what I mean? Because she was gooned out. And she's awesome. She's a great person. And my girlfriend at the time, an Israeli chick from Brooklyn, who was super hot, fire. I scooped her on J-Swipe. And I've never gotten another girl on J-Swipe ever again. It's like a Jewish app. And girls always front on me. This girl, somehow it worked out. My game was perfect. Was banging her for like 3-4 months, considering me. She wanted me to pay her rent. She wanted to turn me into that. you know, like the guy who pays like $1,000 a month. I guess I kind of fucked it up. She saw me on tour with Badunkadunk, cut me off. You know, what I should have did was not kept her seeing what my Instagram was, and then paid her rent maybe here and there. You know, maybe give her like 500. Because she was a good piece of ass. You know what I mean? But she wasn't.
Did you
really...
end up fucking Badunkadunk after that?
Did I do what?
Did you end up fucking Badunkadunk after you broke up with her?
Badunkadunk is not my type. She's awesome.
Gotcha, okay.
She's a beautiful chick, stripper, looks like a Barbie doll. She's just not the type that I like. I go for a girl that's more natural. Like, for instance, one time on tour, we're chilling in the hotel room, and I was with the homie, two homies, Viking Barbie, who's like millions online, and what's the
Oh, for real? You know her?
Yeah, she was in the hotel room with me and Hyde. She used to come to all my shows and dance on stage. Anyway, and show titties and all that. So
you never try to get with her?
I didn't. So here's the thing. She's in the hotel room and she's with the other girl. I'm so sorry, honey. I can't remember your name. And she's a fan too. What the fuck is her name? Shit. I can't remember her name. And they all have fake tits and fake bodies and fake ass and all that. They're stars, that type of shit. And the third girl was this hot stripper, all natural. But she was a stripper girl, not famous at all. And I'm not saying I could have fucked Viking Barbie per se. She was the homie at the time. I really didn't come on to her to try to fuck her. But they were in the hotel room. Maybe if I would have pursued it. But in my mind, I was more turned on by the chick who was a stripper who was not known, and I liked her natural assets more. Her titties were real, her ass was real, her legs. She was dressed in like fishnet stockings, very sexy. I like that. I like natural more. So I chose her. She's the one who was in my room and, you know, we had sex and I did all that Rocco Siffredi shit with. Then she ended up turning into, like all strippers do, into, you know, a drug addict. And, you know, became one of those that can't even talk fucking normally. You know, when you talk to a drug addict girl, she's slurring everything. And so I never, ever met her again. But, you know, the point is, I don't really like fake titties as much as natural. I will take a girl with natural C cups over like fake silicone D cups. And I don't really like the fake ass thing as much. I'd rather a girl who works out, who has a really tight ass. That's my personal preference.
Agreed.
No disrespect to anybody that I mentioned. You know what I mean? All very cool people. You know what I mean? But, you know, we have our preferences, you know? And the girl that I had as my girlfriend, the Israeli girl from J-Swipe, her ass was immaculate. Not an affectionate girl, which bothered me. Like, I don't want to make a girl my, you know, baby mother if she's not affectionate. She might treat the kid shitty. But I liked her in the bed. That's the problem. A lot of times chicks, they're really good in the bed, but they're not good for anything else, which sucks. You don't want to make a girl your baby mother if she's only good in the bed, because what happens when she turns 35? You know, her beauty starts fading. Or she becomes 40, you know, and then now she's this shitty mother. So it's a tricky thing with women. You got to find good looking and smart. That's more rare. Good looking and smart is very rare.
So recently you made a post on Facebook criticizing Andrew Tate. What is the situation with that? Like, why
was it criticizing Andrew Tate? Was it?
Well, you said, will anyone give a shit if he dies? Like when he dies?
Yes. Was that criticizing him? I just want to be clear. Was that criticizing him? Yeah, because you said
that he's always like flaunting his cars and his material wealth, but like...
Well, I was making a comparison between him and me being a guy who doesn't flaunt cars, I don't have the money, and a guy that releases music that people 10,000 years from now might love. And I was asking, when Andrew Tate
when he passes away, will anybody give a shit 10,000 years from now? Like, people will care about Elon Musk because of what he's doing. People will care about Trump because of what he's a president. He'll always get mentioned. Will anybody give a fuck about Andrew Tate? Will he be considered Socrates? Or will he just be considered some dickhead who rode Bugattis and, and couldn't create
Right, you're talking
anything?
about the legacy that you leave behind, essentially, right?
That's what I
Like
was talking about. It
impact.
was less criticism of Andrew Tate because I have a nuanced view of him. I don't like him, and I do like some of what he says. I don't like any of his Israel, Palestine dick sucking, which is all fake. I believe he's full of shit. But I agree with the way he views women and those type of things. That he makes sense on all that. I'm aligned with him. Actually, I think I was Andrew Tate before him. Because if you listen to 86 Measures of Game on Prefix for Death in 2004, I was saying everything that he says way before he was. So I align with that kind of mentality. But I was just thinking as I was working on my music, and I sometimes get, I check out people online on Twitter or whatever, I follow certain people. So I had seen something from him and I was just thinking, damn, who's going to be remembered more? The shit that I'm creating now and releasing, or him talking about Bugattis all day? What's going to have more of a lasting impact? What do you think?
It's a good point.
What do you think?
No, I mean, you make a good point about that, because it's like, at the end of the day, like, it's about what you leave as a lasting impression in this world, like what kind of impact you leave with people. And music is like one of the most powerful things that really touches people, right?
And what's crazy is he shit on music. So basically he said something at one point, which also stood out to me. He was talking about a friend of his that was working on an album for 6 months and hadn't completed it yet. And he's like, what's taking so long? Because Andrew Tate is all about completing things quickly. Andrew Tate believes you make more wealth and you get further in life when you do things fast. If you're slow to do things, it's harder. I understand what he's saying. So he said he was talking to his homie and he's like, what takes so long? And then he said he tried to make an album to prove a point. And he did a whole album in 2 weeks and showed his friend, you see, I made a whole album in 2 weeks. He goes, it doesn't take that long. You're taking 6 months for something you didn't even finish yet. And I liked and respected what he said. And I also appreciated what Hit Boy said with the game, where he claims he made a whole album in 1 day. But I don't know if I believe that you can make an album in 1 day. I don't know about that. I don't know if that game album, with Hit Boy and I forgot his name, Big Hit, his father. I don't know if that record really was completed from start to ending in 1 fucking day, 1 session, even if it was a 40-hour session. I don't know if I believe it, but I appreciated the sentiment of getting shit done, but it takes me a long fucking time to make Necro shit. So even when I really focus and write shit down and plan shit, and it still takes a lot of time. So,
well, wait.
I think Andrew Tate. Let me finish. I think Andrew Tate, he doesn't understand music because he kind of admits he's not a creative type person. So he thinks he can make an album in 2 weeks. And yeah, it would be a piece of shit album. It wouldn't be anything classic that anyone gives a fuck about. So, it's like, all right, you made an album in 2 weeks, but whatever. Doesn't mean shit. You know what I mean? I even though I agree with Andrew Tate on doing certain things fast, he's off point on that one. He's off point on a lot of things, actually. But he thinks he's on point with everything because his ego is insane. But yeah, he's off point on that. And I don't know if I believe that the Big Hit Game album was made in one day. Do you believe it was made in 1 day? Do you even think that?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you because.
Okay.
That's what I was going to ask you because there's only 9 songs on it, right?
Yeah.
So did Hit Boy make all the beats that day, or these were just beats he had already? You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of little.
Well, yeah, you would have to have all the beats made, first of all, just to even complete that. Game gonna have to write all his verses or have them already written. So if you were just recording with no writing, it could be done. If everything was, all verses were written, all beats were made, you can do it in one session. That I believe is possible. But if you have to write shit and create beats, there's no way. And in the mixing, in one day, I mean, you would be fried. Your ears, you would have to be done.
I definitely don't believe that the mixing and mastering happened the same day. That I don't believe.
So
you're talking about just like...
So you think they just met up, he whipped out 8 beats, a lot of the rhymes were written, and they just banged out one song after the other in that one day. That is possible.
Well, I feel like they could have still wrote that day because like it's only like each person writing one verse pretty much, right? It's like he wrote a verse, Big Hit wrote a verse, they had some features. That you can do, but that
would have to be really fast writing where you don't even care what you're saying and you're just letting it come out organic. And if you're good like that, to do it that quick, here's the thing. I believe you can write like that, but 9 songs like that, I believe you can do 1 or 2 in a session. But, my writing might start getting whack after writing with that intensity that quick. If we're talking about a song or 2, sure. So I don't know. I never analyzed the album lyrically, like as if from the perspective of, did they just write this in one day? I didn't think of it like that. But yeah, I guess, listen, there's some factors. If you take out mixing and mastering, I mean, that could take a month, a week. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Yeah, I would like clarification. They didn't clarify it. It was kind of like a bold statement made. We did this, nobody really asked, like, interview-wise. Can you break that down, please?
Well,
I would like to know.
Wasn't that the day that Big Hit came out of prison too? So he could be really motivated and have a lot to say, though. Sometimes that's really a driving force.
Listen, like I said, I would like to know in an interview from one of them the nuances of that.
Right.
Because they all matter to the concept of knocking out an album in one fucking day. You understand?
Mm-hmm. All right. This next question is a fan requested one. Okay. What happened with R.A. the Rugged Man specifically?
R.A. the Rugged Man? You want to go there? Shit. All right, fuck it. We'll go there. So, R.A. the Rugged Man came up in Stretch Armstrong and Bobito days along with me. You know what I mean? And so we all came up in those days, doing demos and songs and, having shit premiered. I never had an issue with the guy. You know what I mean? No problem at all.
But was the relationship like cordial or was it like real friendship? Like...
No, I never knew the guy and never had no issues with him in the Bobito days. Was I a fan? I thought his shit was dope. Like the song he did with Biggie or whatever, it was cool. I was like, yeah, I had it taped. You know what I mean? He was never an influence of mine where I listened to him and that made me want to rhyme. He was in the spectrum of everybody that was coming up through the Bobito days. If you look who I actually connected with, it was Cage. So, for anybody that might think, R.A. was the first crazy white guy and Necro and these guys followed him. No, it really, that was not the case. I have heard from people that he likes to think he's the first white guy, that anybody cares about or whatever. We did not look towards him for anything. You know what I mean? I told you what my influences in hip hop were. Rakim, KRS, Video Music Box, G-Rap, all the same influences. You understand? Remember, this is way before Eminem, so we're all very competitive in the underground. So you understand? So the reason that I liked Cage was tapping into that serial killer style, mentioning Manson, just doing certain things that I liked, that I thought could work for me. And I sampled Cage on my first demo, one of the first demos, due to Charles Manson. So that led to me reaching out to Bobito and, you know, trying to get me to link with Cage, and that led to the 12-inch happening. So RA was in that world. We never had no problems. You know what I mean? So come around the 2000 era, where me and my crew, PLR, were crushing it. This is when I dropped I Need Drugs, Gory Days in 2001, Everybody's Album in 2004, 2005. RA was nowhere to be found. So when RA came back into the fray, it was when he dropped the Legends Never Die record, and that was, if I'm correct, more in 2010 era. So the whole time, the underground was owned by me, Ill Bill, Vinny Paz. We were the kings of underground from 2000 to 2010. So everyone was on our dick. All the groupies, all the women. And it first started with this one groupie called Cum Creep, who was from Long Island. And she was in my studio. She ended up blowing everybody one night after a show at SOBs that I did, where Doom was opening for me. Yes, Doom actually opened for me at SOBs in 2001. That was before he super became more popular with Stone's Throw. But he, you know, anyway, that's just facts, so you know. I headlined that show at SOBs. And Cum Creep was one of the groupies. She came home with me, and she sucked everyone's dick, and she became a groupie. I took a lot of pictures with her in Gory Days. And one day we're in the studio, and she brings up RA to me. And she's like, yo, you know RA? What do you think of him? And I'm like, you know, he does his thing. What about him? She's like, oh, you know, he hates on you. He was hating on you. I'm like, really? Hating on me? Like, why? This is like right around the time I'm doing Gory Days. You know what I mean? I'm like still coming up in the game. Obviously, I came up through the Bobito game, but, you know, I'm just getting started now in the underground. Listen, we're in every magazine. People love us. So she says that the reason he hates on me, he tells her, is because he thinks I'm a Kool G Rap biter, and Kool G Rap is his favorite rapper. And he threw a glass at the wall. He was so angry that he threw a glass at the wall in anger about how Necro is so much like Kool G Rap that it bothers him. Why are you angry at me, motherfucker? And I'm influenced by G Rap. You're not mad at Big Pun? Oof. You know what I mean? But obviously it was some white shit, you know, white competition. I'm getting mad love. And he must have been jealous of all the love. And he wasn't really popping around that time. So I didn't really care about it. It wasn't a beef to me. Like, in my mind, I was like, whatever. Kept it moving, you know? Kept doing my thing. I ended up doing a huge deal with Select the Hits, which gave me $500,000 independently. And I had to match it with $500,000. And that's how I dropped Ill Bill solo, Goretex solo, Sabac solo, Mr. Hyde solo, Prefix for Death. I dropped Sexorcist. I dropped like 12 albums in 2 years. And we were running the underground. It was basically me and everything Vinny Paz was doing on his side of things. And RA was not being mentioned to me by anybody. And here is where he would come up, which was interesting. So I only started touring around 2007 when I dropped Death Rap. I had never did touring previously to 2007. I might have did a show at, SOBs and one-offs. I played Toronto House. I did, no, not Toronto House. In Toronto, I did something called the Comfort Zone in 2001. So I would do one-offs. But I didn't like the payment that they were trying to give me, so I never did touring. So the end of 2006, beginning of 2007, I start touring the whole fucking world, everywhere. And I'm getting a lot of groupies now. This is the beginning of Necro touring. So everywhere I go, I'm getting groupies. And at least 5 different times on 5 different occasions, groupies bring up RA to me. while we're in the room listening to music, playing shit, they're like, hey, have you ever heard of RA? And I'm like, yeah, what about him? And so I already know he's a hater in my head, from the first groupie in 2001. And I'm like, tell me, what? He's like, yeah, I was trying to play your shit in the room when we were chilling, because that's what I was doing with groupies. We would play our hip hop. And he got really mad. Said he doesn't fuck with your shit, and you're a G-rap biter. And he don't fuck with you. I'm like, well, why am I being mentioned? Oh, because, we told him we love you. And we were, So here's the thing. RA has been known to fuck with groupies. He's been known, because certain people, like my brother, never fucked with groupies. Certain rappers, they're not that type. But RA was known to be the type, I guess similar to me, that we bring groupies back. So I'm hearing from groupies that had already met him that he's hating on me. Now, if I had only heard it one time, it'd be one thing. But I'm hearing it at least 5 different times. First in 2001 with Come Creep, and now I'm hearing it in random different cities. That he gets angry, and he's telling them the reason, because he thinks I'm too much like Cool G Rap. Go figure, I'm the only one white kid, at least at that time, way before other people did albums with G-Rap. I'm the first dude and a white kid that does a whole album with G-Rap. But that's what bothers this guy, and he's telling groupies that, and I'm hearing it a lot. So I'm like, damn, wow, this fucking dude's a hater on this level, man. So I had mentioned it to some people. If I was talking to my brother, I'm like, yo, if at any time RA ever got brought up randomly, because maybe they were going to do a show and he was on it or whatever. Slane asked me one time, because he had heard from Bill. So I never told anybody to beat him up. I never said like, oh, fuck this guy up when you see him. I just said, yo, this dude's a hater. He hates on me to people. I've heard it numerous times. They're like, oh, word? I'm like, yeah. So they're like, all right. Keep that as a note in my head. So that's basically the word that, everyone in La Coca Nostra, my brother and all these people, Hyde, everybody knows now that RA is a fucking hater. And so I don't know what year, it might have been 2008 or whatever. And I think La Coca Nostra is having a show backstage. And RA shows up with a couple of people. And he's trying to bond with everybody, I guess that's something he does. I don't do that. I don't go to other people's shows, other rappers' shows, trying to act like I'm friends with them. I don't know why he thought he was friends with La Coca Nostra, but he goes backstage and Slane tells him, yeah, it's not good that you're here. You're not liked. He's being nice to RA. I think you should leave. And RA's like, nah, I ain't got no problems with nobody. Nah. I never told anybody to snuff him, but I guess word got around, from him hating on me, and people knew. And he gets punched in his face backstage at the LCN show. Somebody down with the crew, LCN crew, I'm not going to mention names because, if you know, you know. And somebody down with a big crew that's down with the Coca, that's part of the team, punches him in the face. And then, if I'm correct, Bill got involved and maybe another person here and there. And from what I understand, RA didn't fight back. He hit the floor, curled up. All his boys did nothing. They watched. They didn't get involved. Probably smart, because the crew and the people and everybody, from my brother to La Coca to, you don't want to fuck with them. You will catch a beating. So he did the smart move, didn't do anything, took the loss, and from what I understand, he ran out. Now I wasn't there, so I know what Bill told me. So everything I know of what this happened is Bill reporting back to me what happened backstage at this LCN show. And that's basically what happened with that. You know what I'm saying? So I never saw RA after this. I only saw him one time in 2004
where he was working at the same studio that I was, and he had popped into my studio and was just being friendly. So we kind of like talked, and it was like a quick thing. Like, yeah, I'm working in this other studio here. Oh, okay, I'm here. That was it, really. So I've never saw the guy. It was before I had went on tour in 2007 and started hearing all this shit from all these other people, which confirmed me to know that there's an issue. Anyway, I then get on. They put me on Paid in Full tour, MERS, not Rock the Bells, but paid dues. Called paid. Yeah, I get put on paid dues, and I'm one of the more higher ups on the thing, and I noticed they have RA on it, and maybe RA was added early on and didn't know, but he ends up dropping off when he sees I'm on it. I don't know why, but he dropped off the tour. I mean, obviously we know why. He wanted to avoid a beef. So, it is what it is. He also denies that he got basically beat up backstage at a LCN show, because he's been asked for years by fans. He will not admit what happened. But I mean, ask anybody from DMS. Ask anybody from La Coca Nostra. Ask Bill. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not lying. So anyway, around 2015, I tried to squash it with everybody, because I asked the fans at this time, who do you want me to work with? And they gave me a long list of people. And the people they wanted me to work with were Immortal Technique, Vinny Paz, RA, with one of them, Mad Child, all these people, certain people that were key that fans wanted me to rock with. So I reach out to everybody. Even Mighty Milo at one point. Fans didn't want me to work with him, but I had reached out to him to apologize for the beef I had with him. Vinny Paz and Immortal Technique ended up doing Take Hip Hop Back with me. Huge fucking track. Bigger than probably anything my brother or RA has done with any of those dudes. So huge fucking collaboration. And I was cordial with Immortal and Vinny, but I had never rocked with them on any songs. It was Bill that always rocked with them. So it was a humbling move for me to reach out to them, but I did it for the fans. And Vinny and Immortal were cool. They both got on Take Hip Hop Back for free. So I had actually reached out to RA. Like, yo, the fans requested me to, rock with you. Why don't we squash this? Let's just get on the phone. You know what I mean? And at first, he was not replying to me. And he ignored me. And I was talking to Vinny Paz one time. And I was like, yo, I tried to squash shit with RA and he's fronting. Fuck that dude. And Vinny's like, I'll talk to him. So RA ends up replying back to me. Yeah, I wouldn't have replied back to you if Vinny Paz didn't ask me to. And I'm like reading it like, wow, this guy's a cornball. Like, as a man, you can't respond back to me when there's a potential issue and I'm reaching out humbly. You're only going to do it because Vinny told you to. I was like, that shit was corny. But I'm like, all right, whatever. So he goes, yeah, I'm on tour right now. I guess this was an email he wrote to me. I'm on tour now. When I come back, I'll call you and we'll work it out. Now, I'm thinking in my head, if I got beef with somebody, any kind of beef, an issue, and they're reaching out to me and I was in another country, I would just make the phone call. I just call the dude up immediately right there in the hotel room. Yo, what up? That's Necro style. If I got a problem with you, you're getting called up right now. Yo, what up, G? It's me. Let's, and if it's peace, we'll work it out. So the fact that he couldn't call me back just because he was on tour somewhere, like, you'd think someone who has real beef, like other people who have beef that are known for dramas, wouldn't get on the phone with somebody. They'll try to put it off. I didn't get it, but I was like, all right. So I'm pretty sure if he said he was going to call me, I left my number. Dude never reached out to me. Never called me up, never reached out, never squashed it with me. So that's pretty much the story with RA. So as of right now, I don't got a problem with the guy. I don't give a shit about the guy. I made my attempt 2015 to squash it. Unless you got a problem with me in person, I've never seen this guy. Crazy enough, I was doing a movie with the Safdie brothers, and the girl that cast us, I forgot her name, but she was also very good friends with RA, and she casted all of RA's homies that go on tour with him, Afro, all these people in the movie. And I end up showing on set by myself, and all these dudes are there. And I walked right up to all of them. It was like 6 of them, 5 of them. And I'm like, yo, what up? Looked all of them in their grill. Was like, yo, what's good? I'm Necro. Shook their hands. What's popping? Before I even thought, do I need to call up some heads? And, I said, let me check the temperature. And they were all cool. I mean, everyone was cordial, Afro wasn't specifically that cool to me, but nobody was disrespectful. And all his other boys were fans. They told me, yo, I'm a fan of your shit, Necro. And I was like, yeah, it was all love. You showed me love. I mean, your grill, we're good. But I've never seen that dude since 2004, when we bumped each other in the studio. And we were cordial in 2004. It was like a 5-minute interaction. Never seen the guy since then. So, if I ever bump into him now and his energy is good, then I'm cool. But, if your energy is in any way like you got drama with me, we go right back to that energy. But everything I'm telling you is true, though. You know what I mean? I don't need to lie because it's not going to help me. My numbers are incredible. Go to Spotify. I don't need to talk about anybody to bump my numbers up. You understand? Because I've never told this story before. So my numbers are already incredible right now without mentioning. But you asked me. I was going to save it for my videos, hip-hop history videos. But, I'm focusing on a lot of other shit now. And I like the fact that you're interviewing me and it allows me to talk about certain things. I don't really want to talk about every fucking thing. You know what I mean? So I didn't really want to just be like, nah. And then people are going to be asking for the next fucking 10 years. So I gave you the story. Do with it what the fuck you're going to do with it. Nah, I mean.
All right.
Do with it what you got to do with it.
Well, you actually did talk about it in a 2011 blog post. But you said that the only reason why I'm talking about this is because you asked me about this guy every single day, and I'm tired of talking about it.
I don't know about every single day. Vinny Paz got, not anymore as much, but there was a point where, every single day, Vinny Paz. And I asked Vinny once, Vinny, how many times a day do you get asked about me? Because I get asked about you nonstop to work with you. And so Vinny replies to me with a number. 675 times 458,000 times, basically saying it's never ending for him too. So
wow,
that made me feel camaraderie with him. Like, wow, we're both equally by fans being asked, when are you going to work with Necro? When are you going to work with Vinny? So that's why I'm glad we did take hip hop back. Even if it's the only thing we've ever done, it's immortalized. Speaking of immortal. Me and Immortal have never done anything for 10 years from now. Anyway, oh, by the way, as payment, Vinny Paz just did the verse for free. Vinny Paz could get me to give him a verse on any of his projects. He's never asked me for one. Part of it thinks he doesn't want me to get his fans. So even though he rocked with me on my shit, he don't want me to get on his shit, which is whatever. Me and Hyde talk about that. How Vinny, he'll always give you a verse for your shit, but will never put you on his shit. Why? Why can't me or Hyde get on your shit? So, but because you had Bill and Goretex on your shit 1,000 times. One time, you can't have Hyde or Necro on your shit. So, Immortal, I gave him 7 Necro beats. Never used one of them. Now, I don't know if that's because he just ain't recording or because I'm perceived as a Zionist. Who the fuck knows? But
you know, I gave him bangers, like, you know, Necro bangers. And he has them still. I don't think I've used any of them because I make so many beats. So if he decided to go in the stash and spit some immortal shit, he would have it on Necro production. But I'm grateful for the Take Hip Hop Back. You know what I mean? And listen, I never hated on RA. You know what I mean? Like when people would ask me, I don't hate on white rappers. You understand? I don't look at them as a threat to me. You can see the proof of that because I'm the one that put Cage on. I did Cage's first 12-inch. I'm the one that put out Non-Phixion, all their debuts, and Hyde. So, I mean, you're talking about a bunch of white kids that Necro put on. So I'm not the type of dude that would hate on you for being an ill white kid. You understand? Like, I would look at that as like, yo, that's awesome. Like, you're representing for us because we get shitted on a lot. So if you're actually putting it down as a white kid, I'm proud of you. So there was never a bone in my body that hated on R.A. the Rugged Man. And I've heard him tell people that he didn't hate on me. So then why did 5, 6 different groupies in different cities tell me you hated on me with the exact same story that it's because you think I'm a G-Rap biter? And how could you call anybody a G-Rap biter when G-Rap is the greatest of all time? Everyone calls him an influence. And then I did a whole album with him. If I'm a biter of G-Rap, why would G-Rap do Godfathers with a biter? So, you know, his whole argument of whatever it is, it doesn't really hold weight. And, you know, let the fans decide, you know, you think what the fuck you want. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to lie for anybody because life is way too short to bullshit people.
Did you see what he posted on Facebook not too long ago? He said, when white rappers like myself or even Eminem speak up against what's going on with the current administration, all the bootlickers come out and say, we have to pander to our audience. Are you stupid? Do you all realize how rich M is? Like he has to pander to anyone at this point. And for an indie artist like myself, do you realize how much money I could make in grifting towards MAGA right now?
Well,
and how many old white boy...
Let me answer that. Well, here's the thing. R.A. is a lefty. He comes out as a lefty. He says he's not, right? Obviously, he's against Trump. So you're talking about a dude, this is why we don't get along. This is why we couldn't rock. This is why a lot of Jews, and he's not Jewish, but a lot of Jews in the industry don't like me because they're lefty. It's not about, it's even deeper than, first of all, me being a popping white kid with 2000 to 2010, the whole industry worshiping Necro, Vinny Paz, you know, Ill Bill, Non-Phixion. We're the fucking kings. Not saying there aren't other kings, but we are the kings. And he was kind of MIA during that time. He knows it. That's it. He came back in when he dropped the Legend album that he did. And he got a lot of acclaim for it. But we were the ones holding shit down. And so my point is, different people have different views, okay? And a lot of people that don't like me, I realized, as, you know, the Biden shit and the Trump shit, they lean left. They believe in, they would have voted for Kamala. So if you're anti-Trump, you would have voted for Kamala. So that means that R.A. voted for Kamala. How are we going to click? I mean, how are you going to click? How is your mentality going to click with me? We don't think alike. Even though we both might rap crazy, like look at Eminem. Eminem raps crazy, but he was a total lefty, right? Didn't he come out for Kamala?
Right.
Didn't he come out fucking for Biden? So, you know, now me, yes, I have been pro-MAGA and pro-Trump, but I even publicly said recently, I'm a little bit more independent now because I saw some things I didn't like where it seemed like Trump is mainly trying to help billionaires. But there's other things I like about Trump. Listen, I'm a Jew with Israeli parents. Mm-hmm. I am proud that Trump helps Israel. You understand? I mean, it's not everything. It's not my only fucking thing that I am proud of. I like certain things. I thought Trump was going to be incredible for crypto. I don't know yet if he is. He might end up being whack. I ended up making 15 G's off his Trump coin. I lost it eventually because I didn't cash out. I thought it was going to be bigger. Whether I was wrong with that or not, that was one of my fuck ups. But, the jury's still out, man. We're not even 1 year yet into the Trump administration. So I love what Trump was doing with Elon. I love that Trump nuked Iran. A lot of things I like. I did not like that Trump is treating certain Mexicans in LA a certain way and kind of just like being too harsh. I don't agree with that because I've always received a lot of love from the Mexicans in LA. You understand? And I know where they're coming from, to an extent. I'm not Mexican in LA, but they've given me love. Being a white Jewish kid from Brooklyn, they didn't care. I got treated like you're Necro. You know what I mean? And they're not stupid. People know what people's origins are. It's easy to find out. So you loved me anyway. You know what I mean? Despite people's prejudices in the world. So I can say, man, Trump, I think, is a little fucked up. I know what Trump is trying to do, but I don't agree with that. So, but it doesn't mean that I wish Kamala would have been president. I think if Kamala would have been president, like, who the fuck knows what would have happened? Maybe Iran would have had nukes now. Maybe they would have nuked Israel. And people think that if Israel wasn't here, the haters, that everything would be better. Don't be so smart to think that if Israel was wiped out, that New York wouldn't be fucking next. So, I'm very happy with the way Iran got treated. What bothers me is why didn't Trump kill the Ayatollah when they had a chance, when they said we had a chance? So I have some issues with Trump. You understand? So, but yes, I was pro-MAGA during the time. I do notice that a lot of people hate me now for my views politically. And I think a lot of these lefties, I don't agree with them. I think they're ignorant. So, listen, this is why certain people click with certain people. So, it is what it is. I think you're a lefty from certain things I spoke to you, but me and you are cool. My engineer's a lefty, and we're cool. My engineer is super left. He's been my engineer for 25 years. We might argue. He talks his shit about Trump. I talk my shit about Kamala.
I would say I'm a little bit more in the middle, more independent than anything.
Okay, so you might be like me now.
Politics a lot, yeah.
So you might be like me now. But when we did the first interview, you said certain things that made me think you were left. But me and you never collided because I think we had a respect for each other, as journalists to artists. We did our thing.
Right.
And, I think the problem is both sides are very passionate. The right, very passionate about how we feel. That's why I'm considered extreme and offensive. And the left, very passionate about, them allowing tampons in kids' male boys' bathrooms. They're very passionate about, locking people up in prison, like Kamala was doing, and then putting on an Indian voice after whatever the fuck she did with different voices. They're passionate about that. They think that's fly. They think that Trump grabbing pussy is a problem, but then this rapper, all he does is rap about grabbing pussy. So you can rap about your whole career about grabbing pussies, but you're mad that Trump talks about it? I'm confused by that. Also, I'm confused that every rapper loved Trump until he became a politician. Not just every rapper. Guess who's the black Trump, right? Raekwon? Guess who's the black Trump? Everybody was bigging up Trump. So you all wanted to be like him. And you all thought he was a stand-up dude. And you all didn't think he had any problems with black people. But the second he's a politician and the left starts throwing all this shit at him, now you don't like him. So, yeah, listen, it's nuanced. I don't know everything. You know what I mean? I admit there's a lot I don't know. But I am very studied in a lot of things I talk about. And I think a lot of these people are schmucks. Like all the pro-Palestinian people are the biggest fucking morons on the face of the earth. They're useful idiots. You can ask them any question. What's the river to the sea? Name the river. What does intifada mean? They don't even know what the fuck they're protesting. I mean, you have to be a dumb, stupid motherfucker to protest some shit you don't even know about because you were told that something's something. I see through it, man. I got way more knowledge. I know how to study, and I'm not one-sided. I'm actually the smart side, and I think the people that debate me, I think they're ignorant. You know what I mean? They're listening to Nazi websites and like, listen, your basis for loving someone is a douchebag who is secretly gay that killed himself in a bunker and his whole empire is gone. That's who you think is fresh in 2025? Nazis? That's dope to you? All right, so rock with that, right? Freedom of speech in America. That's what you align your brain with, you know? Like pussies like Dan Bilzerian. I mean, what a fucking, you know? Yeah, I know he fucked a lot of chicks. He also pays a lot of them. That dude ain't getting shit for free. Like, think about it. In no way does Dan Bilzerian get pussy for free because he has to fly them out. So what an average dude would consider major money might be nothing to him. But like an average dude who says, like, I don't pay for women. Imagine you had to pay like 2 G's just to fuck a chick by flying her out. He does that on the normal. So if you have a big social media and you're willing to fly out a hot chick who's going to get shit out of it, she'll fly out to see you. He ain't doing it with no money. Like he's telling the chick, yeah, you know, I'm not paying for you to come here. You're not going to get dinner. You're getting basically nothing out of it. You think they're going to come go see him? Get the fuck out of here. So he's a douchebag. He had a lot of money he made. His father was this fucking scumbag fraud who robbed people, right? I mean, that dude was born with money. He didn't earn it, really. And yeah, listen, you made money with poker. Okay, cool. Now, all of a sudden, his big thing now is hating Israel because his fucking corny company, his weed company, went downhill. You know? Every time somebody fucks up with a Jewish partner, they blame the Jewish partner. Kanye, Damon Dash, Dan Bilzerian. Right. So the only people that ruin anybody in business is Jews. Yet KRS says the first person that robbed black people in the music industry was Sylvia Robinson from Sugar Hill Records. And he's the teacher. So the teacher in hip hop tells you who the first robber was, but you'll ignore that because it doesn't fit your narratives. Your narrative is the Jew, is the robber of everything. Notice you never hear that Steve Rifkin gave RZA the best deal ever. And how he made Pun platinum. You're going to tell me Pun would be platinum? Why wasn't Fat Joe platinum ever? Fat Joe was rocking a lot of gold records, but it took the street team. Everyone knows what made Pun platinum, the street team. Obviously, other factors. I mean, it doesn't take away from your talent, but don't take away from the business side of shit and act like you would get where you are if there wasn't other people involved. You understand? There's business people involved.
Right.
And producers and rappers like me. The Jew has been rapping, producing, and doing business in hip hop from day one. And part of the samples. Some of the first samples, the white guys.
Let me finish saying what RA said, right? So he said,
oh God, still with him? I thought we were done with this guy already.
Wait, you didn't let me finish his thing though.
All right, go ahead.
So he said, and how many old white boy rap fans flock to MAGA right now? Do you know how much money there would be for me if I start telling these red hats what they want to hear? Or we can just be silent and just keep rappity rapping and not lose anyone. But fuck that noise. Truth over propaganda, books over podcasts and YouTubers, poor people over billionaires, empathy over greed, power to the people, not power to the oligarchs, knowledge over being purposefully blind.
So he likes Mondami. He wants Mondami to be mayor, right?
I don't know.
Do you want Mondami to be mayor?
I just wanted to get...
No, this matters. What you just said.
I just wanted to get your take on that.
I'm giving you my take, man. So here's the thing. I want to be a billionaire. Do I think it's good if Trump big bill is only to help the billionaires and not people like me now? No, that's whack. Trump should be helping me become a billionaire. So I'll criticize Trump on that. But what did Biden do? Or what was Kamala going to do that was any different than Trump? Not anything I know of. She couldn't even speak correctly without word salad. So, you know, I think some people, I'm gonna switch it now. Instead of talking about a specific person, let's switch it to the left. You understand? Because I don't want to focus on one dude. Let's go to the left now. The left has a view that they're against capitalism and socialism, and I'm not against all that. I think it's a little more nuanced, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a capitalist. Remember, I run my own record label. Some of these other dudes never ran their own record label. They've been on other dudes' labels. I've run Psychological Records and put out dudes' records and helped motherfuckers. And have you put up 50 G's per album yourself? If not, you need to shut the fuck up about capitalism, okay? Because you can't relate to me or even Damon Dash or anyone else. Certain people that run their own shit because you never did it before. You don't got the experience I got. I got experience as a label owner, as an MC, and a beat maker. Not to bring up other people. Are they also beat makers? I'm a triple threat in hip hop. So I view it different. You're going to view shit differently. If you're only a rapper and you're trying to ass kiss up to what the hip hop status quo is, you're going to be a lefty. Regarding the MAGA shit, I just think everybody has a different view, and some people, they don't see it the way I do. I'm a different beast. I'm a different person. You know what I mean? I have different experiences. So, you know, and look, I'm admitting some shit I don't like about Trump now, but some things I think are good. You know, and we'll have to see after the 4 years. I'm going to give him his 4 years.
What do you say to the people that say Trump is racist and you are in a black art form supporting a racist that in turn makes you a racist or a culture vulture, basically?
That's fucking stupid. First of all, you can never call me a culture vulture. If you do, you're a bitch. If you say it to me in person, I'm punching you in your face. Like straight up. Unless there's cops around and you're surrounded. Like if it's just me and you say culture vulture, you're getting punched right in your fucking face. Instant punch in your face. So, watch your fucking step, bitch. Okay? Me? Necro? Nah. You can call a lot of other people that, but nah. Supporting a president, making a choice between Trump or Kamala, Trump was the better choice. And Trump being racist, Trump helped tons of black people. Trump, didn't he send a plane to help Mandela? Didn't he pardon Lil Wayne?
He pardoned a lot of
Didn't
rappers.
Snoop Dogg and 50 and all these other incredible black dudes that are huge success vote for him? So why are you mad at me? Be mad at these other black people if you're mad. If you're black, angry, don't be mad at Necro. Be mad at your own people that voted for him. If you're going to be mad, why are you mad at me for? Like, do you give a shit about my fucking stuff? Do you give a fuck that Jews are getting shitted on every day in the street? Probably not. You probably don't give a fuck. You probably haven't said a fucking word. And if you did, I salute you.
In the past, you've spoken about Spotify monthly listeners, right?
Yep.
Did you see the thing that Russ posted where he said that Spotify should remove the public display of listener counts and streams?
So he wants there to be nothing that shows what level you're on. He just wants everyone to be equal level. So if you break your ass to get 500,000 listeners like me, I should be viewed as the same as someone who has 20,000. I think that's stupid then. Because then how does somebody know who's more successful and who people want to listen to more? So no, and honestly, I don't even think I ever listened to that dude. So I'm not going to say anything negative, but I don't give a fuck with that. What he's saying about that. Nah, fuck that.
But you don't want to hear the reason, his justification for that?
Go ahead if you want to tell me. I don't give a fuck to hear it, but if you want to tell me, go ahead.
He says it's a catalyst for unhealthy comparisons. It creates misleading metrics like monthly listeners and incentivizes people to cheat so they can inflate the perception of popularity.
That's bullshit because you can't cheat with Spotify. He probably can because he gets put on playlists. What about me? I don't get put on no fucking playlists. All my playlists are made by my fans. So I'm not cheating and my numbers are legit. So why should I be penalized? Why should people not know that I actually am popping with no fucking help? And why should people not know that Lord Jamar, his career is dead? They might actually think he's popping. You go on Spotify, you can say nobody gives a shit about his music.
Well, he says hiding the numbers would reduce the pressure to compete on inauthentic metrics and encourage...
Bullshit. Competition is what hip-hop's about. We should bring it back. There should be more competition. The music gets better with competition because without competition, there's no motivation. This is the problem why all the old school guys are not as good as they were before because they don't feel in comp anymore. G-Rap is not in competition with Kane anymore like it was in 88. There was super pressure back then. No more pressure? Pressure makes diamonds.
He said, look at Apple Music. There are zero convos about how music is performing on there or if streams are fake.
Yeah, Apple Music sucks for that. I hate Apple Music for that. It's whack. It's why Spotify is so much better than Apple Music.
He says it's nobody's business how the music is performing outside of the artist and their team. We live in this weird time where everyone feels entitled to know.
No, it is. You know, it is when stupid girls think that I'm a fucking nobody because Drake has 80 million. So also Drake shouldn't get his 80 million? So he should also be perceived on the level of some dick who's 20, who has 20,000 fucking, not saying he's a dick. I'm saying, let's say the guy is a dick. Just somebody who is not as successful as Drake. I mean, I don't care about Drake. I don't like Drake. But like you're saying, so Eminem should be perceived on the same level as everyone else? Listen, you have a point when it's Eminem and Drake. But you don't have a point when it's Necro. Because I earn my shit without any help. So why don't you make a new category? People who had no fucking help that are not industry can have their numbers up. And all the commercial fucking corny people. So if I'm correct, Russ is in that commercial world. So take his numbers away. Or leave mine.
Well, he's independent.
Is he?
Yeah.
I haven't studied him to know.
He owns all his own masters and everything like that.
Okay. So then him not wanting credit for his own shit is his business. And I hope that doesn't come to fruition because I think that's stupid. He freedom of speech. But I don't agree. I love.
But he did.
That Spotify lets you see that.
He did say, though, that he gets it from Spotify's perspective. Having the numbers public makes it a sport, which in turn drives engagement. So he gets that part.
All right, great. We can move on now.
All right, so there was a list of the Mount Rushmore of white rappers with Eminem, Russ, Mac Miller, and Paul Wall.
Oh my God.
MGK said that it was blasphemy that he wasn't listed on the list.
Mount Rushmore is who you decide as a person. Everyone has their own Mount Rushmore. Tell me your it was of white rappers?
Yeah.
Give me your 4 Mount Rushmore of white rappers now. Please.
Well, Eminem definitely has to be on there. Man, I can't think off the top of my head.
Just do it, bro. Whoever. Just say it. Who you think.
I wouldn't put MGK
It'll
on
show
there.
a lot about how you think.
I think Beastie Boys definitely should be on there.
Okay.
Or do they count as 1 or they count as 3?
Whatever. You want Beastie Boys to be the 1 on there? Fine. So you said Beasties, Eminem. Who are the other 2? Come on, bro. It's not that deep. Just say it. This is not one of those things you have to think for a year. Just say it. First thought to mind.
Vinny Paz, definitely on there.
Okay.
I don't know about that last one. That one's a little hard.
All right. So whatever, man. Let's move on. So basically, my point is it's personal to each person. Yours is different than what you just said. So who's the one that posted up the one you just said? So I know who's the poster. Who posted it?
I forgot who was the original poster. I think it might have been one of the hip hop outlets.
Okay, it's not a hip hop outlet. It's a dude that owns it that's posting it. It's a guy or a woman. So that's all it is. It's some fucking guy's opinion.
Right.
So who gives a shit what he thinks? How does that even fucking matter to anybody?
So you don't get offended by these lists or anything like that?
Why would I get offended if it's just some guy's opinion? So obviously everybody has fans. Obviously Russ has fans. I wouldn't put no disrespect to Russ because I haven't listened to him. He wouldn't be on my top 100 of all rappers. So why would he be on my Mount Rushmore? You understand?
Right.
But then he probably won't put me on his Mount Rushmore. So I'm going to be mad at him and he's mad at me over what? A Mount Rushmore? My Mount Rushmore in general is Big Daddy Kane, Kool G Rap, Rakim, KRS. Doesn't have to be white. If you want to make it white, well, I'm definitely on there. If you want to make it white, the white Mount Rushmore, Necro's definitely on there. And I think anyone who doesn't have me on there is a faggot. But that's my opinion, right? I mean, I have the right to have an opinion like anyone has the right for an opinion. But the Necro opinion is Necro's part of the white Mount Rushmore. And if you don't think I should be on there, you're a bitch. And the people that probably won't put me on there, those are my fans who I love. So they're not bitches.
Who are your top 10 white rappers of all time, not including yourself, though? Because I know you're definitely on the list in your eyes.
I don't want to even do that. I don't want to partake in that. I don't.
No?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
All right. So I want to ask you about your thoughts about the Benzino situation. Did you see that podcast that he was on where he went off?
There's so many of Benzino situations. Which one? Benzino's always in the news. I gotta give him credit. Benzino keeps it popping.
That's true, though. That part is true, though.
Yeah.
But the one where he was being interviewed by those white podcasters and he got real mad at them because they said that he fucked up the Source magazine and he got into an argument of saying that you could never be as hip hop as me because you're white, basically.
How's this look with the hat? It's good? I get because it's
yeah, it's good.
All right. I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? Because he don't know me. He couldn't talk to me like that. I mean, maybe that dude that's on there, he ain't official. Maybe he ain't from the street. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, listen, it's his opinion. A lot of people might say he's not a good rapper as a black guy. You know what I'm saying? It's all nuanced, man. Everyone's got an opinion. So, I mean, you're blanketing every white kid ain't official? No. You know that ain't true. He knows that ain't true. He's just addressing, listen, they were attacking him. They were wrong. He got dissed for the Source. Why would you have a real gangster who Benzino has a solid reputation? Why would you diss a dude who has a reputation like that and just come out like that? That's some kind of that's like the dude who said to Tyson, Tyson was like, you're a fucking bitch. Ever see that?
No, I've never seen that. No.
You ever saw that clip where the dude called Tyson a...
No, I haven't.
So it's like, why would you do that? Like, I wouldn't do that.
They definitely could have phrased things better with the way they approached it.
If I was the interviewer and Necro was interviewing Benzino, as long as he showed me respect, like it was mutual gangster street respect, I would treat him a certain way. And then I would be like, can I ask you something? Do you mind? It's a little controversial. I'm not trying to diss you. You know what I mean? Prepare them for it. And don't ask it like a person who's trying to like pull you, you know what I mean? Because if you ask me some shit the wrong way, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself too. You know, listen, there's protocol. Street dudes deal with street dudes a certain way. You know? And I honestly, I didn't pay attention enough to it. I think I seen it. He probably didn't ask it the right way. And it obviously pissed off Benzino. You know?
Well, he said, the way he said it, he's like, you pissed me the fuck off.
Yeah.
So already, like, he's all like, you fumbled it. You know, that's a fuck up on your part. So the way that he phrased it was really
Listen, he could have said it like this. He could have said it like this. I'm thinking. A lot of people, I'm not saying it, but a lot of people have said that you hurt the source as opposed to helping it. Do you agree with that? And can you explain how they're bugging? It could have been worded in a way where it let Benzino explain it and not feel like he's being attacked. Because here's the thing. I don't know the nuances of the source. I knew he was involved. I also remember he was blackballed for going up to magazines before that. So you're talking about a dude who he must have did something good with the source to keep it alive. You know, listen, like Trump, positive and negative. So, you know, I would have focused more on the positives and then asked him, would you like to talk about the negative? And then gave him the power to speak on, you know, the shit. Listen, everything's how you phrase it. It's how you do it. You know what I mean? If you do something wrong right now, I'm going to break on you too.
Right.
You could say what you want back if you want. You know what I mean? You're a grown man. Know what I mean? But I'm not going to just, you know, it comes down to how you act. It would be like that with anybody. Know what I mean? If you would. So, yeah. So, you know, I don't know the white guy there. I don't know what he's been through. And I don't know his gangster pedigree. You know what I mean? To be able to deal with that and ask what he asked and whatever. So I can't really get in depth on that beyond what I saw and what I think what would be considered disrespect or not. You understand?
Yeah, the way that I would have phrased it would have been, what do you say to the people that feel like you fucked up the source or that you messed up the source? You see how that is shifting? Because the guy made it personal where he's all like, and I'm mad at you, like, you know, because you did this.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I know the dude that runs the thing. His name is Van Styles. He's the other guy. He's always been cool to me. I got nothing negative to say about him. He's always been very fair with me. He used to work for undergroundhiphop.com. So he was, you know, he's always been a Necro fan. He's not the one that disrespected Benzino. So
no, he didn't.
And he's the one who technically from the beginning, I think, owns the show, and he kind of brought that guy on. So I don't really take it as a reflection of the show. You know, that I think that dude is a guy, he's a man. He said something to another man, and another man has a right to react the way he wants to react to it. If you listen, if you're gully, you didn't like what he said, shoot the fair one. If not, keep it moving. What else can you do? Right? What the fuck else can you do?
Right.
Benzino said what he said. You ain't telling that to me. But I won't be in that position. I would never listen. I would never put myself in the position to be doing that, doing some podcast, you know, interviewing other people. Like, you're already putting yourself in a situation where you're that. You want to be that. You got to figure out how you want to be seen. You want to be seen as the gossipy Wendy Williams dude, or you want to be seen like Panda, more respected. He put himself in a position where maybe certain people might view him a certain way now. I don't know. You know what I mean? So, Benzino's a very controversial character, you know, but he does have a lot of history in hip hop, and a lot of it was gangster. People fuck with him, you know, certain dudes that are gangster in the street fuck with him. So, you know what I mean? It's not like nobody fucks with the guy. He popped up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of people don't like him for certain things because of Eminem, you know, maybe because he was on those Love and Hip Hop shows. So they like to talk shit. How many of those people are really talking shit to his grill in person? Like face to face in his grill?
None.
He might not be 50 Cent level talking about boxing 50 Cent. He might not be able to beat 50 Cent one-on-one, but on some G shit, like these shit talkers ain't walking up to that dude and playing him. I don't believe they are. I think it's similar to me or anybody. Like you talk shit online, but in person, it's a different energy. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I've always said, though, like, I don't like how people discredit his contributions to hip hop just because they don't like certain things. Because it's like you can't just like erase history. Like the man still contributed to the Source. He did the Source Awards. He did the Source compilation CDs and stuff. He did a lot of different things, right? Even if you don't like him personally, you can't just be like, he didn't do anything.
Those were big things.
You know, a lot of it does stem from the Eminem thing because he says that like for so many years now, he receives like so many racist like messages, people calling him the N-word and all these stands and stuff. So I feel like there's like this level of sensitivity that he has when it comes to like white people in hip hop.
Yeah, listen, I don't know how I feel about the Eminem Benzino beef and the Source. That's a hard one. See, I know I don't agree with the Eminem racist young shit that he did. That, I mean, it's proof. Obviously, you did some shit that was racist. So I don't agree with that. I don't know if the way Benzino was coming at him, you know, like saying he had no right and all that to rap, and I don't agree with that. Yeah, but here's how I think about it in the end. Who really won? Eminem won. Because Eminem has his millions. He's considered legendary. It didn't hurt him. So it kind of hurt Benzino more than it hurt Eminem. So I kind of feared, this is why I never dissed Eminem. I don't think it would help me. I don't think it's going to do anything for my career. I think what's going to happen is I'll get hated on. My fans might like it, let's say. Oh, Necro did his thing. But there'd be more people that would label me as an enemy of their beliefs, Eminem fans and people. And like, I don't think it would really help the brand. It would just categorize me as another Eminem disser that never got to Eminem's level. I would rather not even be in that category. Just let me be Necro. Just don't put me in that category. I don't even want to be involved. Listen, if the guy dissed me publicly, said Necro, something negative, and then people wanted a response, he's Eminem. It might benefit me then because he started it. But I don't think Eminem started dissing Benzino first. Just like he never started, he doesn't mention me. So I don't know. I just don't, I weigh things career-wise as what's a benefit to do and what's not. Like what's actually going to help me. Because I don't want to invest all this energy in shit that's going to go nowhere. Because I've seen, even when I put major energy in certain things, it might go nowhere. It's like the 80-20 rule. 20% of what you do gives you 80% of results. So I know that 80% of a lot of shit I do fucking does nothing. So I want to try to minimize that. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that what I do is part of that 20% that gets me to 80%. So, yeah, and I don't think dissing Eminem is going to help me in any way. So, listen, if that's what you wanted to do, and you think it would help you, do it then. That's your fucking choice in life. You know what I mean?
Right. What do you think about somebody like DJ Academics? You think he's good for the culture?
I don't like DJ Academics. Just don't like him.
Just like the way that he operates, or like what is it specifically?
I don't know. It just, he seems like part of that 6ix9ine world and giving, press to that shit. Like he would never show love to me. He's like, tell me if I'm wrong, kind of like a black version of Adam22. Like they're just into whack rap. They like whack rap. and gossip. And they help people get killed because the shit that they push, I don't think it helps anything. It makes people that have beef with each other get into more beef. Like, I don't see anything that guy's done for the culture. It seems like he benefits more than anyone else. So why should I like him? Is he actually a DJ? Can he cut? Has he ever scratched on anybody's record? Is he dope with vinyl? Has he produced anybody's beat that was a legendary track? Do you know?
I don't think he's a real DJ.
Okay, so then why are you calling yourself that? That's already a fraud. Nah, fuck that dude. I don't like him.
Yeah, man. What did you think about the whole Kanye West interview with him where he got the black KKK hoodie?
I didn't watch that interview. I just saw a picture. Kanye's a dick face. I mean, I never thought he was dope musically. Even when he had a hit here and there, I was always like, this dickhead. When he had Gold Digger, I was fuck this shit. Remember, I'm working on death rap type music. You know what I mean? I'm a fuck this corny shit. Oh, he's a genius with his samples. I'm a genius with my samples. You just like his shit because it's commercial. And because I guess he's sampling soul records. And I'm sampling obscure jazz records and horror movies. And who knows the reason? Remember, Rockefeller. If Rockefeller put out Necro, everyone would be on my dick too. Especially at the heyday. Jay-Z was co-signing me. Like, it is what it is, man. I don't know, man. Kanye's a cheeseball. I never thought he was great. I can acknowledge he has some good production here and there. Rhyme-wise, he's never spit a verse that I thought was hot. It's kind of like Drake music. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not, oh, wow, that was incredible. Nah. Comparing to G-Rap, he would be like Sesame Street to The Godfather.
Well, he's definitely not a lyricist because he has people write for him.
He's just a douchebag. Kanye was a douchebag before all this Jew hate. I thought he was a douchebag before he hated Jews. So don't think it's because Necro's a Jew. Nah, Kanye is a piece of shit. Now listen, did you see my video? Forensic Pathology? Remember you said you saw the 6ix9ine video. Did you see the one where I destroyed Kanye?
No.
How did you see the 6ix9ine one and not the Kanye one?
I saw someone do a reaction to the 6ix9ine.
Oh, God. See, you didn't really see it correctly. Bro, I thought I needed to send you this. I could have sworn we spoke about me getting you proper copies. All right, whatever. Anyway, I actually dissed Kanye incredibly. Like, you have to see what I did. It's brutal. But of course, it got taken off YouTube and didn't get love from the people that should have gave it love. Necro doesn't get proper love, but Kanye for hating Jews gets love. Well, what's new with the fucking world? But
do you accept his apology though? Because he apologized too.
Nah, he's an apology. He goes back and forth. It's like saying he hates black people. Sorry. Hates black people. Sorry. He never officially apologized and stopped. He put out Hail Hitler after his apology. Kanye's
no. He recently apologized again.
Oh my God! If you put me in a room with Kanye, you lock the door, no weapons, just Kanye and me, I would beat him to fucking death. No matter what, I don't care if the guy knows how to fight. If he learned, right over wrong, okay, energy would win. I would beat him to a fucking pulp. And I'd make him apologize to me over and over. Sorry, Jew. Sorry, I love Jews. Bop, crack him again. What'd you say? Say it again. But you can't do that. Why you can't do that? Because this ain't the Wild Wild West now. And because he has major money for security. The guy doesn't roll by himself anywhere. There's always somebody. Probably snipers, people that are legal. Then you just can't fuck with him. He's like the president. Second, because he's pussy. Dude is pussy all. He's never fought anybody in his life. You can see he's a pussy when you watch his documentary because he almost had beef with some kid he was down with back then. And he was pussy. He pussied out. The dude wanted to fight him. He's a pussy hole since back then, before he blew up. And why else is he a pussy? I had 3 reasons. He's a pussy because he has bouncers and all that. He was always a pussy since back then. And yeah, I don't know. He's just a fucking pussy. I mean, look at the music he makes. It was like for college. He's making like college music, like for girls, talking about girls going to college. Like, of course it's gonna blow up. He's like Girls Gone Wild MTV Spring Break music. That's what it was. That's what it was, but a hip hop version from The Shy. This shit wasn't hardcore, or in my opinion, like it was like, yeah, I don't know. I've never been impressed with the guy. I'm actually shocked that people are so impressed with him. It actually makes me laugh that on one of his albums, I think the Fantasy one or whatever, that RZA and Havoc get credit. So you had RZA and Havoc work with you, and the track is a piece of shit? That just shows you. He goes and gets legendary people, and it's a fucking shithole of a beat. It's nothing that competes with anything Havoc or RZA ever did that we love. Do you think that what he did with RZA or Havoc fucked with anything that Havoc's best shit or RZA's best shit? So what does that tell you? If I worked with RZA or Havoc, it would be incredible. If Necro did something with RZA or Havoc, you would say it's incredible. The same way you say Godfathers is incredible. If you're not lying to yourself, if you're not a liar, if you're a true guy, true dude, you know what I did with G-Rap is incredible. I would never say better than G-Rap's best shit, because G-Rap's best shit is the GOAT of everybody. I'm talking about G-Rap deciding to do another album with another dude. You can hear Godfathers and say it's official. He did the damn thing, Necro. But Havoc with RZA with Kanye, it was dirty. It wasn't good. So like, why are you getting legends like that and you can't even do anything good with them? Because Kanye gets people because he's so big. Like RZA and Havoc should have been like, nah, not fucking with you. Shit is corny. No, I'm not going to the studio with you. But they got paid. Fucking Kanye paid them. Probably, in the least, they got 50 G's at least from that session, each one of them. I don't think they went in for free. Maybe they did. Oh, Kanye's popping. We need to keep ourselves relevant. Let's go in with him. I would go in the studio with Kanye for free and work with him. But I'd beat the shit out of him in the same session. I would do the session with him and give him a beating, the same way I did to Goretex at the end of the album. So I would go in the studio, have Kanye think I'm one of those lefty Jews, be like, yeah, I know what you're saying, bro. Yeah, we do a track. You can't be like anti-Jew or anything. We just do a funky track. Then I'd be like, now we did the track. Guess what? I am pro-Jewish. And I'd put your hands up. And I'd fucking beat the shit out of this guy. I'll probably knock every teeth out of his mouth. All his teeth would be fucking gone. Be like, yo, rap now, motherfucker. We just did the last song you're ever going to do. Because you ain't got no more teeth. So I get why Havoc and RZA might have went in the studio with him. Because it's sad that a guy like Kanye was embraced to be bigger than even Wu-Tang and Mob at a certain point. Like, how the fuck could Kanye be considered bigger than Mobb Deep and Wu-Tang? Right? Wasn't he more successful?
Yeah, he's definitely, I think he sold more records for sure.
Like, get the fuck out of here. You fucking kidding me? Anyone with brains that, listen, people in the comments now that are shit faces, and you'll have a lot of them. A lot of your people are shit faces, bro. I'm just saying it straight up. A lot of the Panda fan base, you're a bunch of cocksucking, dick-sucking bitches. And you're going to think I'm bugging, right? Because Kanye is so great. Nah, I say RZA and Havoc destroy him. Who agrees with me, motherfucker? Comment below.
I want to get into what happened between you and Cage, but let's talk about how you guys met and what was your first impression of him first.
Why, did we not talk about Cage?
Not in this detail.
Oh, okay. this can get a little boring, bro. Can you make it a little more specific where, like, I don't have to feel like
All right.
the way you're asking it, it's like I feel like I have to redo my fucking video I did on my channel again, and it's for your
Got you.
channel.
Okay, no problem.
That's boring, bro. I don't even want to do it. Make it more interesting if you can. Try to make it more nuanced, and I'll answer.
All right, so Agent Orange, right, is like considered one of your best beats ever that you've done, right, by a lot of people.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but it's considered a great beat. One of my best. I dropped a lot of shit that has nothing to do with Cage or Agent Orange. So I wouldn't agree with you on that. I will agree it was very popular on the underground when it dropped.
All right, let me change that. Popular, one of your most popular beats.
No, it's not one. It's not one of my most popular beats. At the time when it dropped in 97 on Stretch and Bobbito, it was one of the most popular records at the time, and it's one of Cage's most popular records, not Necro. So you don't forget, I've dropped a lot of shit, bro. So no, Agent Orange is not one of my most popular records. That's false, according to numbers.
No, that you produce for someone else, though, right? Isn't it one of the...
No, Black Helicopters is way more popular than that, because if you go to my Spotify, the instrumental for Black Helicopters is on my top 10.
Right.
Agent Orange does not show up, even in my This Is Necro. So it's not one of my most popular beats. Here's what I'm trying to frame it as. For Cage, it's his best record.
Okay.
I understand? Don't get confused. Necro produced Cage's best record. That's not Necro's best record.
Well, what I'm saying though is because a lot of times when people talk about, well, I guess, yeah, you're right. Maybe when they talk about him, they bring up that specifically. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. I just want, listen, people are dumb. If you don't lead them correctly, they won't understand. They'll think, wow, Necro's major fucking production hit was Agent Orange. Listen, it was great in 97. I also produced Get On Your Knees, Underground. The Underground beat was the same time as Agent Orange. That's considered one of my best ever to a Necro fan as well. A Necro fan would say Underground's better than Agent Orange, but Agent Orange is great because it's for Cage. It's Cage's best shit because it's a concept track for Cage. You understand? So I crafted what his vision was by hooking it up. Listen, those are great beats. They're definitely, if you said top 20, top 50, maybe. But I got a lot of bangers, bro. You're talking about Gory Days, I Need Drugs, Prefix for Death, What's Wrong with Bill, Born of the Naked Dead, Godfathers, Die, Murder, Murder, Kill, Kill, Sexorcist, Death Rap. Like, bro, it's a lot of crazy fucking beats, bro. You know what I mean? And then you want to bring out beats that I did for Raekwon on Cuban 2, you know, and Black Helicopters for Non-Phixion, Refuse to Lose. It's, you know, like, here's the thing. It's a good fucking beat. It's good. You have to put it in the perspective of what it was for Underground 97. Underground 97, it was the shit, which matters because a lot of times when we talk about any rapper, we're like, what was DMX in 2020, in 2002? Oh, he dropped 2 platinum albums. Every rapper has different years where so 97 for Necro and the Underground, Agent Orange was fucking the shit. And listen, it holds up for Cage. I would probably say it's Cage's best record. If you ask a Cage fan who doesn't hate me, if they hate Necro, they'll front. They won't want to say Agent Orange. They'll go the 4-letter word or suicidal failure. But if you ask like a Necro fan, he'll be like, oh, guaranteed Radiohead Agent Orange is Cage's best record. So I look at it like it's Cage's best record.
Why did you guys never work together again?
Because he turned into a faggot. Because Mighty Milo was bribing him with weed and shit. And I wasn't trying to do that. I didn't believe I need to bribe people. I believed I was so dope. And I was on some hood shit. I brought him around the hood. Everyone in the hood wanted to smack him. Literally. Every thug in Brooklyn that came across him asked me, yo, can I fuck that dude up? Can I rob him now? And I'm like, nah, man, I'm working with this dude. He's big on the underground. I'm like, I'm not going to let you destroy that. Like, these people respected me because I was gully. So you're not going to play me. You know, it was just, this is why I got asked. But if they didn't have to ask me, shit would have been over for Cage. He never would have came back to Brooklyn ever again after the first time. He would have never came back. So, Cage thought he was better than me in everything as a human being. I tried to slap box with him. You know what slap boxing is?
Yeah.
It's like playful fighting in Stretch Armstrong's house. He called me a Neanderthal. He used that word. He said, "You're a Neanderthal." Because I wanted to slap box with him.
Why?
Because I was on some slap box shit. That's what me and Hyde do. That's what a lot of guys in the hood do.
Right. No, I know, but why would he just call you a Neanderthal?
He thought I
That's
was
just
corny.
weird.
I was being immature. He thought I was being immature, and he was above that.
Wow.
Slap boxing. Like, he thought you're a Neanderthal. Like, even though Cage rapped ill, like he had that skill, as a person, he was very elite with his nose in the air type of guy. He thought he was way better than me. He thought I was whack because I had serial killers on my wall. But that was what I was into at the time. There was a point I had 666 spray painted in my bedroom as a kid. Like I was, it wasn't that I was a devil worshiper, because I never worshiped the devil. Being satanic, it's kind of like just rebellious. And I was I was heavily into heavy metal. So heavy metal, you don't have to be a Satan worshiper to be rebellious. It's the idea, artistically dark. You understand? Only people who love metal and love death rap understand that I could be Jewish. My mom's I could be Jewish by heritage, not religious. My mom's Jewish. And I can be totally not satanic as like reading the satanic Bible, but I can be talking about dark art. You understand? It's
Right.
It's like hard to explain, man. You either get it or you don't. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well, it's creativity though. It's also
and yeah,
like almost like,
there's movies and art.
yeah, it's like you're playing a role. Like,
I'm playing a
as
role,
an
but I will
actor.
slap you if you disrespect me in person. It's not like I'm some fucking guy talking about something and then like you're gonna mush me in my grill in person. Like, nah. Like, I will fuck you up in beef. So yeah, I am that too. But yeah, I might talk about something, but that doesn't mean it's fantasy. Obviously, these serial killers did what they did, right?
Right.
I mean, you think you're cool because you're rapping about the drug dealer who ratted on people later in his older age. He became a rat, and you're talking about all the money he had, and that makes you real. So I'm not real because I made a rap about Manson or somebody. Manson was fucked up too. Controlling people's minds, beef with the Beach Boys, whatever. They're all fucked up. Everybody's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So it just comes down to how you want to craft your hip hop, in what way you want to make it and what you want to rhyme about and how you want to do it. In the end of the day, we're doing hip hop. We're not having a UFC fight. Yo, he raps a certain way, but he ain't living it. Like, bro, what does that mean, my man? Like, you ain't playing me in person. So it's like, whatever. You're dreaming. You know what I mean? And you ain't the real 50 Cent. You weren't robbing people all over fucking Red Hook or whatever. Like, you just rap about it, bro. So you might have sold a nickel here or there. That don't make you fucking the Boy George from the Bronx. So it's like, a lot of people, they rap, they're fucking delusional. They think they're above people because of this. So yeah, I don't know why we brought up, but Cage, he was very egotistical, but really pussy in real life.
So he's had like a really tumultuous career though, right? Like filled with drug use.
No, not really, actually, because his career kind of died when he became emo. He has not had a career like me. And a lot of other rappers.
No, not like you, but what I'm saying though is like when you were around him, did you see that he was like using drugs heavily or anything like that?
Nah, he was short-lived, but he was definitely in drugs around the times I was around him, and I don't like that shit. So I wasn't into that. I'm doing leak into that dumb shit. I was not doing none of that stupid shit. I had Uncle Howie as an uncle. Think I was going to fuck my life up like this guy?
What was your reaction when you saw that he got into that car accident and had amnesia for 2 years?
Cage had amnesia?
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that.
Oh, wow.
He forgot how gay he is?
So...
Or did he forget he was straight? Is that how he turned gay? No, I'm just curious. If you caught amnesia, he may have forgotten he was straight.
So you wouldn't work with him again?
What do I gain from that? Tell me what I'll gain from it.
Necro is so good at what he does. He helped revive somebody's career. Boom.
Nah, I'm not doing him a favor. Fuck that dude. Nah, I don't gain nothing from that.
So he never gave you like public.
And I don't think he's as good as he used to be. He was great when I got down with him. He got whacked when he got down with High and Mighty. Then he never recovered from that. It was never the same. He might be okay, but he's not the Cage that I got down with. And he could never go back to that. Because most rappers can never go back to when they were the best.
Right.
If you stop being like me, I've been incredible forever. I never got whack, in my opinion. Like I never changed to emo or not violent or not brutal. Like I've been doing everything I've been doing since the last record. So he changed his whole shit up. You understand? So you can't go back to how you were in 1992, which is what drew me to him. It'll never be what that was.
Did he ever really publicly give you the props that you deserved? Like you helped produce this?
Probably not.
No,
probably not. He doesn't like to give props to other people that he knows are iller than him or as ill. That was my beef with him. We didn't get along because he didn't want to give credit to me because I was getting so much props for the beats that I did for him. He didn't like sharing. He wanted me to just be the beat guy. That's why he got down with a herb like Mighty Milo, who is not really a personality because Milo just gives him beats. Now it's back to focus only on Cage. With Necro, it's like Primo. When Primo does a beat, everyone acknowledges it's a Primo beat. And Primo will get just as much dap as you're getting. Yo, another crafted, incredible boom bap beat from Primo. He didn't want to hear people say, wow, another obscure, ill beat from Necro. That guy never misses. Think he wanted to hear that? Nah. He's a hater. Listen, a lot of these dudes are fucking haters, bro. If you look at me, even though I'm competitive, did I hate on Hyde? Did I hate on Bill? Did I hate on Goretex? Did I hate on Sabac? Did I hate on G-Rap? Did I hate on Cage? I humbly worked with all of them and helped them. Everything I did was a positive for them. Tell me what they did for me. You know, like, and, you know, I mean, you know, obviously Hyde, it's my boy. You know what I mean? So, you know, what I did with Hyde, it was definitely more of a, you know, a natural thing because he's my buddy. You know what I mean? But with Bill and them, I was doing it because I wanted to build myself up more. But they rocked with me because nobody else would. They obviously knew the beats were fire. Here's the thing. They didn't like me as a person, but they knew the beats were fire. There's no way those guys would rap on beats that sucked. Like, you know, they're at least real enough hip hop not to do that. You know, but they'll get with anybody they think can help them. Total opportunists, you know what I mean? Me, on the other hand, I don't get with anybody that I can get with. To me, it has to make sense. You know, it took 13 years of being out as Necro with CDs before G-Rap would fuck with me. And it was offered to me just to do a verse, collabo with G-Rap and pay him for a verse. I was like, nah, I'm not doing the same thing Jedi Mind Tricks did and everybody else did. So if I work with G-Rap, it's got to be an EP at least. In the least. I got to meet up with him and he's got to look me in my eyes and I got to know shit's real. I told him that. I was trying to bring G-Rap a gun as a gift. At the time, I had a fucking gun, a 380. I was like, yeah, I want to bring G-Rap a 380 just to show him shit's real. Like, you know, I'm bringing you a gun. Pay homage. because Big Pun did what he did, you know, got on the knee, and like, I'm gonna bring G-Rap a gun, but they didn't want the gun, I guess, because, you know, G-Rap doesn't know if it had a body on it, right? Or so it's like, so he's not gonna just take a gun. He never met me before, but
I was just about to say that.
But yeah, you know, I worked it out to do an EP, and then as we started working, G just agreed to do a 16-song album with me. Matter of fact, we didn't even stop. We were getting ready to work on song 17. And G was like, yo, I'm loving doing this with you, nephew. But if we don't stop now, we're never going to stop. We got already 16. That's a full album. So I was like, yeah, of course. I get you. But he didn't have to do 16 with me. I didn't pay him to do 16-song album with me. People might think Necro paid G-Rap to work with him. No, I initially paid G-Rap $5,000 to do an EP with me. That's it.
Right.
An EP, which would have meant G-Rap was getting a G a song. G-Rap never does a collabo for a G. At the time, one collabo, a feature would have been like $1,500. So for him to do an EP would have actually costed like almost $8,000 probably. Way more. So I worked it out. You understand? I negotiated it. I made it clear to the people I was speaking with, Domingo and Tina, who was a fan of mine, who Domingo was interested in getting with. And that's how it worked out. I was like, I got to meet with G-Rap, and I want to do a full EP. Does he know who I am? And when I found out that he knew Dead Body Disposal, you know how he discovered Dead Body Disposal? Somebody mentioned it on one of his videos, on a comment on YouTube. He was like, this dude, Necro, you got to hear him. He did Dead Body Disposal. I guess they put a link, and G said he clicked it, and that's when he first heard me. And that was not till like 2011. So think about it. G-Rap had already collaborated with all these other fucking white kids and everybody else in the whole industry. And then he's hearing me for the first time in like 2011, 2010 time, you know? So I was smart for waiting. I waited till G-Rap discovered me. I didn't want to be one of those guys that just pays for a collabo. Because one time, and not trying to shit on Vinny, shout out to Vinny Paz, but I was reading an interview. This is crazy. I'm reading an interview with G-Rap. This is around the time G-Rap did Animal Rap with Jedi Mind Tricks. And G-Rap gets asked, yo, tell us about that collabo you did with Vinny Paz. And G-Rap responds, Vinny who? I was like, wow, that's crazy. Because they just in the last year put out Animal Rap. And this dude doesn't even know the name of the person he collaborated with. It was kind of disrespectful.
Yeah, that's tough.
To them. And then I had heard G-Rap didn't even show up to the first session. That was the rumor. He actually fronted on them. And they were giving him like over 8 G's for a verse. So I was like, wow, G-Rap is not even taking it seriously to show up. So for a lot of money. So they waited like twice or 3 times. And I saw that in the interview. So I'm not making up some shit. G-Rap said it in an interview, Vinny who? That was crazy to me. I was like, I don't want to work with G-Rap. Like, I love G-Rap, and I want to work with him eventually, but I don't want to be that Necro who? So when it was brought to my attention, I was like, nah. Does he know who I am? You know, will he meet me so I can look him face to face? And will he do a full EP with me? This was all agreed to before we first met at Applebee's and had Hennessy. Me and Hyde met him at Applebee's, and we did Hennessy shots. And that's when he told Hyde he boxed at the same boxing gym Hyde did 10 years before Hyde and was born in the same hospital G-Rap was born in 10 years before G-Rap. So we were bonding on all types of shit. This in the industry, people being faggots, him and Hyde in Queens. You know, so G really got it. He had a great rapport with me right at the beginning. You know what I mean? So that's what led. It wasn't money. You understand? Because if I was a cornball, G would have just rocked it. If I was a cornball, I don't even think G would have did the 5 songs with me. It's just something would have happened. But the fact that we clicked so well and I became his nephew, and what I mean by that is we would talk on the phone for like 5-6 hours at a time. And I was not forcing G to talk. Like if G don't want to talk to you, you won't even know his number. G won't even he'll have it where you don't know his fucking new number. So G loved talking with me. Like we got along. We would talk about a lot of shit. Everything. The industry, people fronting on him, on me, keeping it real in the street, how we maneuvered, bitches, a lot of talk about women. Because G-Rap is on some real, G-Rap is polygamy, I think, which means getting with more than one woman. So G is on some serious pimp shit. Yeah, me and G-Rap would talk for hours and, just about a lot of things and shit. We got along. He really enjoyed talking with me. I mean, I just know because me and him would have long ass combos a couple of times a week. This is all during Godfathers being made. You know what I mean? And when we were in person, the comedy between me, Cool G Rap, and Hyde, because Hyde would film us a lot, to document the shit. It was awesome. So that's what happened with Godfathers. You know what I mean? I waited till it could be done correctly. I didn't want to have that happen to me where he would be like, Necro who? And I wanted to make sure he heard some of my shit. Like, don't agree to do some shit with me if you don't know my shit. It's the same time I talked with Be Real and Large Professor. You might not know, but I almost did albums. I had combos with Be Real and Large Professor about doing Necro verses with both of them. And it never happened.
I know about the Be Real one, but I didn't know about
I got on the phone with Large Professor, and he said he knew my shit and loved it, and obviously I saluted him for being Large Pro, and he had sent me a beat, and it was kind of weird, bro, because he sends me this beat, and he says, here's the beat, end your verse with the word bumper. That's what he tells me. I'm like, so I write a response. I'm like, what do you mean, bumper? What does that mean? And he never responded back. And I don't remember what happened, but it was it was like people had told me that, he's unique in the way when you're talking to him. So I don't remember, man, but something happened where we didn't work it out, man. Maybe he stopped responding. But what was crazy? The beat that he sent me, the only one beat, ended up on my brother's album. The one beat that he sent me that he told me to end with the word bumper was the only one he sent me when we said we were going to do an album together. We would produce it half and half. Nothing ever happens with me and him. And then I notice a year or two later, that beat is on Bill's Grimy Awards album. I think How to Survive an Apocalypse, that beat. And I was laughing when I heard Bill rapping on it. Like, wow. And you know what was crazy? I wasn't really blown away by the beat, too. I was expecting, to get like the best, Like I thought by working with Large Pro that together we would go over 50 beats of each of ours, you know what I mean, and pick it. And he had just sent me that one beat. And so what I'm getting is he wanted that beat to be used by somebody. And that's so he sent it to me, and I was only getting that one beat. And since I didn't use it, Bill ended up getting it. And that's why Bill raps on it on Grimy Awards. So listen, nothing negative. I love Large Professor. Large Professor is a huge influence of mine. Breaking Atoms is one of my favorite albums. It's an album that I would consider, definitely in the top. Why? Because there's something about it that's just so special. The beats, the samples, the interludes. It has Nas on his first appearance on Barbecue. Friendly Game of Baseball. Snake Eyes. Hanging Out. I just loved everything about it as a kid. It was one of my favorite. I liked it even more than even Tribe Called Quest. And Large Professor did a lot of this shit for Rakim. A lot of those beats he didn't get credit for. So NG Rap. Like, I think he did I'm Bad to the Bone, and he did Money in the Bank. And so he was very active at the time, so yeah, got a lot of love for him. as a hip hop veteran and legend. I never told you what happened with Be Real, right? That was never spoken about.
Yeah, what happened with Be Real? I thought it had something to do with your brother. That's why I didn't want to bring it up.
Oh, I've never confirmed that. So basically, with Be Real, I had actually 3 different interactions with Be Real that are crazy, that people might not know. I'll tell you all 3. Fuck it, right? Why not? I was gonna save it for Necro, video, but nothing like the present. So regarding the album, I had done a lot of touring with Psycho Realm. Psycho Realm opened for me. So you understand, every show that I've ever done with Psycho Realm, they were the opening act. I've never opened for them. It was me basically showing love to a group that wanted to open for me. Because, you have to find the proper people that, that in their career that click with the kind of fans that you want to have. And so Psycho Realm were a great fit for a lot of the shows opening for me. I brought them into Canada to open for me as well. They opened for me at Henry Fonda, at Knitting Factory, House of Blues. So anyway, I had a relationship with their manager, Tone. It was a dude named Tone. He was their manager. And after I did Godfathers, I thought, what's the next collabo I can do? Because I just did a collabo with, a black hip hop legend. And me being a white kid, I thought that was cool. The dynamic of it, it brought something interesting. So I was like, and me and G-Rap are New York. So I was like, what could be the next thing? So I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I did something with someone from LA? I was like, that would be crazy and I was headlining shows in LA. LA crowd is my biggest market. So I was like, who would be the illest dude? I said, Be Real, Cypress Hill. And he's Latino. So this would be like a good flip from what I did with G-Rap to switching to Be Real and Necro. And Be Real doesn't produce, so I could do all the beats. So it'll be really crazy. And I love what Muggs did with Cypress. Like, Muggs is one of the greatest fucking producers ever. I don't know if he even gets the credit of some of his black counterparts,
I don't think he does.
But if you break down what Muggs did on those records, like sample for sample, and how he layered shit, it's in-fucking-sane fresh. So, and Bill had just did Kill Devil Hills with Muggs. Bill did a versus. I'm thinking if Bill rocked with Muggs, Necro would Be Real. That's the perfect flip. Fans will love it, and it gives Be Real a chance to get with another rapper producer. So I thought it was a genius idea. I was trying for 2 years to get Be Real on the phone with no luck. Nobody would link me with him. Even at the time, if I'm correct, Tone, the manager of Cypress Hill, of Psycho Realm, he was having an issue making it happen. So finally, after 2 years trying, the phone call gets hooked up. I get on the phone with Be Real. And I'm like, nah, this is crazy. I'm pretty sure I think Tone hooked it up. He finally was able to make it happen. So I get on the phone with Be Real. I'm like, yo, what up? I was like, number one thing I do is salute him, Cypress Hill. Been loving y'all since the Funky Feel one, which is like, I think it's his first 12-inch. I had it on vinyl. You know that track? The Funky Feel one. That's the first 12-inch.
Fire.
Super ill. And I'm like, I had this idea. Are you aware that I did an album with G-Rap recently? And so pretty much he told me he knew who I was. He's good friends with my brother. He let me know that. And that he's heard my shit and he likes it. He fucks with it. And that he would be down to do an album with me. I said, nah. When he said it, I was like, nah, you're just saying that, right? I said, this would be too much of a dream come true. Well, but are you really down to do a Be Real versus Necro? He's like 100%. Goes, let's do it. So I was like, okay. And I sent him beats. Sent him like a folder. That was back when Send Space, the time of Send Space, when people would use that. I wasn't using WeTransfer. So the thing with Send Space is when you send beats to people, if they don't download it, it tells you this has not been downloaded. So I was, messaging Be Real for 4 weeks, every week. Yo, did you check the beats out? Did you check the beats out? And at first he was like, nah, not yet, but I'm gonna get it, So I was like, let me keep on him, keep, I guess, texting or emailing him. I was like, yo, did you check the beats? Did you check the beats? And finally, which was so weird, I checked my send space and I see that it expired and that the person did not download the folder. So he never downloaded it, which was a little disappointing. You know what I mean? Because we just had this combo a month ago. And
that's real disappointing, bro.
Yeah, I'm disappointed because he agreed he would fuck with me. And I'm a huge fan. So I'm thinking this would be great for Underground and for Cali and New York. You know what I mean? So me and G-Rap go up to Tony Touch for a Tony Touch appearance. And as we're going up to Tony Touch, Be Real is walking out of the office, out of the studio. We just somehow randomly bumped into him. He had just been interviewed by Tony Touch. And we were going to do my appearance for Godfathers with G-Rap. So him and G-Rap are bonding. What up? Haven't seen you in years, da-da-da. I'm like, yo, what up? Be Real was good. We give each other a pound. He's like, yo, what's good? I'm like, yo, those beats. Sent you those, you had a fucking phone call. He's like, yeah, I downloaded them. I'll go through them. So I'm thinking in my mind, I know you didn't download them. You just lied to me. Told me you downloaded my beats, but SendSpace said never downloaded. It expired. Same shit happened to me with other people too. I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, point of the matter is not trying to diss anybody, you know what I mean? Because I got too much respect. But that was a situation that happened, and I was disappointed because I wanted it to happen. The reason that if you thought that it might have been because of Bill, is because I know he's good friends with Bill, and I was not friends with Bill at the time. And there's a possibility he might have tried to get Bill's approval, like, should I do this, Bill? Or is it cool? Because that's your brother. I don't really know him like that. And Bill might have said something negative about me. And just, if somebody says something negative, like, yeah, don't, da-da-da-da-da, the person might not fuck with you anymore because they don't have any experience with you. I don't know if this is true, so I'm not saying it's true. But I am telling you what happened. And, yeah, it is what it is. It's obviously the past. And, but...
Dang, that would have been crazy for the fans, though.
Listen, I was trying to do the same thing with Large Pro, and Large Pro got on the phone and agreed to do it. And then somehow that didn't transpire. And I have some thoughts of why that might have happened, which I'm not going to get into either because I don't want it to. I want people to know things about me. I want people to know facts about what I've been through, but I don't want it to look like they're saying, "Oh, he's bitter about shit." I'm not bitter about nothing. You know what I mean? But true stories are true stories. You know what I mean?
Right. You're just telling your truth.
I got nothing negative to say about these people. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. It happened. So, two other stories that are crazy with Be Real. So, in 1994, I get on the DMC battle contest, and everyone in hip hop is there. This is when Be Real had the fucking afro. You remember, like early on, he grew the huge afro.
Yeah.
And he was one of the hosts, I guess, or whatever. And the guy that I was going to battle was some kind of like black Crip dude who was a lot bigger than me. Remember, I'm like 16 now, so I'm younger. I'm thinking I'm thugged out, but this guy probably would have fucked me up in a fair one. You know what I mean? He was just bigger than me. He was definitely like 24. You know what I mean? So back then in the street, if you're walking and another thug is walking and you walk past each other and you're almost close to each other, you might bump each other. Almost like saying, yeah, what? I ain't moving out of my way for you. And that's what happened with this dude. He's walking my direction this way. And so I knew this dude was from LA, you know what I mean? Because the colors he was wearing. And he was, he was definitely a gang dude, and probably saw me as, white kid dressed in polo or whatever. Fuck this kid, I'm going to bump him. And I seen that he was going to, not move out of the way. So I bumped him too. So we bump each other. So that's immediately like, yo, what? Fuck you doing, son? Like me being like, yeah, what? We're both basically talking shit to each other. Watch where you walking. You know what I mean? Watch where you walking. That kind of shit. I know you're thinking now, wow, that's some petty shit. This is how thug life was in Brooklyn, New York, and probably in LA, and anywhere in the street. Like, you will get into beef over looking at each other or petty shit like this. So who breaks up this little beef? Be Real. He comes over and he's like, hey guys, break it up. And you know what Be Real says? Can't we all just get along? He says it to me and this guy and breaks it up and said that. And I thought that was hilarious because isn't that the shit that and this wasn't that long after the Rodney King shit. And Rodney King said some shit like that. So he kind of was quoting Rodney King to kind of like squash the beef with me and this dude.
He said it in a similar tone too?
Yeah, with his voice. Yeah, he's like, can't you all just get it on? As he broke it up with me and this dude. And I don't think he'll ever remember this, but I remember it, because it was, and this was the dude that I had to battle on the stage. It was the guy that they paired me up with in the DMC battle in '94. The guy that I bumped into and almost got into beef with, I had to battle him. So the way battling was in the DMC back then was you did it like a performance. You didn't look at the guy you were battling and spit. I thought I was going up to battle the guy and we were going to look at each other. So I crafted a battle to diss the guy, saying things like I was shitting on him. Remember, this is way before the battle leagues and King of the Dots and all. We're talking 94. So I'm thinking I'm going to blow up. I'm going to blow up the spot with my battle. So a couple of key things about this. So when I go on stage, right, I arrive there. This is more history I'm telling you now. When I go on stage, I arrive there with a Charles Manson creepy crawl shirt. And PMD comes up to me while I'm on the stage. Oh, bear in mind, I'm the only white guy in this battle in 94. There's not one white guy. Everyone else is black. And PMD is like, yo, man, you can't wear that Manson shirt, man. Here's a fucking DMC shirt to put on. I'm like, word, man? Nah, but this shirt is ill. It was an ill shirt. It had Charles Manson's grill with little creepy crawls all over it, spiders. I was really proud of that shirt, and rocking it because that was my style at the time. That was around the time I had due to Charles Manson, due to Jeffrey Dahmer. That was one of my demos that was getting played on Barbito. And anyway, he gives me the black shirt for DMC, which all the other battle rappers were wearing. Everyone was given the same shirt. So I'm thinking in my head, wow, this is taking away my individuality. I can't be myself. I can't be Necro. So right before I went on stage, I took off the fucking the DMC shirt and let my fucking Charles Manson shirt rock. Immediately, the whole crowd, which is filled with a lot of no-name black dudes and hip-hop people. So some no-name dude starts booing me, the whole fucking crowd boos me. Before I'm even starting to rap, before I even got off a line from one of my verses.
And you're only 16.
boo, boo. Yeah, I'm like 16. Boo. So I'm telling the crowd as they're booing me, putting my middle finger up, holding my nut, saying, suck my dick, fuck y'all. Fuck you motherfuckers, suck my dick. And you know who were the only two people in the crowd that didn't boo me? Two people in the crowd that were cracking up at me cursing the crowd out, giving them my nuts and the middle finger. Take a guess if you could. Let's see if you could guess who two people didn't boo me in this whole crowd.
Be Real and DMC.
No. Fat Joe and Stretch Armstrong, both in the front row, cracking up like, bro, loving that I'm telling the crowd off as they boo me. Not booing me, just like loving it. Like I could see that they were the only two dudes. Everyone else in the crowd is black. They're probably the only two guys that are like Latino, that, you know, Fat Joe's very light-skinned, and Stretch Armstrong. And I always remembered that, and they didn't boo me. So check this out. So I do my battle. I get off some of my rhymes after the booing stops. And then the other guy gets off his lines. And remember, we're not looking at each other. Each one gets to do a performance towards the crowd. So I got the booing, da-da-da. He did his thing. And then I walk off the stage kind of depressed, like I got shitted on. And as I'm about to leave the room, that dude that I almost got into beef with earlier, that Be Real broke up the fight, he runs after me and grabs me by the shoulder and goes, yo, fuck all that shit. He goes, you know what that's about. He goes, you did your thing. Respect. And he actually gave me props and basically said, I know that they booed you on some because you're a white boy. And, for whatever you're about, a white boy with a Manson shirt. He goes, I knew that wasn't about skill. Because he knew I was nice. Because the verse I did kick was kind of ill. I had like a line like, don't make me shoot you in your foot, you stuttering prick. Like how Joe Pesci said in Goodfellas. One of my punchlines was, don't make me shoot you in your foot, you stuttering prick. And I had a lot of funny lines. So I guess the guy knew I wasn't whack. And he knew I was down to fight him earlier. So he was like, nah, I'm not going to let this kid think he just got shitted on.
That's dope of him.
So that was cool. You know what I mean? And you know what's funny? Bill was with me this whole time that I went to the DMC. Bill was there, like wherever. He was on the side or whatever. But, I had went to this battle with Bill and went home with Bill. And there's some other things that happened, but I'm not going to get deep into it. But that was an interesting thing that happened, and that Be Real stopped the fight with me and this guy that I battled. I'll never forget it because it was very legendary. And, at the time, Be Real had the big afro. And, you have to understand, this was like during the sound check. Like before it started, anyone who was battling had to arrive like 2 p.m. So you understand, a lot of rappers that are big stars were there already before the big crowd came. So this was like early on, like near the stage area. You know what I mean? And who would have thought that he would be there seeing me almost fight this guy over some real petty shit too. But that was another time. And then another time was backstage at Henry Fonda when Bill was opening for me, La Coca Nostra was opening for me, Slain, Nems, Psycho Realm, all these dudes. I set it up to have them open for me at the Henry Fonda, which is one of my biggest shows. I got paid like 10 G's to headline it. And I was able to pick who I wanted because I knew certain people would be good for me to open. And it was kind of like right at the time La Coca just started. It was 2008 I did the show, and they started in 2007. So it wasn't like they were going to headline over me. And Psycho Realm were openers for me at the time. So same thing with Slain and Nems. Everybody was an opener, and Necro was like headline status. So, of course, Be Real and Sendog were backstage and hanging out, because of Everlast. Basically, probably because of Everlast, because Everlast was in La Coca Nostra. And I remember right before I was going to go on, the crowd was screaming, crowd. And then I'm just like getting ready, and to go on stage. And hold on one second. And Be Real just happened to be right there while I was getting ready to go on stage. And he was like, yeah, that's your crowd, bro. He gave me props, which I thought was ill, because I looked at Be Real in my mind as a legend and like, wow, this legend's backstage at my show that I'm headlining, and he acknowledged it. That felt good, like, wow, that was, I probably said, thank you, gave him a pound or whatever. But, yeah, man, some interesting, connections over the years, you know what I mean, with Be Real. And I got nothing but respect for Be Real, you know what I mean? I know that he's a real dude, and I know that I was a huge fan coming up as a kid, with Cypress. They were definitely influenced me as I was, creating Necro. Obviously, I didn't do a weed or, a style of hip hop that is, gangsta and weed, and I did my style, but I've always seen Cypress Hill as very dark, and also a group that would appeal to white kids as well. Like, their crowd was always more than just the hip hop crowd. It was a crowd that reached, the rap rock crowd. And that's a crowd I wanted to always reach because I knew it was less racist. I wouldn't always get judged, he's white. You know what I mean? Get judged as, because like, how the fuck could a Necro not blow up, let's say, and a Fred Durst gets to blow up? I'm not saying that they were whack or anything, but it's like he wasn't a real MC. He wasn't following hip hop, like the way we were. So it's like, shouldn't we have blown up? But we didn't get lucky, people like me or my brother. We just weren't fucking lucky, man. I guess everything's about connections and who you know, because if you talk to a lot of these people, certain people know certain people who know certain people. And we didn't have those connections. Listen, we had tried very hard to get those connections, but I just want to make sure the phone is being held good or no?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It's a little close at times to your face, but
I can fix it now and put it back where it was.
Yeah. All right.
Now I had time to do a different position. So, we had wanted, to be put on certain levels and, tried to politic with certain people, but how's that right now? Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
But, listen, not everything works out. Part of the reason I became independent is because I couldn't get put on, and I always liked production. Even back to 1990, my first demo was produced by me and Bill. And that was a jazz record that I found at the Liquidators in Manhattan. So we're talking, like, I never wanted anybody to make my beats.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always influenced by all the greats of the time. Dre, could be a Muggs, Large Professor, Tribe Called Quest, everything. Anything you heard that was good, put the battery in your back. Like, I got to go to my computer now. You know what I mean? Not computer, but ASR 10 at the time. Got to go to my, well, ASR 10 is a computer. So, yeah, listen, I got a lot of experiences with people, but I just want people to know I'm not bitter at anybody, really. Not at all, actually. I do wish more people had fucked with me. And I think there could be a chance that me being at odds with my brother sabotaged a lot of things with certain people who might have known him before they might have got a chance to know me. Not going to get into it, the depth of it, but I think that me and my brother being so competitive and not getting along so much and being such great at hip hop people, that it made certain people choose who to fuck with. And listen, this is why Bill fucked with so many different people I didn't fuck with, but notice I'm the only one that did a full album of Cool G Rap. You know what I'm saying? Because I clicked with G Rap and I made it happen. So, and there was no way that the collabo with G Rap could be sabotaged because G Rap was not connected with anybody from a camp, any relations to my brother. But I fear certain people that might have fucked with my brother might have not messed with me, even though they wanted to. Because remember, certain people spoke to me on the phone and said they would fuck with me. So, yeah, man, the industry is like that. Like, people connections with other people and, so, the fact that you wonder why certain people have not fucked with me, it could be maybe I didn't meet them. I've never had a chance to meet them. Or maybe they're living in a total bubble of their success and they're not aware of mine. Or people chose sides, or I got sabotaged. I don't know. I can't prove it, so I'm not going to push that narrative, and don't label it as that narrative. Don't say Necro is seconds. I got sabotaged. I don't know, to be honest with you. Listen, let the fans decide. What do you think happened? Listen, the haters are going to say, oh, but he's a dick. Do I sound like I'm a dick? I'm telling you how I was cool with these people. I never did anything to make them not fuck with me. So you might say, oh, yeah, but, with your brother, you don't get along with him or whatever. Listen, we think differently. A lot of the people that talk shit, they have siblings they don't get along with. So they should be able to relate and be like, I know what Necro's going through. You know what I mean? I have my sister, we don't talk. Or my brother, we don't talk. So it's like...
that was our most popular clip, right? From the interview?
Okay.
Was the one where you talked about Bill. And people in the comments were all saying like, man, I don't get along with my brother. I haven't spoken to him in how many years and all this stuff like that.
Well, listen.
A lot of people related to that, bro.
Listen, it happens. It is what it is. I can't explain why. Listen, you can know I tried. I tried to do Blood Brothers. I produced debut.
But I see you get that question all the time, bro. Every single time you put ask me anything, you have to respond to that question. It seems like people always ask you, what happened to Blood Brothers? What's going on with Bill? And stuff it's like you get like hounded with this question.
Listen, I gave Bill 300 beats to choose from. Okay? Because I know how Bill is as a person, I said, listen, you can Lars Ulrich this project. Do you know what that means? I want to see if you know.
No.
Okay. In Metallica, Lars Ulrich will take James Hetfield's riffs. James will come up with new riffs. So will Kirk Hammett. And Lars Ulrich, who's the drummer, will arrange them. He'll say, I think we should start the song with this. He's known as one of the arrangers who, that's why he's loved. Because people try to diss him for other things, like Napster and drumming, but he gets respect because he's known as the arranger. And since I made all the beats, and Bill was not really trying to produce beats, he didn't tell me he wanted to, I was like, I'm going to present all these beats to you. You choose the beats you want that you think we should have for Blood Brothers, because I'm already cool with the fact that I made every single one. So I want it to be shit that you feel, that you think could work for the project. And you'll Lars Ulrich it. What that means is you'll come up with the concept, you'll drop the first verse, I'll then drop my second verse after I hear your first verse, and then we can both come up with hooks together. Like that, it's not like, so for instance, when we did Outlaw is a track I recorded for Godfathers when I wasn't down with Bill. I made the beat, I dropped the verse, and I wanted G-Rap to get on it, on Outlaw. So now what happened is G-Rap was like, yeah, it's dope, but we got too many songs already, and I don't want to get to a point that we just keep recording forever. I'm not going to argue with the legend, with the GOAT. I was like, I agreed. Okay, fine. So I had this track, Outlaw. So at one point, I sent it to Sean Price. I had never worked with Sean Price. Rest in peace. And he drops a verse on it for free. He just did it for me out of respect. He was like, I know your brother, I fucks with your shit. Yeah, I'll do it. This is around the time that I did Take Hip Hop Back with Vinnie Paz, and I was reaching it. Sean Price was another person people were asking me to get with. Now, Sean doesn't drop anything Outlaw related on the track. So I had told him, I was like, yeah, bro, this is dope, and I appreciate it, but there's no Outlaw subject. He's like, yeah, my bad. I didn't even think about it. He told me, my bad. He's like, yeah, I fucked up on that one. I was like, all right, it's all good. I said, I'll figure out another beat that I can take your verse and put it on, and then I'll match your verse. Sadly, I never did it yet. I still have the Sean Price verse, and I haven't released.
Man.
Yeah, and I still have the verse. It's never been released. And I came up with an idea for it, and I guess it will get fucked with. I just, honestly, I'm sometimes slow with collabos and shit, and, you know, but anyway, so I still had this Outlaw track. So I was thinking at one point, who do I send it to? So I send it to Ghostface. Like, yeah, Ghostface would be sick to be on Outlaw with me. His manager comes back, $20,000 a verse, 20 G's. Ghostface didn't even respond. It was his manager answering his social media. I'm like, shit. So if he would have said like 5, which is what I charge, I would have did it for the investment. But I don't know if the ROI for me, 20 G's, is worth it, because I don't know if I'll ever make the money back. And I believe Ghostface is worth 20 G's because his numbers were 4 times my numbers on Spotify. So if I charge 5 and his numbers are 4 times mine, 20 makes sense. But I just didn't have the money to give up 20 G's for that. So I couldn't get Ghostface. That's when I was like, yo, let me send this to Bill. And I had me and Bill is perfect. And that's how we did Outlaw. So Outlaw was not a beat that Bill picked. You understand what I'm saying? And it wasn't a track that he Lars Ulrich'd. It was a beat I already did my verse. I thought my verse was pinnacle. So I already was like, yo, this is fire. I just gotta finish this track somehow. I need to get someone on it. So that was Outlaw. Madness, I did the beat and also dropped my verse and had the sample from Iron Maiden. Can I play with Madness? So I was just getting Bill to get on it. And the verse that Bill dropped, he had already given that verse to Hyde, but Hyde never used it. So Bill didn't even write a new verse for that song. And he didn't Lars Ulrich that one either. So the only thing out of all the shit that we did that Bill first took reins of was the Blood Brothers track. Dun, 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 dun. Because he had heard me play it in my house when we were with my mom. And I had just randomly played it. It was before I sent him the 300 beats. And he was like, yo, what's up with that? So I had sent it to him, and then he kind of just did his thing and sent it back to me. That was the only fucking song he fucking Lars Ulrich out of the 300 I sent him. So I kept bothering him because we would talk. We were actually getting along. So we get on the phone, like, what's up with the fucking beats I sent you? What's going on? I'm working on it, you know. I kind of messed with something, but I don't know if I like it. And honestly, at some point, you know, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Because I'm about my business and getting shit done. And I knew Blood Brothers was a hot thing that fans would want. And I didn't know what was going on. And he ended up telling Hyde that he even told Hyde that he kind of is responsible for dropping the ball on Blood Brothers because he had a lot of shit going on and he couldn't give it his time. Now, keep in mind, this is me. I'm hungry about it. I'm going out of my way to go through all my shit, find out what could work for him so he could pick 20 beats out of 300. I did James Hetfield. I just needed him to Lars Ulrich it. He couldn't do it. I'm not going to be up here saying anything negative about him. You know, I'm just saying, if we're talking about what happened with Blood Brothers, I tried. I put my best foot forward, tried to make it happen. He basically was like, the day that we had the fight that ended it, he was just like, yo, we should just not do it anymore. I'm like, word? It's like, yeah, you know, if it's going to be like this, I'd rather just not do it then. Because everything in my life now is easy, and I have no conflict with anything I do. And if doing this project with you is going to be a conflict, then I'd rather not do it. So now, how am I supposed to deal with that energy when this guy's saying that? You know, I'm kind of like, all right, then. You know what I mean? I'm not going to beg him. I'm already, for months, asking him what's up. So now he's telling me he doesn't even want to do it. That's very bad energy. So, and he unfollowed me the same day on Instagram. Wasn't even about this, like, let's not work together, but we could still be cool as brothers.
Was it a bad fight though? Like it was like a real,
I don't know
like,
if it's a bad fight or whatever. It just was what it was. Call it what you want. It was him telling me after me numerous times saying, what's going on? Hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. I don't want to deal with you on my neck. He called me a musical bully one day because I wanted him to get on something that I'm not going to get into it. But he's seen me as being a bully musically. Called me a musical bully. So listen, it just wasn't meant to be. I'm not saying I would have had beef with him as brothers if we had kind of just agreed not to do blood brothers. But it really didn't work out that way. And he unfollowed me on Instagram that day after we hung up. So I saw that and I'm like, why would you unfollow me? Like, so you don't want nothing to fucking do with me? After I put all that energy in to want to do this? So that's what happened. That's the true story. I mean, you could ask him. He told Hyde recently that, yeah, he'll take responsibility because he said that his mind wasn't there at the time. And I was being pushy. So I guess I was being pushy for wanting it to happen. And his mind wasn't there for it to happen. And so he decided to dead it, to tell me, let's dead it. And that's the story. You got any questions? Feel free. Because I'm not dissing. I'm not going to diss the dude.
No.
I'm just only telling you the factuals of what happened now. Because I think now we could tell people. Now it's like, just let you know what happened.
I want to ask you a real question, okay?
Sure.
Because everybody knows that you're not a soft guy.
Is this the first real one?
Well, this is like one of the realest questions that I feel like I could ask you. Okay.
All right.
Everyone knows that you're not a soft dude, that you don't show vulnerability or anything like that, right? But from me, based on like my background in psychology and stuff like that, and watching you, and when you talk about your brother, it seems like one of those things that really hurts you the most from numerous different times throughout your life. He kicked you out of the metal band. You were in Non-Phixion for one day. You were out. And then the Blood Brothers album is just like almost like very easy to, I'm not doing it anymore. It kind of seems like this is like a very sore topic for you. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of recurring.
Actually, it's not. Yeah, certain things you said did happen. Yeah. I mean, he was a certain way towards me, and it did make me feel a certain way. But right now, as we do this interview right now, I don't give a fuck. I'm literally happy that I'm alive, that I'm here to do an interview with you, that I'm relevant enough to do an interview with you, that my catalog's incredible, that I'm getting in major shape. I got good friends. I don't have hundreds. I got a solid, small crew. I'm down with a lot of crews of real dudes that respect me. I can't control people that don't want to be down with me. I can't control that. And I'm not going to be bothered by it. I'm actually over it. That's why I'm trying to tell you I'm not, when I mention certain things, it's not bitterness. I don't have bitterness. I'm telling you my story. I really don't give a fuck. You understand? Because if I gave a fuck, how could I work on my new album? How could I handle fasting this whole day? My mind was so, if I was so fucked up mentally, worried about people that don't love me or like me, how could I fast? I would go eat food now. I would need comfort food. Because I'm so good where I'm at. Listen, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but it's other things. Like I worry about my mom. My mother is my best friend. Even though I have best friends that are my homies, like if we're talking about family, that's my mom. That's my heart. I worry about her. She's 76. You know what I mean? I give her a lot of money every month. She's not getting the amount that she should get from other people. So I cover the slack. You understand? And I can't worry about, hold on a second. Everything's good? Will you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't worry about the shit you just mentioned anymore. Like, you understand? There's bigger fish to fry.
But it really did bother you at one time?
Of course it bothers me. I mean, you think I liked it at the beginning when I got dissed for MC Search back then? You think I didn't want my brother to be all about me and us and that? I mean, of course I wanted that. Who wouldn't? You think I didn't tag along in the projects to my big brother? You think my brother didn't influence me? Have I ever said my brother is not an influence of mine musically? And even thugging it out? I never said that. I never said the dude sucks, that he's not a good rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never said those things. I just tell people about shit that I've dealt with people I've dealt with. And, no, it doesn't hurt me anymore. I'm not hurt by that. I get more hurt, if anything, for my mom, for anything mom's got to deal with. That anything that doesn't go right her way, or if she's mistreated, I feel for her. That bothers me. Okay? And she's 76. God bless. And that's my focus, to make sure she lives great, and that the richer I get, that she can have parts of it. And I'm worried about my boys, my homies. You know, if anything, it's going to be them. Not going to worry about people that don't click with me or don't value me. I'm going to worry about the dudes that give a shit about me. You know what I'm saying? And if you show love, I'll give you love back. See, here's the thing about me. I love myself. Now, I didn't always love myself. It wasn't like I just came out the womb and, loved myself. You deal with a lot of low self-esteem. And the projects, people beefing with you, racism, family, but that's why you get better. That's why you lose weight. That's why you eat correct. That's why you make beats. That's why you do songs. You do things to build your character and purpose up. You don't stay stuck in a certain way. So, of course, certain things bother me, or did. But that specifically, what you just said, trying to be a psychologist, I'm going to have to disagree with it, because if I agreed with it, I would tell you right now, yeah. But no, not at the moment right now. At the moment right now, I'm over it. Okay? I'm over it. I'm over it because I tried. If you try your best and it doesn't work, dude, try something else. Keep going. Don't give up. You understand? That's the Necro thing. I might try with this rapper or with that rapper or that guy, and if they don't do something, I'm still working. And the fan base loves me. Look at my numbers. You want to keep bringing up people say you want to keep bringing that numbers. What the fuck are your numbers, Jay? What have you done? So yeah, numbers mean something. And it shows that people give a fuck. If they didn't give a fuck, I would quit. If I was living like some of you people are living, haters, with 7 subscribers in 15 years, trying to be MCs, I would kill myself. I would actually kill myself. And I'm not promoting suicide. I'm just saying I would probably want to end my life. So, but it doesn't mean my life revolves around validation from people. It's that we do certain things and we expect results from it. We want our goals to be considered successful. You know what I mean? And so, listen, everything's nuanced. We could talk about a million different things, psychology, this, that, and the third. I might change my mind next week, depending on what I'm thinking. At the moment now, I'm thinking the way I think. You know what I mean? But, yeah, go ahead. That's all I got to say about that.
All right, man. What happened with Domingo? He was the executive producer for Godfather's album?
Only on paper. Domingo didn't really do shit. Well, he didn't do shit production-wise or funding-wise or setting up studio-wise or anything creatively. What he did do is link me with G-Rap. So that's why I was loyal enough to give him executive producer. Now, here's the fucking joke. Out of respect, I offered Domingo to do even one beat on the project. Like, out of respect, do you want to do one beat? Because I'm producing the whole fucking thing. I mean, I wanted to produce the whole thing. I didn't want Domingo's beats on it. Not that he's bad. Domingo was a very good beat maker. There's no debate on that. Domingo knows how to produce. He's done some bangers, a lot of bangers. But I didn't need his style for Godfathers. Godfathers needed to be produced by me with G-Rap's approval. I would make a beat, give it to G-Rap, he approves, yes or no. So that's what I wanted. But at the beginning, I thought maybe Domingo was going to try to weasel himself in. So I just went to him and said, listen, would you like to do something on the album? Nah, I don't want to do nothing, nah. So I'm like shocked. I'm like, how would you not want to do something? That's kind of crazy to me. Like, what's up with that? So I noticed a little shadiness with Domingo as I was going through working with G-Rap and getting close with G-Rap. Because before I got close with G-Rap, he was the main like that with G-Rap. And then now I'm coming into this thing. I don't know if Domingo knew how close I was going to get with G-Rap when he linked us. He kind of did it because Tina, who's my female fan, he was trying to get with her, I guess. They would talk, and Tina would call me and be like, yeah, just talk to Domingo. And he was bringing up G-Rap, and he mentioned if you want to do something with G-Rap, he'll hook it up. I guess because they wanted to make money off collabos, like the way they did it with Jedi Mind Tricks. So I'm like, talk to Domingo and see if, G-Rap knows me. So I went through all that stage of like Tina talking to Domingo, finding out how well G-Rap knew of me and what he do in the EP and da-da-da. So it turned out it happened. So I give Domingo respect for that. Props to you, Domingo, for linking me with Cool G-Rap. But when it came time to do the project and I would ask for help, because Domingo knew a lot of people, I kind of felt Domingo was hating a little bit. He, like I tried to have Domingo link me and G-Rap with Molly Mall. He kept fronting on that. Just certain people that I knew Domingo would say he would know, he wouldn't link the project to. And I'm like, but you're executive producer, And Domingo would kind of front, I feel, kind of, like he wasn't putting his best foot forward. Considering what I wanted that album to be, a monumental fucking album with G-Rap. And Domingo was like G-Rap's best friend. And he's the one that hooked it up. I mean, he could have made it never happen. It wouldn't have happened. So why would you have me do this with G-Rap? And then now that we're doing it, front on getting it more seen and helping. Domingo might not agree with that. He might see it differently. I might have been an asshole because every time I would see Domingo, I would joke and call him the fat lady Selena that killed Selena.
Necro, come on, man. That's crazy. That's wild.
Yo, bro, I'm keeping it 100%.
So
every
least
time I seen
accountability.
him,
at least you're taking accountability.
No, listen. There's got to be a reason I was doing it. Because I wasn't a total asshole. I was trying to politic. I'm doing an album with G-Rap. For him to make me, every time I seen him, be like, yo, what's good? The lady that killed Selena. Yo, and what's crazy is G-Rap used to crack up. Every time I called Domingo, the fat lady that killed Selena, G-Rap would start crying in laughter. Maybe that was fucked up. The reason I might have did that, I can't remember. Might have been because I felt Domingo was fronting when I would ask him to, hook things up. So then once I knew that this guy was going to be a hater, I'm just going to keep it gully. When we're in the same car, I'm going to throw jabs. Throw jabs back then. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like he couldn't have made jokes back. Maybe he did. I don't remember if he did or not. But I was disappointed. I expected more from him. I'll give props to, what's his fucking name? His name is Ron. He's the, at Sirius. I forgot his last name. My bad. Shout out to Ron from Sirius. He let us go up to a bunch of things. I guess that was Domingo's good friend, but I didn't.
Ron Nenny?
Who?
Ron Nenny?
Nah, I don't think it's Nenny. He's the program director up at Sirius.
Parker.
No, it's not him. No, it's not him. It's a different Ron.
Okay.
A chubby Puerto Rican dude with glasses. Shout out to you, man. I can't remember your last name. I'm forgetting things today. But he showed love. But I kind of felt like Domingo, because he was like this with G-Rap. Like, you don't know, like, because unless you're in the circle, he could have done a lot more. Here's the thing: Domingo would brag. We knew everybody. Fat Joe, this and that. I was down with him, this and that. I'm like, yo, bro, we're doing this project. Every time I asked him for shit, he would front on it. And I think because he was jealous that I did that. And I think he ended up producing a record with G-Rap after. I don't know what it was called. I didn't check for it, to be honest. They're definitely not fucking with Godfathers. Godfathers was pinnacle, next level dopeness. And there was a chemistry with me and G-Rap. The problem is I think a lot of people hated on me for being a white boy and just not being part of the world that loved G-Rap, those old school heads. Who's this white kid? Fuck this guy. Just on some hater shit. But my fans became G-Rap fans and they loved the collaboration. Like, who's G-Rap? Wow, I never heard of him. He's dope. So I ended up, Godfathers made G-Rap new fans, but I didn't make new G-Rap fans. It made G-Rap Necro fans be turned over to becoming G-Rap fans. But I don't think Necro ended up getting part of G-Rap's fan base. And I kind of think Domingo didn't want that. I don't know why Domingo would hate on me. But I mean, it might have been because I'm doing this monumental album and because I'm such a great producer. He might have thought, seen a threat. Like, this dude's just as good as me. Because I'm definitely just as good as him. So he's just like, but here's the thing, I offered you to be part of it. You see what I'm saying? He could never say I didn't go, yo, would you like to do something? Because if Domingo would have gung-ho, been like, yeah, man, I need to get like 2 or 3 on there. I would have been like, all right, send me the beats. There was no way I could have said no to Domingo, being that he linked me with G-Rap. He didn't want to. That made me think, like, what, you don't want to be part of some shit because I'm part of it? Like, that's some corny shit, bro. But anyway, that's my Domingo story. I never really talked to him ever since then. And I don't hate on Domingo either. I felt like Domingo was hating on me and G-Rap at the time. He didn't like that we were doing that collab. I don't think he saw that as beneficial to him. Then why did you link me with G-Rap then? Was it because of quick money? Like some manager money? Like, you'll do your thing with G, I'll get a little percentage and it helps my rent this month. But then now that you're actually doing the record, I'm not gonna help that shit.
That is a weird situation though.
You decide.
Some people said there was an opportunity for Cage and M to battle at Fat Beats, but M was shook.
I know nothing about that.
This? Okay. So there's this rumor that in '99, Eminem was on the Howard Stern show and fans were calling
That's
in.
bullshit. That's not true.
That's not you either.
Not me, and it was not Eminem. That was some troll on Stretch Armstrong, and nah, bro, I'm telling you, it's bullshit. I know everything.
No, there's a video of M on Howard Stern, and someone from Brooklyn calls in from Kings Highway.
Obviously not me, bro. I'm not calling up Howard Stern to troll Eminem. Come on, bro. Give me a little more respect than that. I don't do no dumb shit like that, bro. That's some faggot shit.
Fans wanted to know exactly how Non-Phixion broke up.
Well, didn't I explain that in the video? Didn't I explain how they broke up? Okay. No, of course. Non-Phixion broke up because Goretex was cut off by the entire PLR crew. We did it publicly. So any fan at the time knows it. It was on the message board. It had quotes from everybody, from Sabac, Bill, Q Unique, Hyde, Kid Joe, Uncle Howie, even my father. My father called Goretex Kotex. because everyone had an experience with Goretex and felt that he was. See, here's the thing now. Are you going to get this taken off now? Can I even waste my time telling you?
Yeah, I guess you're right. All right, let's not go into it then.
Because here's what happened. The thing that broke the camel's back was Goretex shacked up with Bill's ex-girlfriend behind Bill's back. Forget about the fact that Goretex was a scumbag to me. That was not enough to make Bill break up Non-Phixion. Bill's girlfriend, Jill, he broke up with her, and Goretex took her into his apartment and started living with her behind Bill's back. And when Bill found that out, no more Non-Phixion. That was,
wow.
Yeah, that was the Goretex. Let me tell you something about Goretex. I'm not going to diss Goretex. I'm going to tell you something about him. When we were kids in the projects, there was a kid named Jimmy. Jimmy was Mitch's best friend, Goretex. Jimmy Rosano. Jimmy was a skater. He would skate. Ugg from Cellar Dwellers would hang out with him, and they were all cool, and they fucked girls together. Annette got fucked by all of them. Some chick. That's Jimmy's sister. Wow. Annette used to get fucked a lot. Shout out to Annette, though. She was cool later in life. But anyway, but check it. Listen, everybody loved Jimmy. So Jimmy started dying from cancer. Jimmy was the type of dude that everybody visited. Girls would blow him in the fucking hospital. He was that much loved. So imagine a kid that's like a fan favorite of everybody in the neighborhood, that even the young girls, when I say young, whatever his age was, would come and give him blowjobs while he's dying from cancer. That's how much this kid was loved. I was never buddies with him, but he was always nice to me. I was younger. Anyway, Jimmy's girl was Rosemary. Everybody knew that. When Jimmy dies, within a year, Goretex is living with Rosemary and gets Rosemary pregnant. This is the same dude who was his best friend, got with his best friend. His best friend dies and gets with his woman within a year and gets her pregnant. And then when Bill breaks up with Jill, moves in with Jill behind Bill's back. Now, there's a written rule known. You do not get with your boy's exes. That's street shit. You don't fuck around with your boy's ex-girlfriends. Like, are you such a cornball that you can't find another woman that you have to go? So he did it 2 times. One time, you might say, okay, maybe he fell in love with Rosemary. You know, they were grieving. But you do it another time to Bill, who you were in a group with, famous all over the world? So that's why Non-Phixion broke up. That's the kind of guy he is. He's the kind of guy that does shit like that. Me, I would never. I had chances to get with a lot of exes of people I know. And I would tell the girl, like, did you ask him if it's okay? Ask him if you can get with me. If he says it's okay, then cool. They're like, I don't know. I can't go up to him and say, I want to get with Necro. Because obviously, right, she'll look thirsty. She doesn't want to. And so I never got with these girls. Happened at least 3 times. With 3 different people that I'm friends with. They're all rugged dudes in the street. That damn girls, when they broke up with them, hit on me. Tried to get with me. Not going to mention names, because I don't want to disrespect anybody. But it happened. And I followed street code. Did not get with them. Because I'm not desperate. There's always other chicks. There's always more fish in the sea. There's always more fish in the sea.
I don't even think that's street code. That's just friend code.
Yeah. Well, both. It's both. So that's why Non-Phixion broke up. That is the reason that the group broke up. That was but besides the fact that he's lazy, he would cost them a lot of money on tour. He would miss plane flights. He never invested a penny in the group. He would smell really bad. Didn't shower. He refused to shower. One time I walked in his house during making of Art of Dying, and I almost passed out. It smelled like a corpse. I was like, yo, bro, what the fuck is going on in here, bro? This is insane. I can't breathe in here. He's like, what? Ain't nothing wrong. He thought I was being a jerk. Like I'm lying. I'm like, yo, bro, are you kidding me? What the fuck is going on in here? Said, you got a dead body somewhere? He would laugh. Like, yo, bro, oblivious. Bill told me he doesn't shower on tour. He doesn't shower on tour. He would go a whole week touring different cities and not take one shower. How the fuck do you not go in a hotel shower when it's your own fucking room? Every day. Even if I don't shower every day at home when I'm in a hotel, just because it's a hotel and it's so cool, I use the shower. But not only that, I'm fucking groupies every night. So I'm always showering before I see the groupies. I get less groupies at home because I'm not on tour, new cities. How the fuck do you go on tour and you don't shower a whole week after doing fucking 10 shows or 7 shows or whatever the fuck? I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
Bill forgave him though, right? Bill forgave
He has
him?
no choice. Bill has to forgive him. He's in the group with him. They created classic records. It's like doing a band without one of the band members. You have to. Bill cannot do Non-Phixion without Goretex. He's stuck with him.
So it's not genuine? The relationship is not genuine
Who knows?
from your eyes?
Who knows? Maybe they love each other now. I don't know. I don't know the details. I've heard Bill many times when we were cool say he's only doing certain things for the brand. He'll say that to me many times when we were cool. Like, oh, yeah, I only fuck with that guy because of the brand. Like, he tries to let me, believe that he's not really friends with the person. So, whatever. Listen, I don't want to shit on Bill because he's my brother.
Right.
And
We're not doing that.
I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not even shitting on Goretex now because he threatened to your channel. But I'm just telling you the truth, man. Here's the fucked up thing. Truth hurts, man. When you tell reality, the truth fucking hurts. And the more real you keep the truth, the more angry it makes certain people. They don't want the truth. They'd rather lies. Oh, fuck Necro. He's lying. He made that up. Nah, I really didn't. You know why? Because the truth is more interesting than a lie. Like, I love the truth because it's so fucking true. Lying? Anybody can do that. You know, how many people can tell the truth? You come up with a really good truth that they lived and be able to tell you it.
What happened with you and Sabac Red? Because on Facebook, you said you would never work with him again because he disrespected you in a way that's unforgivable.
Yeah, so basically I produced Sabac's debut album when nobody would fuck with him. Nobody would fuck with anybody in Non-Phixion at the time. I would do a solo album. And I gave him beats the same way I gave Bill beats for Blood Brothers and his original album. A lot of beats to choose from. It wasn't like I just handed you. It's like I let him pick exactly the shit that would fit. I even produced some beats, like brand new. And I let him light candles in the studio. He wanted it to be very spiritual. I let him bring, my engineer, I don't know if my engineer played drums, but I let him do shit with Vinny Paz and Immortal Technique, which I wasn't cool with at the time. We didn't have beef, but I wasn't really cool with them because I wasn't sure their stance on Jews at the time. Remember, this is 2004. But I said, you know something? For you, Sabac, let's do it. And of course, Vinny came in rapping all about Iraq. And he didn't really talk about anything about Jews, but the whole verse he drops is, dissing America, kind of basically, saying that we're fucked up, for whatever we did with Iraq, which is whatever. It's fine. Anyway, point of the matter is I did that for Sabac, as a producer to fucking have his vision come true. I'm the only one that ever did something like that for him. I paid for all the studio, made the artwork. I gave him everything. Only thing he fucking did was rap, which is what all those guys did, just rap. I had the distribution deal, paid for the studio, produced the beats. I did everything and coached him on certain things so it would be better, like a real producer. So I don't remember what year, but I'm see online that he gets asked. I don't remember by who. Maybe Vinny Paz or somebody asked him. I don't know. It was his own list or someone asked him, your top 20 producers. And he lists all these people, but no Necro. He even listed Alchemist, but no Necro. So I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. This dude actually went out of his way. You have to think,
when you're writing a list like that, right? It's not like you just like murked. It's not like you just spurred out something. You have to write the shit down. And you decided to leave me off that fucking list after what I did for you? Like, it wasn't even about his preference. Like, if this dude doesn't prefer Necro production or something, like, how could you disrespect somebody that did that for you? Like, are you such a low-life scumbag piece of shit? Just shows you the character of this dude. Like, if you don't even have enough fucking respect to say Necro, listen, I could have been listed as 20. I still would have thought it was annoying, but at least my name's there, and I would have been like, all right, whatever, Sabac is kind of corny. But to leave me off? How am I supposed to feel like that? How am I supposed to feel? Yeah, I still fuck with you. Yeah, you're my boy. I now I know that you don't even respect what I did for you. So am I crushed about it? Do my days and nights think about it? No, you cut off, and I don't fuck with you no more. And if you're ever brought up, tell people I don't fuck with that dude.
How many years in between that time did you guys not talk?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to the guy in years.
No, I mean from the list, from
I don't remember
him doing that list.
I don't remember, but I'll tell you one thing. When they decided to get back with Goretex after he was cut off, not him or Bill reached out to me to even ask if I was okay with it or if Goretex apologized to me. Like, they didn't care if Goretex was cool with me, as long as they could get Non-Phixion back together. And they're aware that we all cut him off. It was a unity thing. You understand? We all gave statements publicly. So the fact that I'm a non-factor to even have a combo with just shows me the way these guys think, man. They're just not respectful dudes, man. It is what it is. That's why I told you I don't care. I don't think about it. If we're not talking about it, it's not on my mind. When I'm making music or talking to fans or helping mom or doing exercise or hanging out with Tone and Lefty and Hyde or whatever, like, these people are not brought up. Trust me, they're not brought up, ever. The only time things like this get brought up is when I'm doing interviews for the internet. The internet and the fans, you care about these little nuances. So I'm telling you the truth. I'm giving it to you. But bro, I don't give a fuck. Okay? What do I care about? My homeboys, my health, and my brand. And mom. That's number one, but
that's number one for sure.
Well, she intertwines with everything because she knows what I do. I help her with her health, and she, she's aware of what she helps me as best as she knows. She supports what I'm doing, and that's what I'm concerned about. Mom Dukes, my good friends, the main homies I hang with if I go somewhere, right? We all have our main homies. And, I care about the people that work for me. My engineer, Elliot, shout out to Elliot, he's someone I care about. And, I'm not like a huge team, you know what I mean? I'm not Damon Dash with 50 people working for me, and then I end up going broke. I'm smart enough to know who I need to pay that works for me, keep them on payroll, you know what I mean? And, we'll build as things build. What was it? Oh, yeah. So listen, I don't think about that dude, bro. He's a non-entity. Remember, I did his music, his record 21 years ago. And honestly, he was one of the least successful. He was not that successful. His solo album didn't do that well. So, like, I lost more fucking with him and helping him than gaining from it. I didn't really make money on Sabac. So, you help somebody and you don't even make money off of them, and they disrespect you in that fashion, which is a public way you could have shown love. I don't care if you call me on my birthday. Like, this is like for the fan base to see. Sabac's view of who's top producer, who's his top 20. No Necro? Bro, not only is it incredible that you don't mention my name for your own solo album, but look at all the shit I did for Non-Phixion. Black Helicopters, Refuse to Lose,
Think About It Yesterday, which is one of his tracks on the Non-Phixion album. I Shot Reagan. No Tomorrow. I mean, there's at least 10 to 15 they still perform live that are all my beats. So you think he's doing a live show if he ever does one and it's not half Necro's beats? So, like, if you don't respect me, I don't respect you. I lost respect for you as a person. I look at you as a piece of shit now.
All right, man. Last question.
All right.
So you used to hang out with Suge Knight, right?
No. Never said I
didn't?
Never said I used to hang out with Suge Knight. That's you're misinformed.
Okay. Well, so I read on the internet they were saying that you used to hang out with Suge Knight and
Nah.
everything, so I don't know.
No, I took a picture with Suge Knight and we hung out with him the night I headlined the Henry Fonda in LA, and he was with 3 goons or 2 goons, and I was like 25 deep, and we ran up on him, not disrespectfully, like, yo, Suge, yo, what up? We were excited. My first time in LA. I seen Suge at Mel's Diner to meet at the celebrity. Just, it was ill. And I was mad deep. So it was like, he might have thought at first we were coming, on some rah-rah at first. When we saw that it was all love, he warmed up to us. He was like, he showed us mad love. He even offered me to sign to Death Row or whatever he was doing at the time. He said, take my card and we'll talk about getting you a deal. I never called. I never called because I was handling everything independent. I ended up in LA headlining all off my own independence. So why would I give that shit up and deal with somebody who might try to play me later? It wasn't worth it to me. I didn't think that was a smart move. I was like, listen, I might be cool with the guy. If I see him, give him props. Because Suge Knight is a legend. See, what you don't know about Suge Knight is legendary before Puffy, before Master P. He's one of the first hustlers that hooked up deals. You understand? He influenced Master P. So I got mad respect for Suge Knight from a business perspective. I'm not going to talk on his street shit. I don't really know those details, and I don't want to be that guy. I have my respect as a dude to know my line, I respect Suge Knight as a business guy. I feel sad for anybody who ruins that and ends up in prison, obviously, but what that guy did at that time, fucking incredible. That's like, it was crazy, right? 92, Chronic, Snoop Dogg, like he was the businessman behind a lot of that. All of that.
Right.
It's just he was very gangster. So when I saw him, it was love. We were screaming, Suge, yo, what up, Suge? He was like, what up? In his style. We took a picture. We went into Mel's. We all chilled. Everybody ate or whatever. And then he was just like, here, take my card. Call me if you want a deal. I don't know if he fucking, understood what I had done career-wise in the level, but he understood that I had just headlined Henry Fonda and that I was rolling gooned out and that we were official kids. We didn't look corny, So, he showed respect. But I never got into like deep connections with Suge. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was other people, probably, that had connections with him like that. I just had one meeting with him after Henry Fonda at Mel's Diner.
What was his aura like, though? He was
cool.
He lived up to the hype?
I mean, he wasn't scared of anybody. I mean, he was rolling with goons that looked like they wanted to shoot us. Like, we were 25 deep, probably. So he's rolling just 2 guys. So they're like eyeing us, like looking at us, like to see, like that kind of look, to see if we were, but we weren't. It was all love. I wouldn't be stupid like that. Then I'm going to get into beef with this notorious fucking guy. For what? It was my first time in LA. I'm going to respect where I'm going. You know what I mean? And not only that, I went to LA numerous times after that. Why would I even... Listen, it's not my business. I'm just seeing dude as men, and I gave him dap. He showed dap back. That's it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Everyone, listen, you've heard 1,000 stories. You don't need to hear one from Necro. You already know he's gangster. You know what I'm saying? You know that already. You don't need me to tell you nothing
Because
about
like he's like one of the most feared men like during that time. Like he was so feared.
I'm sure he earned it. I'm sure there's a good fucking reason he earned it, bro. Listen, I'm feared. Not like Suge Knight, but a lot of people, you think a lot of people in the industry aren't like Necro. He's fucked up. And that dude, he's foul. They don't know me. Sure, maybe Suge would be nice to you if you knew him, you know? It's different circumstances at different times. You know what I mean? If you meet me, I'm cool as fuck. You know what I mean? But if I'm doing a hip-hop show and you're coming there trying to be a thug, to disrespect, like you think you're rolling in there, like you're putting fear in anybody, you're going to get cracked in your grill. It is what it is. We switch immediately. The button goes on. Second I see that energy, you get dealt with. I don't give a fuck. You can think what you want. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But, you know, like we always want peace first. Who wouldn't want peace first? Anybody who's a warrior wanted peace first. You want peace, and then if it doesn't come, you have to deal with it because you'll be dead. If you allow the energy that doesn't want peace to get you, you die. You understand? So you have to meet it immediately with the same energy. Your energy is bad energy, you get met with the same kind of energy. You understand? But as far as Suge, I seen Suge as an idol. Not like my idol, but as a industry guy.
Icon.
Yeah, an icon, better word. I seen him as an icon, you know what I mean? So, you know, I just look at it like that from that perspective, you know what I mean? That's why I didn't get involved. You know what I mean? That's why when he told me call him, I didn't. I left that one alone. And it's funny because I heard K Solo talking recently, and he said something about Redman told him, yeah, we need to stay away from this shit. And Redman was not weak. Redman's a gangster too. But Redman knew, like, nah, this ain't for us. You got to know to pick and choose when you do things and when you don't.
All right, Necro.
All right, my G. Appreciate it. You got a very good interview, right? How long we been doing this?
Yeah, man.
4 to 10 almost. You got 6 hours. So make this, dead body disposal, this shit. Do a Dexter on it. And that's it, man. And we'll see the haters hate it every day.
Appreciate you, Necro.
All right.